Chapter 704. You are the king, and your son will become the king. In the foreseeable future, Targaryen will become the representative of the royal power. And an overly powerful church will definitely clash with the royal power, Marvin warned. You said it yourself. The Great Sparrow doesn't count the living, Dany said with a faint smile. The Great Sparrow saves the commoners. It draws the blood of the nobles to feed the commoners of the Seven Kingdoms. But Targaryen represents the nobles. Marvin stomped his foot. Dany was momentarily dazed. Doctor, do you know the reason why the entire world formed an alliance to besiege Slave Bay? She asked softly. Because you want to abolish slavery in the entire world. Marvin was deep in thought, and the urgency on his face gradually disappeared. Why do I have to go against the entire world? Dany asked again. Why? Jiro Dane, who had been silent all this while, asked. Dany glanced at him and sighed. Because my original wish was to build a world without oppression, without slavery, where hard work can earn wealth and dignity. She suddenly smiled strangely. The City of Knowledge wants to build a real world, and I want to build a normal world. I think you're abnormal, Darkstar complained in his heart. Look. Dany pointed at Jiro's twisted expression and smiled. He must be thinking that I'm abnormal. No. Jiro blushed and quickly denied it. If you think I'm abnormal, it proves that this world is abnormal, Dany said. Darkstar's face began to twist again. Looking around at the confused, or enlightened gazes, Dany continued. Jiro represents the nobles. Dr. Marvin represents the scholars, and all of you represent the upper middle class of this world. But all of you think that the commoners are oppressed by the nobles like pigs and dogs, and that it's natural and right. Isn't such a world abnormal? If the nobles don't have privileges, what kind of nobles are they? Jiro could not help but retort. Dany smiled helplessly and said, That's why I kept the nobles system and did not raise the red flag in this world. What kind of flag is the red flag? Darkstar asked in confusion. A flag specifically designed to take your life. Glancing at him indifferently, she continued, It is impossible to build a world that is completely equal and free of oppression, but it is possible to effectively restrain the power of the nobles and provide institutional protection to the common people under the premise that it conforms to the actual situation of this world. Establishing the world empire was just to satisfy her selfish desires. Her original intention was to make the world better because of her arrival. Even though he didn't have a mission, he didn't forget his original intention. Under the premise of having the ability to change the world, it would be too low for a transmigrator to only indulge in personal desires. Your Majesty, your thoughts may not be very extraordinary, but they are very noble. Scholar Pylus' somewhat rigid face was filled with respect at this moment. Is that a compliment? Dragon Queen was stupefied. You don't understand now, but 20 years later, when you look at this world again, perhaps you will understand what I'm saying today. I don't need 20 years. I can understand it now, but I don't understand why you didn't choose to restrict the power of the nobles through the laws of the kingdom, but chose the church instead, Marvin said. You really understand? Dany asked curiously. Yes. In fact, there were similar thoughts in the City of Knowledge in the early years, but they were suppressed by more scholars and professors as they were afraid of such thoughts. Scholars know fear. They even dared to mess with the real world, even daring to plot against me, Dany said doubtfully. Sigh, the nobles have knives. I even have dragons. It's not the same. Marvin shook his head. The City of Knowledge has never directly confronted the Megalosaurus, but to restrict the power of the nobles, we have to be serious about it. Sigh. Dany shook her head and raised her index and middle fingers. Let's continue with the original question. Second question, between the kingdom's government and the church's system, which is more honest, efficient, fair, and just? Marvin frowned. Your Majesty, the Great Sparrow is the same as St. Bailey, a once-in-a-millennium oddity. Under normal circumstances, the Archbishop of the Church is inferior to the officials of the Seven Kingdoms. Even if the officials are inefficient and bend the law for personal gain, At least they are still working to maintain the kingdom's normal operations. But the archbishop, they are greedy, extravagant, and indulge in pleasure. And they are frequent visitors to the king's landing academy, and even lay their hands on the young monks in the cloister. And sigh, they do not do good deeds, but they are full of evil. It's different now. Dani shook her head. The church and the kingdom could be seen as a company, and the kingdom's management was decided by the ruler. But it was hard to find a good ruler, not to mention every generation of kings with great talent and strategy. If the church did not have a god behind it, like the Seven Gods Church, its CEO would be the same as the kingdom, still immortal, and its revenue would be completely decided by the management. But the kingdom was a family business with unlimited responsibility, while the church was an irresponsible state-owned enterprise. Without a doubt, the family business had more core competitiveness. If the church had a powerful and intelligent god, it would be impossible for the god to manage the grassroots. But for the archbishop and archbishop of the leadership, the god could easily choose the best talents, the believers who were most compatible with his teachings. The god needed faith and would not be tempted and corrupted by the power and money of mortals. At the very least, they could ensure that their church was fair and clean. In this way, the church's competitiveness would be far higher than the kingdom's. Even if Dani did not make any adjustments, and even suppressed the church's power for the sake of the royal power, the Seven Gods Church, which was managed by Dahe, would not be filled with incompetent people and would inevitably prosper and flourish. Sooner or later, the Seven Gods Church would be able to suppress the royal power. This would be more fatal to the royal power, and it would not necessarily be beneficial to the church, because the purpose of the church's existence was to serve the god, and the god did not need the royal power. In other words, secular power was only to facilitate the spread of faith. If the current political system could ensure the smooth spread of faith, the church would not need any political power and could completely not interfere with the royal power. Did you notice? The church and the kingdom seemed to be competing for the royal power, but they did not have any fundamental contradiction. They were just one selling flour and the other selling lime. As the saying goes, the one who sells flour can't stand the one who sells lime. This was the limit of the common people's vision. If one reached Dani's level, one could see the difference between the two at a glance, and even she was the owner of both shops. The kingdom was inherited by her blood descendants, and the church was inherited by her eldest son, Dahe. Since the two companies had no fundamental conflict, it was better to unite. The combination of enterprises that produced similar products was called a cartel. If there was no church and only a feudal kingdom was established, the world would be divided into countless small kingdoms, and Dani's son would be the king, and this would form a cartel-style Targaryen kingdom company. In fact, a cartel was the lowest and most primitive form of monopoly. Above a cartel, there was the second-level syndicate, the third-level trust, and even the highest-level Khansian. In terms of the economic development of the world, Khansian was the highest form of monopoly. What was Khansian? The shops that sold flour were all under one company, called a cartel. The ones that controlled all the flour and wheat shops were called a syndicate. The ones that controlled the planting of wheat, the processing of bread, and even the shops that sold bread, a series of industries related to the production of flour, was called a trust. A trust for flour. Similarly, from lime mining, lime processing, sales, and even construction, real estate, and even property companies, they were all controlled by one company and could be called a lime trust. Flour and lime did not have any industrial connection, but they had one thing in common: they were daily necessities for ordinary people. On this common point, a core company began to extend its tentacles into small trust companies in different fields like an octopus. A complete trust was too reactionary and was not conducive to productivity improvement, so it would be boycotted by any country. This was a fourth-grade monopoly technique. Once used, it was easy to massacre a city and destroy a country. Yes, Korea's Sour Star was the Khansian model. So, now everyone understood Dani's choice, right? 99% of the transmigrators in the world would overthrow the church and then establish a world empire. But in the end, they were just creating a low-level cartel. With the opportunity to establish the Kanzian group, Dany naturally would not choose a cartel. As the helmsman of the Long Group, the first thing she had to do was to adjust the business of the two subsidiary companies under her and clearly standardize the budget allocation and profit points of each company. She had to separate the royal power from the church and turn conflict into harmony. To be honest, Dany's Kanzian group was more than 100 times scarier than Lee Sourstar. The king's subsidiary company controlled most of the material resources, secular political power. The church's subsidiary company controlled spiritual civilization, faith, and education. It almost completely deprived the new child of destiny of the opportunity to rise. If Dany was more evil, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire would be shrouded in Targaryen shadow for the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. It would be like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Fortunately, she did not forget her original intention and remembered her mission. She resolutely carried out the concept of a normal world of fighting against evil nobles and improving the social survival rights of the people. Dany was still dreaming of the church in her left hand and the royal power in her right hand, holding up the world with both hands. Then the Iron Throne moved again. Big Sparrow's death left the position of archbishop vacant. An archbishop from the Starry Cathedral named John stood up and announced himself as the archbishop of the Southern Diocese. He also crowned Cersei as the official queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Archbishop Matthew of the King's Landing Cathedral immediately stood up and publicly reprimanded the Starry Cathedral for their sinful act of dividing the church. Actually, after Big Sparrow came to power, the Starry Cathedral and the Cathedral of Baelor had already formed a substantial division. Big Sparrow even mortgaged the church bank of the Starry Cathedral. How could the archbishops of the Old Town not be angry and jealous? Moreover, the gods who develop faith must be fair and just. Most of the Starry Cathedral were fallen, but it was not that there were no devout believers, such as Archbishop John. He was a believer with more than 200 faith points. Theoretically, he could communicate with the Holy Mother. In fact, the Holy Mother rarely paid attention to these believers. Archbishop John could also use divine spells, so he was fully qualified to run for archbishop. As for why John was bribed by the Iron Throne, devout belief did not mean that believers had no personal will. Unless the seven gods sent an oracle, believers would have thoughts, desires, and choices. That was why Pope Dany was needed to establish new rules. As for Archbishop John, Dany was not in the mood to pay attention to him, because there was a sudden news from a valley. Her nephew was gone. Well, it was real this time. Chapter 705. That day in the Wolfswood, after Stannis reached an agreement with the Iron Treasury on behalf of Tai Chu, he immediately arranged for Sir Justin Marseille to escort Tai Chu away and hire no less than 20,000 mercenaries on the other side of the Narrow Sea. He also told Sir Justin that even if he heard news of his death, he had to lead the troops to crown Princess Serene as the queen. In this aspect, Sir Justin was almost like a loyal minister. Hence, if the Alliance army wanted to find the Urlu Alliance, the best choice would be to use the Bravosi people to get information from Sir Justin. Justin had been busy recruiting mercenaries. The first batch of 3,000 cavalrymen helped Urlu stabilize the situation and take down Winterfell. When Urlu decided to go south, he prepared a second batch of 5,000 mercenaries. Of course, the fleet that transported the mercenaries, as well as the rations, weapons, armor, and other military supplies for the soldiers, were all bought from Bravos and sent over. When Urlu left White Harbor, he announced that he was going back to Storm's Rest Keep, but his real target was the valley. Because of this, Ol Wu, who sent Meiji back to the Westeros, searched for Urlu on the sea for almost a week, but didn't find any trace of the huge fleet. Ol Wu went the wrong way. Urlu went to the Five-Finger Peninsula in the valley, and the second batch of mercenaries that Sir Justin recruited and the second batch of supplies were also sent to the Five-Finger Peninsula. The Five-Finger Peninsula was very close to Bravos, only separated by a narrow sea that was 500 kilometers wide. Urlu planned to land on the Five-Finger Peninsula and take over the valley. Since ancient times, No army had ever been able to invade the valley through the Bloodgate, but the east of the valley had a long and complicated coastline. When the Undulls invaded the Westeros, their first target was the valley. As long as they crossed the narrow sea and successfully stood on the coast of the valley, the ancestors wouldn't be able to chase them away. Erlu used the same strategy. First, he hit his target and made everyone think that he was going back to Storm's Rest Keep. But halfway through, he turned into the Five-Finger Peninsula and quickly landed on the important coastal town Snakewood City. Snakewood City was very special. It was located at the end of the Valley Plains, only 500 kilometers away from the Eagle Nest. If the Eagle Nest was Sujo City, then Snakewood City was Sujo City. It also faced Bravos, making it very convenient for Justin to transport troops and supplies. In the end, Snakewood City's Count Linley just happened to lead his troops in response to King Aegon's summons, passing through the Bloodgate and heading south to attack the King's Landing. It just so happened that Snakewood City's forces were empty at the moment. In reality, the battle had not even begun. The army had been placed outside the city, and King Aegon had been brought out to make an appearance. They had then sworn to guarantee Count Linley's rights, and the gates of Snakewood City had been opened wide. In Snakewood City, Erlu received the representative of the allied army that Sir Justin had brought the leader of the Windblowers, the Ragged Prince. Yes, kidnapping Aegon was the Ragged Prince's suggestion to Jenny. Jenny agreed, and he was in charge of the project. He thought that with the help of the Iron Throne, the 5 pterosaurs could easily ambush Aegon. Who knew? Sigh. The chaotic situation in the Westeros and the shamelessness of the Seven Kingdoms had crossed the bottom line of the Ragged Prince. He only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and escape the world-class cesspool that was the Westeros forever. In the bay outside Snakewood City, on a 500-ton cargo ship, accompanied by Aunt May and Sir Justin, Erlu secretly met with the Ragged Prince with the Iron Treasury, representing Taichu as the middleman. "I know you. You're just a mercenary." Erlu coldly stared at the tall, white-haired old man and said bluntly, "What right do you have to represent the allied army to negotiate with the Seven Kingdoms kings?" The Ragged Prince's huge eye bags rolled up, and a fierce glint flashed in his blue eyes. "First, my mercenary group has 20,000 people, twice your current military strength. In a direct battle, the Windblowers can beat 4 of you." Erlu clenched his jaw and began to grind his teeth. The tall old man said softly, "Secondly, I'm also the leader of the Allied Army Mercenary Group Alliance. Right now, almost 100,000 mercenaries under Marine City are my subordinates. My time is tight, and my mission is important. You don't have to worry about me talking nonsense with you." Erlu clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "What do you want? I'll say this first. No matter what, the Seven Kingdoms and I will not participate in the war at Slave Bay." The Ragged Prince grinned. "If we need the help of the Westeros to win the war, then there's no need for the Allied army to exist." Then, the tall old man's expression became serious. He said solemnly, "But you do have the key factor that will determine the outcome of the war at Slave Bay. Aegon Targaryen." "You want Aegon?" Erlu's clenched jaw loosened because he was too shocked. He revealed a rare row of white teeth. "You want to use Aegon to threaten Dany Rise? Are you out of your mind?" he said scornfully. The Ragged Prince glanced at the red-robed woman warily and said, "Dany Rise values family, and Aegon is her only family. Her love for him. You might not understand." "Not understand?" Erlu clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He remembered that the dwarf had said the same thing before. Why did the foreigners mistakenly think that he killed Renly? "We once hired the regretful guests of Kars to assassinate Aegon." Do you know how Dany Rise responded? That night, she rode her dragon for thousands of miles and wiped out the regretful guests that had been passed down for thousands of years. The entire street turned into a sea of fire. The palace of Kars groaned in the dragon's flames. The docks, warehouses, and mansions of the merchants were burned to the ground. That was just the beginning. After that, sigh. Seeing Erlu's disapproving expression, the Ragged Prince sighed and stopped talking. He said, "Forget it. We only want Aegon. Whether it succeeds or not, It has nothing to do with you. Aegon is my captive. I can't give him to you." Erlu shook his head and refused. Tai Chu stroked the thin goatee that hung down to his abdomen and smiled. "Your Majesty Stannis, the reason you kept Aegon alive is because he has value. Perhaps the Ragged Prince can offer a higher price." As he spoke, he looked at the tall old man. "Am I right?" The Ragged Prince looked at Erlu and said, "The ransom you offered for Aegon is the right to command the true Dragon Alliance. Let's not talk about whether you can get what you want. Before your men can take over those two armies, the Iron Throne has already crippled them. Aegon's ransom is of little value to you other than eliminating himself from the election of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Why don't you return the ransom and sell Aegon to me? I'll give you a more practical reward." "You even know about Aegon's ransom?" Erlu asked with a frown. "The squad of winged dragons hired by the Iron Throne is my men. That's why I know about your tacit understanding with the Iron Throne regarding Aegon. Symor Lannister," Erlu gritted his teeth. "You should have known that the tacit understanding between you and the Iron Throne would disappear the moment Aegon was captured," the Ragged Prince said calmly. "I can't hand Aegon over to you. Why? That would violate the laws of the Seven Kingdoms and break my promise. As a prisoner of war, Aegon has always cooperated with me to pay the ransom. I have to ensure his safety and treatment as a noble." Erlu's expression was firm without a trace of hesitation. The Ragged Prince's eyes drooped as he said softly, "A fleet of 100 ships and an army of 20,000. Erlu frowned. "I won't hand over Aegon." The Ragged Prince recalled the boundless wealth the Iron Treasury had given him and chuckled. He gave up on the idea of using money to bribe him. "Do you know the price Cersei paid for hiring my squad of winged dragons?" "What does that have to do with me?" Erlu said coldly. He did not like the other party's casual attitude, as if everything was under his control. It was like a rich, old brothel patron looking with interest at a prostitute with a stubborn face who insisted on selling her art and not her body. He had experience and confidence, and by continuously increasing the grooming fee, he could make her willingly open her thighs to him. He was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and the King of the Seven Kingdoms. He had been proud his entire life, like a flawless white jade. He would not allow his glory to be tarnished for any benefits. The dragon's horn and a dragon egg. The old brothel patron looked at Erlu with great interest and explained, "You're not unfamiliar with the dragon egg. The key is the dragon's horn. It's called Dragon Binder. It's a magic horn made by the 14 Fire Peak families to control the Megalosaurus. It's easy to deal with winged dragons." Erlu's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "Is there really such a powerful horn? We'll check the goods on the spot." The old brothel patron's smile grew brighter. "Are you Lewin stupid? If he has the dragon's horn, why doesn't he control Dany Rise's Megalosaurus or Aegon and Tyrion's winged dragons? If he has the dragon's horn, why does he need to hire a winged dragon team?" Sir Justin's face was full of doubt. "Do you think Lewin doesn't want to? He's been dreaming of taking away Dany Rise's Megalosaurus. Unfortunately, the horn is broken, but we can repair it. In fact, it's already been repaired." The old brothel patron chuckled. "Why didn't you use the Dragon Binder to take away Dany Rise's Megalosaurus?" Erlu was confused. "How do you think the horn is broken?" The Ragged Prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That woman has the true bloodline of the true dragon. Her talent is so strong that it's rare. Otherwise, why would we pay such a high price to deal with her? The Dragon Binder can't control the Megalosaurus." Erlu's thin face showed obvious disappointment. "It's not that it can't control the Megalosaurus. It's that it can't control Dany Rise's Megalosaurus. What's the difference? Isn't she the only one in the world who has a Megalosaurus?" Erlu's thin face that was close to his skull frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head stubbornly and said, "The law is the law, and the rules are the rules. I can't give Aegon to you." Sigh. In the end, he couldn't help but close his eyes and sigh. He was full of regret. The Ragged Prince was still calm. He said softly, "After getting the horn, I returned to Slaver's Bay on the same day and asked High Priestess Jenny to repair it. On the third day, I went to Sosrith Rainforest. Then he raised 3 fingers and waved them in front of Erlu. Each dragon horn can only control a limited number of pterosaurs. We originally only had about 50 pterosaurs. Now that we have the Dragon Binder, we have another 30 pterosaurs. Right now, those pterosaurs are on the other side of the narrow sea. We're going to... forget it. They are only about 800 kilometers away from you. Once we complete the deal, you will have 30 pterosaur nights by tomorrow. Gods! Sir Justin's eyes widened. Hiss! Even Aunt May, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but gasp. Erlu's thin face turned red. His throat and eyes were dry, and he made some incomprehensible sounds. What do you think? The old brothel customer laughed proudly. Chapter 706. To a politician, anything could be sold as long as the other party offered a suitable price. Erlu admitted that he was tempted. The dragon's horn, dragon eggs, 30 pterosaurs. Is Aegon worth it? He asked in disbelief. Sigh. The prince in ragged clothes raised his head and sighed. His expression was extremely complicated. You should be asking if the outcome of the battle at Slave Bay is worth this price. If we lose the war, the tens of millions of gold royals invested by the Alliance will all go down the drain. It will be almost impossible for us to rebuild the Alliance again. When we hide at home and lick our wounds, the Dragon Queen will come knocking on our door one by one and defeat us one by one. It will be as simple as a noble riding a horse to hunt deer. Erlu shook his head and said, What did you plan to do with the 30 pterosaurs? It's obvious that no matter where they are placed, their influence on the war will far exceed that of Aegon. What plan? I did plan to lead 30 pterosaurs to bomb the Red Castle into ruins, but unfortunately, the prince in ragged clothes could not help but think of Jenny's warning. Never lead the pterosaurs to attack the king on the Iron Throne. It's best not to directly interfere in the war between the 7 countries. Otherwise, the Green Prophet will make sure you never return. The Westeros are really small but powerful. They are not a place for serious people to stay for long. He sighed inwardly and shook his head. No, 300 pterosaurs are not as good as Aegon. Is there something wrong with your head? Erlu stared and mocked. Even if Dany Rise treats her fake nephew as her own son, she is not stupid. If she loses the war, she will lose everything. The prince in ragged clothes smiled bitterly. The number of pterosaurs is much higher than the number of pterosaur knights that can fight. Pterosaurs are also very rare on the Sosros continent. However, dragon knights who can control pterosaurs are even rarer. It takes at least half a year to train a qualified dragon knight, and they have to be selected carefully. For example, dynamic vision, 3D spatial sense, reaction speed, body coordination, devotion to faith, strength of spiritual power. Not everyone is qualified to become a reserve dragon knight. Just like how Westeros have countless warhorses, but there are very few legendary knights like Barristan and Arthur Dayne. Tyrion, Aegon, and Sansa became dragon knights very easily, Erlu said in confusion. I've never met Sansa, but I'm sure she doesn't qualify. If she encountered Dragon Jon, any dragon knight in the Alliance could kill her. Aegon is also struggling, but Tyrion. That dwarf's talent is extraordinary, and he has more than half a year's worth of dragon battle experience. To the east of the Summer Sea, little green devil Tyrion is quite famous. So, it's useless even if we get the pterosaur? Sir Justin frowned. No, our battles are different. The ragged prince said helplessly, We need to deal with the dragon queen who is riding the Megalosaurus. If a dragon knight doesn't have top-notch skills, it's useless other than adding a bell to her braids. Even pterosaurs are rare in Westeros, so they don't need Dragon Jon at all. Anyone who can ride a dragon and throw kerosene bombs is qualified. How do you plan to deal with Aegon? Erlu said slowly. The ragged prince frowned. Once the deal is done, Aegon will no longer have anything to do with you. Why do you care about this? I need to know how the Alliance will treat Aegon before I can decide whether to hand him over to you, Erlu insisted. A hint of mockery flashed through the ragged prince's blue eyes under the huge eye bags. You can't be that naive, right? You think we'll pay a huge price just to change his environment and continue to enjoy the treatment of king? He'll die, Erlu said with an unpleasant expression. That depends on whether Danny and Rise are willing to cooperate. Aegon's life is meaningless to us, but the Alliance must win, the ragged prince said calmly. Erlu closed his eyes, not letting anyone see the intense struggle in his heart. The silence lasted for a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes, Erlu's deep blue eyes no longer had a trace of hesitation or struggle. He slowly stood up and said, "I refuse." After saying this, he turned around and walked toward the cabin door. Aunt May smiled faintly and walked with graceful steps beside Erlu. Sir Justin's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he didn't say anything to dissuade them. He could only sigh regretfully and follow his master. The Iron Treasury's representative was dumbstruck. The ragged prince, who had always been confident, lost his composure completely. His expression was distorted, and his eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Erlu's back. After a period of awkward silence, he said faintly, "The Iron Treasury is treating him too well. He's stubborn and upholds the law. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knows this," Tai Chu said helplessly. Isn't everyone aware of how his brother, Lonley, died? The only reason he can persist is because he still has hope. Only the most desperate choice can reveal a person's true nature, the ragged prince said coldly. Tai Chu heard the hidden meaning in his words and hurriedly asked, "What do you want to do?" "Stannis can't die. He still has a debt of more than 4 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury." The ragged prince's mouth twitched a few times. "Let's do this. You go and let him understand the determination of the Alliance. If he understands the situation, everything will be easy. Otherwise, the Alliance has already invested more than 40 million gold royals in Slave Bay. Adding another 10% to the cost is nothing. Your Majesty Stannis, I think you should reconsider. The Great Battle of Meereen is about to begin. Even if it's just a 1% increase in the chances of victory, the Alliance would do their best and pay any price." The Iron Treasury obviously hoped that the Dragon Queen would be finished. Thus, as soon as the ragged prince left, Tai Chu entered Snakewood City to persuade Erlu. "What do you mean by doing our best?" Erlu said coldly. Tai Chu lowered his eyes and said softly, "You know that the ragged prince is busy in Slave Bay. He only has one goal in coming to the Westeros. For that goal, he will do anything. For example, he will offer higher conditions until you're satisfied." Or, his voice became softer and gentler. "It's true that the 30 pterosaurs controlled by the dragon binder horn have not found their master. However, it is easy to control the pterosaurs to carry out simple aerial bombardments." A fierce look flashed in Erlu's eyes. He said stiffly, "Let him try. Your Majesty, why bother? One more friend means 30 more pterosaurs. One less friend means one more enemy." Tai Chu advised, "This is a matter of principle." Erlu's expression was firm. He shook his head and refused. "Sai, please reconsider." Tai Chu left helplessly. "You are right. He is still being unreasonable when he is not in a desperate situation. He should be taught a lesson." After leaving Snakewood City, Tai Chu handed the ragged prince a sea map with a cold smile. 2 days later, Erlu's fleet was attacked by a group of pterosaurs when they were passing through the narrow sea. 10 large ships carrying food sank to the bottom of the sea. The 5 troop transport ships accompanying them were not spared either. They lost almost 4,000 tons of supplies and 2,000 mercenaries. When the news reached Bravos, no more mercenaries went to Erlu's recruitment point, and no more merchants were willing to risk going out to sea. The route from Bravos to Snakewood City is too simple. It is just a straight line. The pterosaur knights can easily find the fleet. Tai Chu said to Erlu with a worried expression. Erlu's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. 15 ships of the fleet had sunk. The commotion was too great. Everyone in Snakewood City finally knew that the Alliance was negotiating with Erlu. In the meeting room of the nobles of Blazing Heart, Your Majesty, give the false king to the Alliance. 30 pterosaurs. Gordy Farland was so excited that his face was red. 30 pterosaurs. He, the giant killer, would definitely get one. A dragon knight. Perhaps he should choose a black-scaled pterosaur and name it Black Death Balerion. Your Majesty, we have no choice. Looking at Erlu, who was hesitating, pockmarked face Richard said helplessly, Our soldiers and supplies are all stuck in the hands of the Bravos people. As for Aegon's ransom, the command of the True Dragon Alliance, we lost contact with Sir Davos. He most likely met with an accident during the war. Now, the Iron Throne has a strong army. Not counting you Luon's sea monsters, we have more than 40,000 men. What about you? You only have 10,000 men. You can use 2,000 of them from the north, but you can't trust them. You can't rely on the 8,000 mercenaries either. Everyone knows that the trustworthiness of the mercenaries is directly proportional to the gold royals in our hands and the advantage we have in the war. The Iron Treasury controls our source of income. Taichu's intention is very clear. You must accept the Ragged Prince's conditions. Perhaps he could even negotiate more favorable terms. If you refuse, the bombing of the ships will happen again very soon. I can't hand Aegon over. That would be against the law. Erlu had a conflicted expression. He seemed to be muttering unconsciously. I judged Aegon as the king. He is now the Duke of Hellenberg. Legally, he is my subject. Because of his crimes, he will be exiled. If I hand him over to the Alliance army, I will be violating the laws of the Seven Kingdoms and betraying my promise. The faces of the knights of the Red Heart of Flames were distorted. They wanted to shout, Screw the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. You are now a rebel king, and we are rebels. But they could not say it. They did not dare to say it. Suddenly, Gaudy Farland had an idea. He said, Exile Aegon immediately. Throw him to Bravos on the other side. If he is captured by the Alliance army, he can only blame it on his bad luck. Good idea. The pockmarked knight clapped and laughed. Aegon has already paid the ransom. We should exile him immediately. There's no need to send him to Bravos. Just give him a ship and let him choose his own place of exile. Yes, arrange a ship for him. Everyone agreed. Then, they looked at Erlu with expectant eyes. The room was silent. Erlu's expression kept changing. Everyone's eyes were on him. After struggling for nearly a quarter of an hour, Erlu's straight back bent. He slumped into the high-back chair and waved his hand. He said weakly, Let me think. The giant killer wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed and left. The other knights and lords followed his footsteps with complicated expressions. Late at night, the cold wind whistled outside the house. The fireplace burned in the house, warm as spring. After finishing his routine, Erlu stroked Aunt May's algae-like red hair and murmured, I don't want to go back on my promise to Aegon and Sansa Stark, but the Alliance army is forcing me. What should I do? Can the Light King give me a hint? If the great Lalo thought that this was Aegon's fate, then he could only grit his teeth and bear the guilt that fate imposed on him. Let's take a look together. Aunt May got up. She held Erlu's large hand and walked naked to the fireplace. Then, the two of them stared at the flickering red flames in the fireplace. Gradually, images began to appear on the other side of the flames. Erlu seemed to have understood something. Chapter 707. The next day, Erlu announced that Aegon would be imprisoned by the Red Heart Knights. Previously, the Northerners had acted as Aegon's guards, so Illyrio and the others could see him every day. Now they were all isolated. Sansa and Jon in Winterfell received the news and immediately rushed to Snakewood City. On the third day, the Northerners completely lost contact with Aegon. They didn't know where he went, but they knew that the Ragged Prince had purchased King Aegon. Count Gabbert, Sir Royce, and Jon furiously went to find Erlu, but they were rejected by Erlu. Aunt Dany won't let you off, I swear. Sansa stuck out her slightly bulging belly and roared at Erlu's courtyard with a ferocious expression. Erlu didn't even see her and John. That afternoon, John brought his sister and the Northerners out of Giant Snake City. "Your Majesty Stannis, release my brother-in-law, Aegon, or else I will unilaterally announce that I will rescind my oath of loyalty to you." John's hair and beard were all standing in front of Snakewood City, threatening loudly like a furious lion. Giant Snake City was the same as Winterfell. Although it was called a city, it was actually a square castle that was 200 to 300 meters long. Outside the castle was a market without walls. Just like the villages of the Celestial Empire, in the center was a majestic town hall, surrounded by shops, vendors, and residential houses. Nobles and knights lived in the castle, while ordinary mercenaries and northerners camped outside the castle. Thus, John first evacuated his men from Snakewood City before announcing his rebellion. "Jon Stark, you want to betray your sacred oath?" Godifalin roared from the city walls. "Release His Majesty Aegon, and I will be loyal to my oath," Jon said. "Aegon will be exiled according to the agreement. His Majesty Stannis has fulfilled his promise," Godifalin said loudly. "Don't play such tricks." Jon waved his hand angrily. His voice was like thunder as he swore. "I will give His Majesty Stannis one night to consider. If His Majesty Aegon still has not regained his freedom when the first rays of the sun fall on the city walls tomorrow morning, I will definitely attack Snakewood City. Remember, if you offend the Northern Territory, the Valley, Hajin, Dragonstone Island, Dorne, and the Dragon Queen at the same time, no matter what benefits you obtain from the alliance, it will be more illusory than a dream." Jon Stark, behind the city gate, Erlu said in a complicated tone, "He's a man of his word. If he doesn't see Aegon tomorrow morning, he'll definitely attack the city. Your Majesty, you have received a revelation from the fire. Things will end before dawn." Melisandre looked calm, as if she had the pearl of wisdom in her hand. Just as Aunt May had said, the Ragged Prince brought the pterosaurs across the sea when the sun rose from the east. Snakewood City was only 600 kilometers away for Bravos, and the Ravens could deliver the news in 7 or 8 hours at most. Hiss! Hiss! 11 pterosaurs circled in the sky above Snakewood City. The people of the Northern Territory who were cooking in the camp outside the city also put down what they were doing and stared blankly at the sky, shocked beyond words. They had seen pterosaurs many times, but this was the first time they had seen such a large squad of pterosaurs. "With so many pterosaurs, they can easily drown 2,000 of us with just a few kerosene bombs," Countess Meji said worriedly. "Are there only so many pterosaurs on the Sasrith continent?" Big John cursed. "No, look, the pterosaurs are all very small. Apart from the leader, none of the remaining 10 are over 20 meters long. The adult dragons in the rainforest are almost all gone," the old crab said solemnly as he pointed at the sky. Apart from the Ragged Prince's adult dragon that was around 25 meters long, the rest of the 11 pterosaurs were about the same size as Sansa's striped dragon, but they were not all striped dragons. "Spread out. We are all cavalry, so we can look at the sky and avoid the wildfire bombs," Jon immediately ordered. "But if we spread out, how are we going to attack the city?" Ilio roared in a shrill voice. The fat merchant was currently in a very bad state. He hadn't slept for a few days and nights, and his fat face was as pale as a corpse due to exhaustion. His eyes were bloodshot under the large dark circles under his eyes, and the yellow, forked beard on his chin was full of dirt. His luxurious clothes gave off a rancid smell. When he opened his mouth full of rotten yellow teeth and roared, his salty and sour saliva practically sprayed Jon's face. Jon was also in a good mood. He only waved his hand and had 2 northern guards drag the fat man away. "The enemy has 7,000 people defending the city. We only have 2,000, so we can't take down Snakewood City no matter what," Jon helplessly said to his sorrowful and despairing sister. "Attacking the city is not a lie. We just want to express our attitude and let Stannis understand the consequences of handing over Aegon to the Alliance." "What if he doesn't care about our attitude?" "Just like now," Sansa muttered as she stared in the direction of the castle. "SSSS. A 14-meter-long striped dragon descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard behind the city walls. 15 minutes later, a horn sounded from the courtyard. The ragged prince landed with his dragon. "Why are there only 10 pterosaurs?" Erlu coldly asked. "Haha, this is the deposit. Once I leave the Westeros with Aegon, Mr. Tycho will take you to the Bravos straight to find the other 20 dragons." With his goal achieved, the ragged prince was in high spirits and seemed very happy. Erlu glanced at the smiling Tycho. Seeing him nod, he turned around and asked, "Where is the horn? Where is Aegon?" The ragged prince asked. Erlu ordered the Red Heart Knight beside him. Soon, the wheelchair-bound King Aegon was carried out. "Stannis, you betrayed me. My aunt will not let you go. I swear, no matter what happens to me, you will suffer 10 times the retribution." King Aegon's face was ferocious. He struggled to curse Erlu viciously. The ragged prince frowned. This King Aegon looked haggard, yellow, and emaciated. His silver hair was messy, and his purple eyes were filled with despair and resentment. He did not seem to have much of a king's aura. He was a little disappointed. The Dragon Queen's nephew was like this? However, when a man was about to die, he would reveal his worst side. Perhaps he went forward and gagged King Aegon's mouth. Then he took off his clothes and checked him thoroughly. There was no human skin mask or magical tools. Bring him to the city walls. After checking his identity, the ragged prince was still uncertain. He had seen King Aegon's portrait before. However, like Tycho, this was his first time seeing King Aegon in person. Erlu gritted his teeth and glared at the ragged prince. He nodded to the knight beside him. Not long later, a loud commotion could be heard outside the city. Scolding, cursing, sobbing. All of it proved King Aegon's identity. "Very good." The ragged prince nodded and smiled. "Hand Aegon to me first. I will stay here myself. Also, I have the Iron Treasury as my guarantee. I will not go back on my word." "You don't trust me?" Erlu glared at him and gritted his teeth. "To be honest, I used to trust you, Westeros." The ragged prince looked as if he was reminiscing. He sighed and said, "Dany Rise was the first Westeros king I came into contact with. We dated for half a year. She kept her word and abided by traditional virtues. She valued honor a lot. At first, I thought that all Westeros kings were true knights like her. Then, Cersei and Yulun taught me a good lesson. Kings are common, but Dragon Queen is rare." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Erlu's teeth seemed to be chewing on walnuts. Erlu stared at the ragged prince for a while. Seeing that he had no intention of compromising, he sighed and nodded lightly. 3 minutes later, the winged dragon knight who had come down to scout for the ragged prince took off with King Aegon. The people outside the city saw King Aegon on the dragon's back through their binoculars. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Seeing that the winged dragon had flown to a safe distance with Aegon, the ragged prince waved at the sky. A young shadow dragon landed. There was no dragon knight on the dragon's back. Instead, there was a huge horn tied to it. "Someone come and check it." He smiled and extended his hand. Aunt May walked gracefully to the winged dragon. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She placed her jade-white palm on the black horn. Buzz, buzz. The gold and Valeglia runes embedded in the horn lit up. A low dragon's roar came from the horn. The ragged prince's calm expression disappeared. Nervousness flashed in his eyes. This was just terrifying. I wonder if she can discover the trap left behind by Lady Jenny. Aunt May did not seem to notice. She nodded excitedly and said to Erlu, "This is a real dragon's horn. It's one of the 3 oldest horns in Valeglia. Is it fixed?" Erlu was also very excited. Lady Jenny's skills are still better. The ragged prince let out a sigh of relief. A calm smile appeared on his face again. "Is the deal done?" he asked. Erlu's expression suddenly became very strange. There were 4 parts hesitation, 2 parts embarrassment, 1 part shame, and 3 parts murderous intent that made the ragged prince's hair stand on end. The complicated expression on Erlu's face disappeared. He was about to give an order with a ferocious expression. The ragged prince seemed to have sensed something. He retreated in fear. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. Aegon isn't Lajiazi. Suddenly, a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came from outside the castle. The ragged prince and Erlu's expressions froze on their faces. The words that they were about to say were also stuck in their throats. Aegon is my son. He has no blood relation to Danny Alice. A man who looked like a fat pig let out a wail that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. In just an instant, the noise inside and outside the castle disappeared. Snakewood City was as quiet as a tomb. Erlu and the ragged prince widened their eyes. They were dumbstruck. The fat pig was still wailing. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm Aegon's biological father. I use my own son to disguise himself as Aegon. Aegon is my son. It's useless even if you bring him to Slaves Bay. It's useless. Danny Alice won't be threatened at all. Put him down. He's useless. He's useless to you. He's useless. Angry expressions froze on the faces of Meiji, Great John, and the other vassals. John, who had been calling Bran, save me in his heart, rubbed his eyes. He looked at the city gate again. The wailing fat spice merchant was not an illusion. He rubbed his ears. Aegon is my son, rang out. It was not an illusion. John's furry horse-like face was twisted into a huge character. The anxiety and despair in Sansa's eyes disappeared. She looked at the fat merchant at the city gate blankly. Where am I? What am I doing? Who is Aegon? Who am I? Chapter 708. Are you crazy? How can you tell such a lie? On the city wall, Gordy Farland cursed angrily. Damn fatty, I can see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. You want to use this method to deceive us and make us let Aegon go. Let me tell you, there's no way. We don't believe it. We definitely don't believe it. Aegon is Liga and Elia's son, Danny and Ryza's nephew. No one could trick us. This guy had completely forgotten that he had called him a fake king and a fake crown prince. I'm not lying, I swear. Varys has been a good friend of mine for many years. With his help, exchanging a baby is too easy, Illyrio said as he wiped his tears. You're lying. Gaudy Farland was furious. If Aegon was a fake, the Alliance would no longer need him. If the Alliance did not need him, they would not exchange him with the Pterosaur. Without the Pterosaur, he would not be able to become a Dragon Knight. How could the giant killer tolerate this? He was overthinking it. Kill him. Illyrio was about to argue when Erlu's roar suddenly came from the castle a door away. Hearing this, Gaudy Farland snatched a long-armed crossbow from the soldier beside the wall and aimed at the fatty below the city walls. Suddenly, the Pterosaur's pained cry came from the courtyard behind him. Gaudy Farland instantly recalled the scene when King Aegon had fallen into the dragon's embrace. Turning around, he saw dozens of ballistae extending from the balconies and windows of the castle. Steel bolts the length of an arm shot out, piercing through the body, wings, and neck of the giant pterosaur in the courtyard. What happened? Gaudy Farland muttered in confusion. Then he saw the ragged prince rolling in the mud, holding his head and wailing. He saw the Iron Treasury Representative Tai Chu struggling under the night. He saw the king with a gloomy expression. He saw Melisandre holding the horn. Aunt May's pink, heart-shaped face flushed red. The horn's cry pierced through the soul, echoing several kilometers around Snakewood City. The pterosaurs in the sky flew around like headless flies. Ah, my lord is stealing peaches again. Gaudy Farland was enlightened and completely relaxed. He turned his head and smiled at Illyrio. You bastard, I've long seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. I've always said that Aegon is a fake crown prince. Ha ha, I guessed right, didn't I? However, you are truly audacious and deranged. You actually use your own son to confuse the bloodline of the true dragon, using the identity of a lowly foreign merchant to seize the sacred and mighty Iron Throne. Wait for the king's judgment. I am willing to accept the trial. Tell His Majesty Stannis to release my son. The change in Gaudy Farland's attitude was obvious, and with Illyrio's intelligence, He could easily sense that something was wrong. However, seeing the pterosaur struggling and roaring in the sky, he was scared witless, his face full of fear. His son was in heaven. The Ragged Prince's pterosaur wasn't controlled by the dragon binders, so it was killed by Urlu's blazing red heart knights. The small shadow dragon carrying the dragon's horn in the courtyard and the 8 ownerless pterosaurs in the sky were easily controlled by the horn. Only the adult striped dragon carrying Aegon was controlled by Dragon Knight. Aunt May was currently using the horn to fight him for control of the pterosaur. Suddenly, Illyrio's courage was shattered, and he raised his head to howl. Jon and the others also looked at the sky, crying out in fear. Aegon. Sansa couldn't care less about her husband's identity. She looked at Aegon falling from the sky and cried out in despair. Aegon had been tied up in front of the winged Dragon Knight. Illyrio's cries were a few hundred meters away, so he definitely couldn't hear them. However, the changes in Snakewood City couldn't be hidden. Even the pterosaur he was riding had lost control. That winged Dragon Knight of the Allied army might as well go all the way. Shameless Westeros, you didn't keep your word, did you? I'll kill King Aegon right now. He threw King Aegon off the dragon's back. The pterosaur was flying over 1,000 meters in the safe zone. King Aegon wasn't the Dragon Queen, so he naturally had no chance of survival. Amidst the cries of thousands of people, King Aegon smashed into a pool of blood in the Northerners' camp. Sansa's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Illyrio's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed on the ground. He covered his face and cried, "Gods, I shouldn't have held onto any hope." Stannis was willing to kill his own brother for the Iron Throne. How could I have expected him to give up on the Allied army's generous conditions for the sake of a promise? Wow, my son, such a brave, righteous child. You died so tragically. The fatty stumbled over to the place where the dragon had fallen. Like a madman, he crawled in the mud where blood flowed. His hands randomly pulled out the mangled red meat, white bones, green intestines, and purplish organs in front of him. The people around him had suspected that he was putting on an act, purposely saying that King Aegon was his son so that he could save him from the Allied army. But now, everyone's expression changed. They were angry at the fatty's craziness, but they also found it hard to believe that King Aegon's true identity was real. But after seeing Aegon's tragic death and the fatty's sorrowful cries, they couldn't help but feel pity for the father and son's misfortune. This is really... Big John stomped his feet anxiously, but he didn't understand why he was so anxious, so he became even more agitated. John supported his unconscious sister and looked coldly at the fatty. He growled. Illyrio explained everything clearly. What else is there to say? He's already dead. Illyrio's heart was like dead ashes. He didn't even raise his head. He only buried his head and scratched his son's sunken head. Something's not right. Suddenly, the fat man screamed and scrambled backwards in fear. This isn't Aegon. It was clearly Aegon before. What's going on? This isn't His Majesty Aegon. The people around who saw the corpse's broken head all cried out in shock. They didn't see his face clearly, but King Aegon had silver hair. Everyone knew that. But in the pile of flesh was a black-haired skull. Jon's heart skipped a beat. He handed Sansa to Elisa Mormont and hurried over to the corpse. As expected, it wasn't Aegon. His skin was rough, and his hair was black. Then, he saw a gem emitting heat and red light in the pile of flesh. This is... Jon picked up the gem and wiped it clean. This is Melisandre's magic tool. It contains her magic power. It's an illusion. Aegon was fake from the start. That day, Brittany was also tricked by this illusion. Melisandre used another person to disguise herself. The little devil guessed right. Jon suddenly realized. Then he was conflicted again. Aegon was fake. This Aegon was also fake. The real brother-in-law, the fake Aegon, was still alive? What should he do? Illusion? Illyrio exclaimed. That's right. It's an illusion. A gentle female voice came from behind. The city gate had opened. The charming Aunt May walked over with a pale Urlu. A king's promise is unwavering. she said in a strange tone. King Stannis was determined not to break his promise in the law, but the allies pushed him too far. In just one time, they blew up 15 of our ships. So, I designed today's situation for His Majesty. We saw the end in the flames, but we didn't expect that the end was just the beginning. Why didn't you discuss it with us in advance? Jon asked with a complicated expression. How can someone as smart as you say something so stupid? Without you besieging the city, why would the Ragged Prince come? Not just you. Even Sir Gordy, Sir Richard, and the king's trusted aides didn't know the truth. This isn't a matter of trust. It's just that none of you are suitable for acting. Aunt May's eyes were like silk, and her tone was coquettish. People couldn't help but fantasize about her relationship with Jon. Ow! Illyrio was stunned. He raised his head and howled, his voice filled with regret and despair. Erlu looked at him sharply and said coldly, I thought you would deny it. The fat merchant looked up and saw the disdain, hatred, and resentment of the people around him. He smiled bitterly and said, You think I'm confused with the Targaryen bloodline, aren't you? Don't tell me you have the bloodline of a true dragon. Gordy Farron sneered. I don't, but my wife does. The fat man sighed. What? Everyone was shocked again. Who's your wife? Erlu asked in surprise. Syra Blackfire. The fat man slowly spat out a name that shocked all the Westeros present. They didn't know Syra, but they all knew what Blackfire meant. I remember that after ferocious Maris died under Sir Barristan's sword on the Stone Islands, the Blackfire bloodline became extinct, the old crab said with a frown. They became extinct, and my wife is the illegitimate daughter of Demon Blackfire. I'm a prince in Pentos, similar to a duke in Westeros. If not for the wishes of the Blackfire family, why would I get involved in this mess? Illyrio said bitterly. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're lying. You're lying. Sansa's face was pale, and she was about to cry as she shook her head. In Old Nan's legends, there were only frogs that became princes and commoners that became kings. When did a prince become a frog and a king become a commoner? It's true, my father, Illyrio said affectionately. Oh no. Sansa's eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Aunt Dany was gone, and Father Illyrio was replaced. This was worse than Cadillac being replaced by Cherry. That's how it is. The old crab sighed. Although I've long suspected that Aegon isn't Lay Giazzi, the descendant of the Blackfire is still too unexpected. After confirming Aegon's identity, the old crab gave up his position as Queen Sansa's temporary advisor and rode his dragon back to Dragonstone Island. Dany was stupefied, her eyes unfocused, as if she couldn't take the blow of being cheated. She was in a daze and looked extremely pitiful. Sigh, Your Majesty. The old crab made a throat-slitting gesture and asked in a low voice, Should we punish Illyrio? Jaelo Dane said coldly, Of course. And Varys. Neither of them can be let off. They didn't just lie to Your Majesty about Aegon. They definitely didn't mean it when they said they wanted to help Targaryen restore their kingdom. They used Your Majesty and Prince Viserys as shields to cover for that fake crown prince, and even planned to have the true dragon lead the way. This means that they want to kill Your Majesty and Prince Viserys. If Your Majesty isn't at Slaves Bay, but returns to the Westeros and succeeds in restoring the kingdom, would Varys and Illyrio allow their true crown prince to remain in hiding? The pitiful dragon queen's face was pale, and she swayed. How could this be? How could this be? Chapter 709. Illyrio and Varys' actions are too crazy. When the battle at Slavers Bay is over, I will convene a council in the Westeros and give them a fair trial. In the end, the Dragon Queen still rejected the suggestion of punishing Illyrio immediately. How would she punish the fat merchant now? Send a winged dragon knight to cut him down? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? She wanted to give them the absolute justice of a queen in front of the people of the Seven Kingdoms, just like the Academy of Trials and the Scholars. Then, what about Aegon? The old crab asked carefully. Sigh, he's still a descendant of Targaryen's bastard son, and he was kept in the dark. He didn't know about Illyrio's plan, so he's not guilty. Dany sighed. The Dark Star frowned. Your Majesty is too magnanimous. He really didn't know, but he's the biggest beneficiary of the scheme. You can pardon him after the trial, but you can't treat him as an innocent. The Dragon Queen shook her head gently and said sadly, "He has called me aunt for so long, and I have also poured so much into him." The Dark Star sighed and stopped trying to persuade her. "Should we take back the winged dragons?" The old crab asked again. Danny asked curiously, "Stannis really has 30 winged dragons?" He only controlled 10 at the time. The other 20 are said to be on the other side of the narrow sea. I don't know if he's gone to subdue them yet. Since Aegon was no longer the Dragon Queen's nephew, the old crab had no reason to stay by Sansa's side as an advisor. He rode back to Dragonstone Island that night. "Stannis has been in a good mood recently," Danny exclaimed. "There's the unlimited loan from the Iron Gold Vault, mercenaries, northerners, and a surprise attack into the heart of the valley. Plus, there are 30 winged dragons. He might really be able to subdue the valley and conquer the Bloodgate, then take Hajin. With the power of Hajin, the northerners, and the valley, he might still be able to fight Cersei. Oh, and the one in charge of King's Landing now is Yulin. Yulin versus Erlu, what do you think?" Erlu had been involved in the game of power since the War of the Usurpers. He had fought the Mad Prince before. During King Balon's rebellion, he commanded Robert's royal navy to destroy the Iron Fleet, which could be considered as going against Balon. During the Battle of the Four Kings, Renly had eaten his peaches, Robb, Balon, and Joffrey had all received boxed lunches, and even Prince Regent Tywin had died. King Aegon rose like a comet and fell like a comet. The King of the North, Skinner, had become Lalo's sacrifice. If every king in Westeros was a level in a game, then Erlu was the only one who had cleared it. He was definitely the strongest king in the world of Song of Ice and Fire, the most experienced player in the game. Let's leave the pterosaur to them. Sansa's pterosaur was a wedding gift. How ugly would it be to take it back? Dany waved her hand. There's still one more pterosaur. Sir Clinton brought it to the north to ransom Balerian's striped dragon. Old Crab reminded. Is Aegon free? Dany asked curiously. At least not when I left. Stannis said he would put him on trial for the crime of mixing up noble bloodlines. With that guy's personality, he'll definitely keep his word, Old Crab said with a complicated tone. Speaking of which, Erlu was his lord. In the 14 years that Erlu had been the Duke of Dragonstone, Old Crab had always been his vassal. That dragon is already Stannis' ransom. He can't take it back. Dany looked at Marvin and asked, "Does the Seven Kingdoms have any laws related to mixing up noble bloodlines?" "Yes, and very serious," Dr. Bull next said solemnly. "If the evidence is conclusive, Illyrio, Varys, and Aegon will all be sentenced to death." "What's going on?" The victim, have already declared Aegon innocent. What right does Stannis have to care about this?" Dany said unhappily. "He thinks he's the king of the Seven Kingdoms," Old Crab said. Dany said with a displeased expression, "Send him a letter and tell him to release Aegon immediately. If Stannis judges the Targaryen case as the king, then won't I become his vassal? And Illyrio and Varys, he can't care about them either. I'll judge them myself in the Great Council." Erlu judging Aegon's case was like the Ming Dynasty's imperial sword cutting down the Qing Dynasty's officials. "That makes sense." Old Crab nodded and said hesitantly, "But if you stop Stannis from judging Aegon, I'm afraid others will have other ideas." When I left, Sansa was still shouting, "Illyrio is a liar. I want Aunt Dany to uphold justice." Dany's mouth twitched. Marvin muttered, "The best choice is to stop paying attention to Aegon's case and pretend you don't know Stannis is going to judge him. Aegon won't die anyway. He's still Sansa Stark's legal husband." Dany thought for a moment and said, "Continue to keep an eye on Stannis. Melisandre is the focus. As for Aegon, it's best if Sansa can get him out. If Stannis insists on not letting him go, Count Sitiga will go personally and warn him to behave." "Aegon, my silver prince," Old Hag roared and fainted. The servants and guards panicked. How can this be? How can this be?" Ashera was also on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale, and he looked lost. 15 years, 15 whole years. What have we done? Sigh. Old Ymont sighed. He didn't know how to comfort the two of them. Old Hag's main reason for raising Aegon was Silver Prince Rhaegar. His secondary reason was to make up for his mistakes in the Battle of the Bell. To put it bluntly, Old Hag was a true member of the Red Dragon faction. Aegon had nothing to do with Rhaegar. It was even possible that because of Aegon, the real Rhaegar's son didn't survive. After all, the fake Crown Prince's biggest enemy wasn't his lie being exposed, but the real Crown Prince still being alive. Ashara's goal was also very simple. It was for her childhood friend and the Princess of Dorne, Ilya. Aegon's identity is fake, but Aegon is real. You raised him well. Dragon Queen comforted, but her words didn't match her heart. If he really had 15 years of hard work, he would have spent his energy and time on the original owner, Dany, Rhys, and Viserys. As long as second brother Way had half of Aegon's good temper and personality, even if his abilities weren't as good, he could barely be considered a qualified king. Fortunately, Aegon wasn't able to subdue a megalosaurus. When Old Hag was carried away, Ashara wiped her tears and left, leaving only Dany in the hall. Old Ymont said with great joy, "I'll tell you the truth. Without my permission, even if our ancestor Aegon is resurrected, he could forget about taking away one of my dragons." At this point, Dany didn't hide her thoughts anymore. Old Ymont was stunned and muttered, "But before, you even wrote a letter to Ilio looking for a dragon knight because dragons have 3 heads. Old man, you can't be so naive as to think that I trusted Ilio, right?" Old Ymont was surprised. "You were only 14 at the time and had been receiving help from Ilio. Why didn't you trust him?" "Not long after I arrived at Quars, his fleet came and wanted to take me to Pintos," Dany sneered. It was obvious that he had been watching me. He even had people by my side. At this point, Dany's face revealed a look of disappointment and disappointment. Actually, she always knew who Ilio's spy was. The maid of Rhys who died at the hands of Faceless, Doria. Doria was originally Rhys's prostitute. She had outstanding looks, great skills, and a simple and likable personality. She was bought by Ilio for a period of time and given to Viserys. When the original owner, Dany, got married, she was given to her as a maid. Other than Yora and Doria, Dany was surrounded by centaurs. The centaurs of Kos would never be spies for outsiders, so if there was a mole in Dany's team, it could only be Ursa and Doria, the 2 outsiders. Ursa was a spy for the King's Landing's Iron Throne and couldn't serve Ilio at the same time. The rest was simple. Doria was a spy for the Pintos trading prince. However, Dany's charm was very high and the 2 spies were suffering. Gradually, they started to have the idea of, "I want to be a good person." At the time, I only had a few dozen centaur warriors left. Other than the dragon, there was nothing else worth thinking about. Thus, the only reason Illyrio sent someone to fetch me was because he had taken a fancy to my dragon. The dragon is my child. How could I give it to others? But his spies could find out where I was, even what I had said and what I was about to do. Naturally, I had to be an honest person. I had to abide by that bullshit prophecy of the dragon has 3 heads. Old Ymont could only smile bitterly. As expected, this wasn't a normal Targaryen. Normal Targaryens would have been played to death by that evil bastard long ago, leaving behind an even more treacherous and evil alternative who lived so well. Actually, it seems that the prophecy of the dragon has 3 heads may not be false, the old man said slowly. Aegon and I don't count. I'm too old, and Aegon can barely even be considered a black dragon. But Jon, Tyrion, and you really do have 3 heads. Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you dare to trust Jon and Tyrion? Do you dare to give the dragon to them? Old Ymont's smile became even more bitter. You're right. As Targaryens, they are completely untrustworthy. Both of them have the blood of a true dragon, but they have the souls of a dire wolf and a lion. Even if they know their true identities, they will definitely be proud of their Targaryen bloodline, but they will definitely not have a sense of belonging to Targaryen. Dany sized up the old man with a strange gaze. I thought you would say that both of them are trustworthy and reliable. Sigh. I've lived for more than 100 years. I've seen too many people and things. Perhaps I have beautiful fantasies, but I'm no longer that naive. Old Yimont shook his head and sighed. As expected, Prince Dowling passed the letter to his daughter. He pressed his temples with both hands and said with a tired expression, Aegon is indeed a fake. Fortunately, we didn't marry him, Yelaine said with great relief. Sigh, we were all cheated by Varys. Dorne lost 3,000 precious Sandhorse Knights. Dany and Rhys also paid a great price. Prince Dowling smiled bitterly. A cold glint flashed in Yelaine's eyes. Should we take revenge on him? He dared to impersonate Dorne Martell's bloodline and even cheated 3,000 of our knights. Let's wait for Dany and Rhys's reaction. Wahaha, I've already said that he's a fake. If that's the case, Dany and Rhys aren't that smart either. And Sansa, that bitch married a fake prince. She can no longer be a threat to me. Queen Cersei, who was locked in the Dowager Tower by 4 tough old nuns, put her hands on her hips and laughed maniacally. Chapter 710. Moongate Castle. Boo-hoo-hoo, it's over, it's all over. The fake Queen Sansa cried as she wiped her tears. Stannis has spread the news. The people of the Seven Kingdoms know. They know Aegon's identity. The vassals of the Valley are discussing removing my position as the Valley Guardian and taking away Robert's guardianship. They're no longer loyal to Aegon. You still have me, the Northern Territory. Jon comforted his sister with a bitter face. You are Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of Ide and Catelyn, the eternal princess of the Northern Territory. But you also support Stannis. Sansa's teary eyes flashed with anger behind her embroidered handkerchief. She had insisted on letting Aegon go north to Winterfell because she had seen Melji and Gabbard, who had been sent by Jon to ask for help. But Jon had insisted on his false honor and refused to help her and Aegon get rid of Stannis directly. He had even come up with a crooked saying that 5 knights can kill any wizard, causing King Aegon's great situation to collapse. If Aegon had not been captured, the series of events would not have happened. He would still be the son of the noble Rhaegar and Elia, and not the bastard son of a prostitute and a merchant. Aegon was not a bastard son. Scylla and the fatty were officially married, but Scylla was an illegitimate daughter, and Scylla's ancestor, the Blackfyre, was also a bastard son of the Targaryen family. I swore I have an alliance with Stannis, just like... Jon rubbed his face hard and said in distress, You know how Robb died. The blood-red wedding is the biggest nightmare of my life. I can learn from anyone, but not Walder Frey. Where's Bran? Where is he? What is he doing? Sansa put down her handkerchief and glared with her red and swollen eyes. You told me that he could know everything about the West Arrows through the Weirwood. Why did he arrange such a fate for me? Why didn't he tell me that Melisandre used a ruby to make a double? And this time, if we knew that Stannis was putting on an act, if we knew that he was going to cheat the alliance of their pterosaurs and horns, maybe, if he had helped me just once, I wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating state. Her face was contorted as she vented her dissatisfaction with Bran to Jon. I don't know. Maybe he's under some kind of restriction, or maybe he got into an accident. I've been trying to contact him recently, but I haven't succeeded even once. Jon shook his head dejectedly. Actually, he was the one who told me about the theory of the 5 knights. After Melisandre's attitude toward me changed, he was the one who taught me supernatural knowledge. He knew the spells of the shadow binding knights, as well as fire spells. He even helped me create the Winter Wolf Howl based on Dany Alice's soul attacks. He clearly knew all about Dragon Queen's moves and even taught me defensive spells. But for some reason, he rarely mentioned Melisandre, nor did he analyze her spells for me. At that time, I thought that I already knew all of Melisandre's trump cards, so Bran didn't say anything. Maybe the Green Prophet's power has its limits. He doesn't know about Melisandre's abilities or her plans. Jon said hesitantly. Jon, and suddenly, Jon's eyes rolled back and his body stiffened as he collapsed on the chair. His 4 limbs and head twitched as if he was having epilepsy. Jon, save me, Jon. He's here, Jon. Jon. This was Bran's voice. It exploded in Jon's mind like fireworks under the noon sun, loud but weak. It became more and more urgent, forming an unrecognizable howl. Bran, is that you? What's wrong? Who's here? How can I save you? Sansa looked at Jon, who suddenly had epilepsy, then started screaming and struggling for no reason. She was confused and shocked. Jon, what's wrong? I don't blame you anymore. Don't go crazy. Don't scare me, she shouted with a sobbing tone. He's here. He's trying to take the seal of the Green Prophet. No. They shouted an order to the children of the forest who were throwing magic grenades. Jon was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and the veins on his face and neck were almost popping out of his skin. He used a voice that did not belong to him to let out a thunderous roar. Burn them all. Boom. It was as if a sole nuclear bomb had been detonated in the Moongate Castle. Jon's consciousness was connected to Bran's, and the powerful willpower of the Green Prophet's seal entered Jon's mind through that connection. Then, it suddenly spread throughout the Moongate Castle. Sansa, who was shaking Jon's body with all her might, fell to the ground as if someone had hit her in the face with a club. She was bleeding from her 7 orifices, but she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Burn them all!" Everyone in the Moongate Castle, including the nobles, knights, servants, guards, and even the sows in the pigsty, had ferocious expressions as they roared at the sky. Burn them all. The sows and dogs did not speak human language. They used their own vocal cords to shout. An image appeared in the minds of everyone in the Moongate Castle. In a dark and cramped stone cave, an icy cold fog surged in from outside. A few squirrel-like monsters were holding black stones the size of melons. As they retreated, they threw them into the fog. Boom! The melons and black stones fell to the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. They exploded into a ball of red flames the size of a washtub. The flames sizzled in the pale fog that was suffused with a faint blue light. They weakened visibly until they were finally extinguished. But after burn them all, the squirrel people began to throw black stone fireballs at the white snake-like tree roots around them. The tree roots seemed to have been poured with oil, and they ignited with a light touch. The white snake-like tree roots burned with red flames. They were like the tentacles of a flame demon, blocking the icy fog. The image disappeared. Other than Jon, Sansa's soul power was the strongest in the Moongate Castle. She was the first to groan and recover. My head hurts. What happened? She shook her head hard and muttered in a daze. Jon slowly opened his bleeding eyes and said weakly, Bran, it's Bran. Before he could finish his sentence, his gray eyes that had regained clarity began to roll back again. Jon opened his mouth wide and roared, "Oh no, hold the door." At that moment, Bran's emotions were too agitated. The more agitated his emotions were, the more intense his conflict with the cold and merciless seal of the Green Prophet became. The intense conflict caused a huge amount of energy to leak out. Sansa saw in horror that the Jon in front of her was becoming illusory, as if he was about to disappear from this space and time. No, finally, Jon was not immortal. He began to resist and counterattack. His left, I was covered by a thick shadow, and his right, I was burning with a bright red light. Bran, hold on. Jon let out a subconscious shout. It was not to save Bran, who was being threatened by the ice creatures, but to save his underling who was being crushed by the seal of the Green Prophet. If he was conscious, Jon would only be at a loss and would not know what to do. But in his instinctive state, he made the most correct and most effective counterattack. The soul of Whitey the dire wolf entered his body. The winter wolf's howl was activated. The soul attack that landed on the seal of the Green Prophet was like a wave crashing onto a reef. Water splashed everywhere, and there was no effect. Not enough, far from enough. Jon roared ferociously. Sansa, Rickon, help me. What? Sansa asked in a daze. Her body tilted, and she collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Wu was not fighting alone. His gray eyes had the reflection of his charming sky-blue pupils and bright, youthful eyes. Finally, it was not a wave crashing onto a reef this time, but a wooden boat. Wooden chips flew everywhere. The boat was destroyed, and the people died. The reef was still there. Not enough, still not enough. Sister, sister, where you are ya? Arya was much stronger than Sansa. She hugged her head with a ferocious expression, resisting the pull from Bran's soul power. That's right, it was Bran. On the surface, it looked like Jon was fighting with his underlings, but he was powerless. On the other hand, Bran had both the will and the power. Ah, Jon! Tears streamed down Arya's face. She gave up resisting. A cold soul entered the Stark family bucket. An armored ship crashed into a rugged reef. The reef shook, and the armored ship turned into Titanic. It's still not enough, Jon despaired. But in the next moment, another will that was 100 times colder and 100 times stronger than Arya's came, without warning. It followed Arya's soul thread and forcefully entered the Stark family bucket. No, Bran screamed in fear. He wanted to struggle and break apart the Stark family bucket, but it was too late. Boom! Katja, the million-year-old green prophet seal, shattered like a glass window that was hit by a hammer. The Stark family bucket returned to their original bodies. What happened? Sansa and Jon, who were panting, asked at the same time. Then, they looked at each other in confusion. I think I saw Bran, Rickon, and Arya, Jon muttered. Sister changed. She became so cold, like the icicles hanging under the eaves of Winterfell's tower. Cold and sharp. There's another one even colder, like Sansa's face paled. Colder than winter, like the long night. Jon's pupils constricted. He said in shock, King of the Deviant Ghosts. That's the King of the Deviant Ghosts. It's chasing after Bran and wants to steal that. But it followed Arya in. Why? Is it a coincidence? Or is it Arya? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. The City of Knowledge didn't go back on its word. After killing Sir Ace, it sent the collected information about the demi-human deviant ghosts to the various lords. The other nobles were still suspicious, but Jon combined the information about the Night King in the Night Watchman's library and immediately confirmed that the King of the Deviant Ghosts was real. If that's really the King of the Deviant Ghosts, we're in big trouble. Jon covered his face and sighed. Illusion, it can't fool me. It's all an illusion. Sansa shook her head vigorously and comforted her brother. Jon, don't be afraid. It's all an illusion. It must be Melisandre. She's cursing us with blood witchcraft. What did the Stark family bucket do? Aunt May, who was blamed by Sansa, also sensed the change from beyond the Great Wall. When she stood by the fireplace and stared at the fire to find the answer, a pair of icy blue eyes looked at her. Her hair stood on end, and she took 3 steps back in shock. The long night is here. Chapter 711. Aunt May gave up on her usual elegant and sexy swaying. She almost sprinted at the speed of 100 meters and hurriedly found Erlu outside the courtyard. Your Majesty, I've received a revelation. There's a big change in the north. The long night is coming. She panted. Erlu was excited to experience the pleasure of riding a dragon, but Aunt May's rare expression shocked him. He quickly climbed down from a 17-meter-long shadow dragon and asked anxiously, Is the sea around the East Sea Watch and the Shadow Tower starting to freeze? Aunt May shook her head and explained, The sea in the north won't freeze. At least the bay near the Great Wall won't freeze until the magic circle inside the Great Wall is destroyed. The Great Wall is not only 500 kilometers long on the ground, but also 50 kilometers long on both sides of the sea. It's impossible for the other ghosts to dive in or wait for the sea to freeze. Erlu breathed a sigh of relief. He took off his helmet and handed it to the servant. He asked in confusion, Then why did you say the long night is coming? The king of the other ghosts has appeared, Aunt May said solemnly. The kind spirit that the scholar said was haunted by the sin of extreme evil. I always thought the king of the other ghosts was the servant of the frost god. Erlu frowned. That's him. He is indeed the servant of the frost god. The scholar said it was just a human. Humans believe in the frost god and are the servants of the frost god. Erlu looked back at his pterosaur and pressed his right hand on the hot handle of the red sword. He gritted his teeth and said, Where is he? I'm willing to follow fate and end the long night. After killing the king of the other ghosts, I'll come back to punish the rebels." This tone was like Guan Yu saying to Cao Cao, "After I kill Hua Xiong, I'll come back to drink this wine." It wasn't that Lu had become arrogant after having the pterosaur. It was mainly because Aunt May kept telling him that he was the child of prophecy and was destined to end the long night and bring light to the world. Lu felt that with the pterosaur and a magic sword, he had reached the peak of personal strength. "If I can't kill the king of the other ghosts, tell me, how can I improve myself?" Then Aunt May began to tell him how to improve himself. "Your Majesty, you are indeed the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai in the prophecy. Fate has destined you to end the long night and bring light and summer to the world. This is also true. However, the servants of the Frost God are far more powerful than mortals can imagine. Your current strength is far from enough to fulfill your mission." But Yasur and Yahai ended the long night with just this sword. Lu unsheathed the long sword at his waist. The courtyard was immediately enveloped in a strange red light. Waves of heat spread out from the sword, blowing Lu and Aunt May's hair. However, Lu's hair was curled and charred, while Aunt May's face was like a spring breeze. Aunt May glanced at Red Sword and shook her head regretfully. "Your sword is not in its best condition, and you need strength to break through the defense of the deviant Ghost King's servants." Just like that day under the Great Wall, more than 10 deviant ghosts and thousands of ghouls were sent out in a probing attack. Danny and Liz also had to rely on the help of thousands of savages to get rid of them. Thinking back to the battle between gods and demons, Lu's pride from the pterosaur completely disappeared. He nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "You are right. I need more strength. First, I have to take down the valley quickly before Bronze John and the others come back. I don't need to take down the entire valley. As long as I attack the Moon Gate Castle and take over the Blood Gate from the back, the vassals of the valley who are blocked outside will have no choice but to surrender. After getting the loyalty of the valley and going to the king's territory, 10 pterosaurs should be enough to take over the king's landing, right? When I am officially crowned as king, with the power of the 7 countries, it should be enough to deal with the other ghosts, right?" "No, it's not enough." Aunt May shook her head and said, "I have a feeling that after the other Ghost King defeated ES God's servant, his strength has increased tremendously. It is impossible to obtain the final victory with just the strength of a mortal." Lu immediately understood Aunt May's thoughts. His eyes became sharp, and he puffed up his cheeks. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't kill him. Even if his father mixed up the Targaryen Red Dragon bloodline, even if he wants to usurp the Iron Throne, he is still a Targaryen, a descendant of a noble, illegitimate child. He is not a complete foreigner. He was captured in the war as a noble and even paid me a ransom. I can't hurt him. Yes, he has the Targaryen true dragon bloodline, but it is because of this that his king's blood is even more valuable. Your Majesty, use his blood as a sacrifice to the great Lalo, and you can hatch the demonic dragon from stone. Only the Megalosaurus is a true dragon, and only the Megalosaurus can deal with the deviant ghosts." Aunt May tried to persuade him for the umpteenth time. Well, this was not the first time. After Aegon's identity as the fake crown prince was confirmed, Aunt May began to encourage Lu to sacrifice the demonic dragon he hatched from the stone. She had never suggested this before, not because she didn't want to. In fact, she wanted it so much that she even dreamed about it. He was the Dragon Queen's nephew. Could the extremely rich king's blood pull Lalo's divine kingdom into the material world? But she didn't dare. Aunt May was not afraid of anything. She burned the statues of the 7 gods, burned the Forest of God, burned anyone who dared to blaspheme the Red God, burned the nobles, burned the king's descendants. She dared to burn anything because those existences could not threaten her. But the Dragon Queen could take her life. Was Aunt May afraid of death? It was hard to say, but she definitely did not want to die because she had a mission. In order to fulfill Asha's prophecy, she had waited for hundreds of years. She definitely did not want to die until she saw the end of the long night. But she had touched the Dragon Queen's nephew, so she had to die even if she didn't want to. But if Aegon was the fake nephew, then she should hate him as much as she loved him before. If she burned him, it would have nothing to do with the Dragon Queen. However, Erlu was stubborn and stubborn. He held onto the false honor and refused to let go. Was Erlu a righteous and just person? Dany could not figure out Erlu's personality. But when it was not a matter of life and death, Erlu could really be strict with himself and treat others harshly. In fact, to understand Erlu's personality, one could refer to Liu Bei in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Everyone scolded Liu Bei for being a big-eared thief and a hypocrite, but he really did not do anything evil in his life. Compared to the honest and cute traitor, Boss Liu, who never massacred a city, was as kind as an angel. If there really was a god, even if Boss Liu did not become a saint after his death, he would at least be reincarnated into a middle-class family in his next life. Old Chow would probably be rolled in a pot of oil and cut into pieces on a mountain of knives. Considering that he had contributed greatly to the war against the other races, the 18 levels of hell would be a little harsh. But at least he would be reincarnated as a woman in his next life and meet a perverted old man who liked his wife. Erlu was Liu Bei in the Song of Ice and Fire world. But Liu Bei was a benevolent persona, while Erlu was a just persona. Boss Liu was luckier. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Zhuge Liang were all loyal and righteous people. The key was morality. Even if the people around Boss Liu were not capable, they were all moral role models. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, even if Liu Bei did not want to disappoint his friends and leave, he would still be benevolent. Erlu was unlucky. He was born in the Seven Kingdoms. In the beginning, he was surrounded by rotten people like Robert, Renly, Littlefinger, Jaime, Cersei, and others. Later on, he met a shadow-binding knight who was bewitching and had no moral restraints. He was influenced by the company. Actually, if Erlu followed his nature and chose people like Davos to be his close friend and never met Melisandre, he would definitely be like Liu Bei. He would be a good person with no flaws his whole life. As for the matter of life and death, Liu Bei's most moral decision in his life was whether to take Liu Zhang's Sichuan. At that time, Cao Cao had already decided to attack Hanzhong. Liu Zhang had indeed asked Liu Bei for help. Liu Zhang and Liu Bei were not related. They were not relatives either. Hence, Liu Bei's choice of success or failure did not cause much moral damage. Erlu was the opposite. The biggest stain in his life was killing his own relatives. At the beginning of the War of the Four Kings, Erlu was able to follow the tradition of Baratheon's brother in Sanlu. It was a tradition that Erlu set himself. His unconditional loyalty to Robert had nothing to do with brotherly love. It was a responsibility that stemmed from the interests of his family and the country. Robert was dead. Now that he was the elder brother, he hoped that Sanlu would be as loyal to him as he was in the past, for the sake of lumbering and the country. Then, Renly threw a peach to him with a smile. "I can treat you to a peach." Loyalty? Ha ha! At that time, Erlu's choice of success or failure was to swallow his anger and retreat to Dragonstone Island under his younger brother's scornful gaze. He would admit defeat and give up his power. Erlu's right of succession was indeed higher than Renly's. Or he would give the foolish tease a peach and pluck his peach. He would then take over the king's landing and carry out his responsibility as Robert's successor. If Liu Bei was in Erlu's position, Liu Bei might also break his character. Of course, Erlu did not have any capable people by his side. If Zhuge Liang was used to replace Aunt May, Erlu would most likely be able to pluck Renly's peach easily. He might even have a brilliant plan to make Renly submit to him willingly. Or perhaps the Zhuge of the fantasy world would come up with a maze of eightfold maze and defeat Tyrion, the fake Zhou Yu, without even having to pluck Renly's peaches. The ugly dwarf setting fire to the Blackwater River was a bit like Zhou Yu setting fire to the Red Cliffs. No matter what, with Zhuge Liang's wisdom, Erlu would not have to face the choice of success or failure. Alright, I've digressed. Erlu did not have Liu Bei's luck and became a failed Liu Bei. But a failed Liu Bei would not lose his integrity unless it was a matter of life and death. That was why Erlu had always rejected Aunt May's suggestion to sacrifice Aegon. Just like how he had always opposed the sacrifice of Robert's illegitimate son, Derek. And although Aunt May was not as smart as Zhuge Liang, she understood the character of the person she was serving. She said seriously, "Your Majesty, it's fine if the King of Strange Ghosts does not move. But once it appears, it means that the long night has officially begun." Erlu looked up at the sky. It was a rare sunny day in winter. The sun parted the thick gray clouds, like a shy ant peeping at the mortal world behind the curtains. "This is the long night." He pointed to the sky and asked. Aunt May nodded. "The long night is like the wind. The wind rises and blows from the distant land of eternal winter. Although the distance is far, it will definitely come. Tell me, what if the King of Strange Ghosts crosses the Great Wall?" Erlu asked again. Aunt May frowned. "In theory, the King of Strange Ghosts cannot cross the Great Wall, no matter what." Erlu stared at her. "But I really have a premonition that danger is coming. If you don't hatch the dragon in the stone, it will be too late." Aunt May said with a serious expression. "Can it really hatch?" Erlu asked softly. "I swear, I received a revelation from the King of Light in the fire. The dragon broke the stone egg and came out." Erlu's expression was conflicted. The failed Liu Bei faced the choice of life or death again. Chapter 712. Must it be the king's blood? Perhaps we can capture a lot of rebels in the process of conquering the valley, Erlu said. Aunt May's red eyes shone. It must be the king's blood. Quantity can't replace quality. The Ragged Prince seems to call himself Prince Pentos, and he's a descendant of Alleglia. Does he have the king's blood in him? Erlu gritted his teeth. Aunt May's red eyes dimmed. She nodded and sighed. He has the king's blood, but it's too little in his body to hatch a stone egg. Aegon's true dragon bloodline is also very thin. He's a bit far from the main Targaryen bloodline, but it doesn't mean that his blood is thin. Besides, he was officially crowned as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. She seemed to be worried that Erlu wouldn't understand, so she said more directly, Aegon's blood is 10 times that of Aide's. 10 times. Erlu glared at Aunt May and ground his teeth. A branch of the Targaryen illegitimate son, who had only been a fake king for a few months, had more destiny than the son of ancestor Theon Barra? 10 times. How much blood did he, Stannis, draw out in the past? It was a bit more than Aide's, but it was still far from 10 times. Aunt May knew that her truth hurt the king's soft heart of steel. She sighed and said, maybe Aegon's blood is mutated, or maybe he took some destiny from Dany Rise. Erlu's face looked better when he heard this. He stopped grinding his teeth and asked curiously, can he get destiny by being that woman's fake nephew? It should be, Aunt May said with uncertainty. Tomon isn't Robert's son, but Robert treats him as his son. When Joffrey was king, Tomon also had the king's blood in his body. It was even thicker than Aide's. Erlu looked away and asked awkwardly, strictly speaking, Dany Alice and I are still cousins. Can I get some of her destiny? Dany's grandfather and Erlu's grandmother were biological siblings. They were much closer to each other than Aegon and Dany. Erlu was not interested in this kinship, but if he could gain more Heaven's will, why not? I'm just asking. I don't have any other intentions. He turned around and hurriedly explained. Aunt May said with a wooden face, perhaps there is, but it's almost negligible. Almost negligible. 2 opposing kings cannot share the mandate of heaven. Then Aegon. Although Aegon's blood is distant, they are close. He calls her his aunt. If I also call her Aunt Dany, can I? Oh, no. I should call her Cousin Dany. Can I get closer to her and borrow some fate from her? She looks like she's going to become the world empress. How rich is her destiny? If she becomes the world empress and I become the king of the 7 kingdoms, there's no conflict, no conflict. The above ridiculous thoughts only appeared for a moment before they were immediately chased away by Erlu's stubbornness and pride. I'm the only legal heir to the Iron Throne. I don't need anyone's destiny. It belongs to me. Erlu pursed his thin lips and said, let's go and meet the Ragged Prince. Compared to the uncertain Megalosaurus, it's more practical to find the other 20 pterosaurs. Also, we can ask him about the dragon hatching. The whole world knows that the allies are hatching dragons. Despicable, shameless, untrustworthy, no honor. I should have known. You're even willing to kill your own brother for the Iron Throne. What honor is there to speak of? At the top of Snakewood City's tower, in a small room with bright windows, the ragged prince, who had removed his armor and put on his shackles, did not curse out loud. He only had a mocking smile on his face as he mocked softly. The old man's tall and sturdy body was straight. He was not defeated by this failure at all. Erlu sat across from him. The thin sunlight shone through the window onto his skinny face that did not show any shame. The treatment of the captive was not bad, but the atmosphere when the two met again was not too good. Who do you think caused this situation? Erlu's gaze was cold. He did not look away as he met the old man's sharp and mocking gaze. An untrustworthy schemer and an evil witch. It's all because of this. The ragged prince's huge eye bags were pulled up. His eyes were wide open as if he wanted to vent all his anger on the two people across from him through the window of his soul. Do you still remember the situation of our first negotiation? Erlu reminded him with a cold smile. At the time, I sternly rejected you. From the beginning to the end, I never showed any disrespect. Even if I didn't prepare any salt or bread for you, I still treated you as a guest. Even if you vaguely threatened me after I rejected you. The ragged prince's ferocious aura suddenly froze, and the anger in his eyes gradually disappeared. Erlu was still going on. You were completely defenseless at the time, and you were also on my ship. If I really wanted to go back on my word, I could easily take you down. But I didn't. I let you go, and the thought of killing you for your treasures never crossed my mind. But how did you treat me afterward? The ragged prince rubbed his nose and said, I didn't have the horn with me at the time, nor did I bring the group of winged dragons with me. I've never seen the horn before. How would I know how big it is? And how would I know if it was on you? If you had left with the dragons after I rejected you, how would this situation have occurred? Erlu retorted with a series of questions. The ragged prince sighed and said, I already said at the time that the Alliance army was determined to get Aegon. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. The Alliance army had already arrived at Serene City, and they were bombarded by the Dragon Queen's dragons every day. They lost hundreds of people every day. Not only did this damage their strength, but it also damaged their morale. But we still waited there for Aegon. You couldn't obtain victory in a direct battle, so you used Aegon to set up a trap for her? As expected, this is the style of a trading city. But even if you're used to being shameless, what does it have to do with me? Erlu's eyes were scornful as he mocked him lightly. The ragged prince was angered by his attitude. He said coldly, using schemes and not morals is a normal way of war. No matter what happened before, your betrayal during the second negotiation is a fact that can't be washed away. Ever since you brought the winged dragons to burn 15 of my ships, we've been enemies. You said that the way of war doesn't care about methods. If I don't trick you into coming down, how am I supposed to deal with the endless bombardment of 30 winged dragons? Erlu growled. The ragged prince sighed. You Westeros are really shameless. I attacked you, so we're enemies. That's right. But when you asked the Bravosi to be your mediator, when you sent a messenger crow and invited me to negotiate, it meant that the hostility between us had temporarily come to an end. Could it be that you, Westeros, can imprison the enemy at the negotiating table when negotiating? Your Majesty, I have to remind you that the long night has arrived and the deviant Ghost King is about to attack. We don't have much time left. Aunt May didn't hide the annoyance and boredom on her face. Both of them had done shameless things, but neither of them wanted to be shameless, so they tried to prove that the other was shameless to cover up their own shamelessness. How shameless could they be? Hearing that the long night had arrived, the ragged prince was stunned. However, he didn't care about the deviant ghosts that belonged to the Westeros at all. He asked nervously, is Aegon really a fake? The news hasn't spread yet, right? If we're fast enough. Erlu waved his hand and coldly cut off his last hope. He's Illyrio's son, it's true. Announcing it in front of so many people would cause such a commotion, and Danny Alice would definitely know. Sigh. The ragged prince's straight back immediately bent down. That damn fatty, he tricked us so badly. Westeros, this damn shit pit, treacherous and evil. There are traps everywhere, and everyone is depraved. No wonder before leaving, High Priestess Jenny repeatedly warned him to be careful, careful, and careful. But he was already being careful enough. Erlu said, "The dragon's horn cracked. Did you do something to it? Do you know what's sealed in the dragon's horn?" The ragged prince smiled faintly. Dragon soul, a demigod dragon soul, one of the three ancestors of Alleglia, Megalosaurus, Vagor, Erlu said. The tall old man's pupils contracted in shock. "You know so much. Did the dragon's soul leave?" "He almost escaped." Melisandre smiled charmingly. "I was really fooled that day. Fortunately, I was the one who blew the horn. You can also stop the dragon's soul," the ragged prince said in disbelief. "Also," Melisandre's eyes flashed, and she guessed, "Is it Dany, Alice?" Looking at the old mercenary's expression, Aunt May knew that she had guessed correctly. "I didn't expect her to really receive a gift from the Great Wall. She's clearly a Targaryen of another race, but she doesn't believe in the old gods," she said with a complicated expression. "You didn't succeed in stopping him?" Just as the ragged prince's face relaxed, the red-robed woman shook her head again. "I couldn't stop the dragon's soul, but I didn't give him a chance to return to Vagor," she said. "Just like the dragon slayer's horn. If the magic runes in the dragon binder were destroyed, the demigod dragon soul sealed in the horn would regain its freedom and could instantly reunite with its master, the dragon soul." The value of a demigod dragon soul was too high. Jenny really needed Aunt Dany's nephew, but she didn't want to give her treasure to an aunt that she didn't care about in terms of identity, status, and ability. So, she used a little trick. The horn could be blown many times, but once the ability to control the pterosaurs was used, the runes in the horn would automatically be destroyed. Then, the dragon soul would break free and merge with the soul of Goat Egg's younger brother, Goathorn Vagor, in the form of a dragon soul. Actually, it was still Goat Egg. The three brothers had already merged into one. "Aren't you afraid of offending the Alliance?" the ragged prince said with an unpleasant expression. "The Alliance is very strong, but you probably won't be able to get past Dany, Alice," Aunt May said with a smile. "You can't imagine how strong Valeglia is," the ragged prince said proudly. Erlu sneered and said, "You can win with your own strength. Why spend so much effort to kidnap her fake nephew?" "You don't understand. I don't need to understand." "Now, tell me where the other 20 pterosaurs are," Erlu interrupted him. The ragged prince closed his eyes and said calmly, "I'm not Aegon. Don't try to take my peaches like you did to him. I'm Prince Pentos. Give me the treatment of a prince. Then, let's continue to waste time. Let's see if you can outlast the Alliance." The peach-picking secret book had a limit to greed. Never think about taking all of someone's peaches. So Erlu didn't insist. He stood up and looked at the tall old man meaningfully and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely receive you as the king." Chapter 713. Erlu did not stop and arrived at the guest room of the Iron Treasury. "Sir Taichu, you are not a captive. You can leave at any time. Aren't you afraid of offending the Alliance?" Taichu's long and thin goat-like face showed obvious dissatisfaction. "Will I offend the Iron Treasury by doing that?" Erlu looked at him calmly and asked in return. Taichu's eyes flickered a few times. He said ambiguously, "The Iron Treasury is the witness of your negotiation with the Ragged Prince. Your actions this time can be considered as tarnishing the Iron Treasury's reputation. I don't know how the Iron Treasury will react, but it is obvious that your actions will put us in a difficult position. Perhaps the Iron Treasury will seriously consider reducing your loan amount and interest rate." Erlu's deep eyes flashed with a mocking glint. "Yes, you will have to seriously consider reducing my interest rate by at least 50%. Are you crazy?" Taichu's goat-like eyes widened. It was as if he had seen a coquettish Erlu in women's clothing. "The one who is crazy is you, the Iron Treasury. How dare you interfere in the kidnapping of Dany Rise's loved ones?" Have you forgotten the wrath of the wings of death? How dare you side with the Pintos mercenaries in the negotiation right in front of me? You even sold them information about the fleet, causing me to lose hundreds of thousands of gold royals. Erlu got angrier as he spoke. He pointed at Taichu's nose and gritted his teeth. Do you really think that Stannis Bella and Theon are your puppets to control the Westeros? You can try. Taichu was momentarily intimidated by Erlu's aura. He shrank back with a pale face. No, you think too much. We are just pure businessmen, absolutely fair middlemen. We have no intention of offending Dany Rise, nor Taichu suddenly came back to his senses. Are you not the Iron Treasury's puppet? Military funds, food, and troops are all supported by Bravos. Why are you being unreasonable in front of me? Your Majesty Stannis, please watch your words. Goatee suddenly stood up, raised his chin slightly, and said proudly, The Iron Treasury is not to be slandered. Erlu's eyes turned sharp. He took a step forward and grabbed Taichu's collar with his well-defined right hand like an iron pincer. His left hand pulled out the red sword with clang. He pressed the blade against Goatee's neck and made a sizzling sound of roasting meat. Goatee howled. He felt an unbearable pain from his skin to his muscles, spine, and even his soul. It was as if a flame demon was tearing at his flesh with lava dripping from its teeth. Erlu was stunned and quickly moved the blade away. He was just so excited that he was ready to draw his sword and lay it on the neck of the Bravosi to show him his determination. In order not to accidentally injure Goatee, Erlu even purposely avoided the sword. Who would have thought? The hero's Crimson Sword's power has increased, Melisandre said in bewilderment. Is it? Erlu didn't feel anything. Look at him. Aunt May raised her chin and pointed at the representative of the Iron Treasury, who had rolled his eyes and almost fainted. The long night has descended. The sword spirit seems to be awakening on its own. She said hesitantly. Erlu sheathed his red sword and looked at the crying Taichu with disdain. Maybe he's too weak and can't bear the pain. Can a weak person cross thousands of kilometers of the Wolf Forest Mountain Path? Erlu was silent. Taichu had walked at least 2,000 kilometers in the waist-deep snow of the Northern Territory from the Eastern Sea. He was indeed not a weak person. I'm sorry, he said to Bravosi. I apologize for my insulting words to you just now. You're not a coward, but I can only say that you deserve it for burning your neck. Have you forgotten who helped you out of your predicament? Taichu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and gritted his teeth. Don't tell me I don't have to pay my debt, Erlu said indifferently. The Iron Treasury does not allow debts to be owed. Isn't that enough? Erlu mocked. I do owe money to the Iron Treasury, but I don't intend to go back on my word. I borrow money to pay my debts, and the Iron Treasury provides loans to collect interest. You and I have normal economic dealings. What makes you think I'm inferior? Taichu was stunned. He smiled bitterly and touched his neck. He said sensibly, I'm sorry. I apologize for my arrogant words. I deserve it, but aren't you and Dany Rise mortal enemies? The Alliance is also her mortal enemy. Even if the enemy of your enemy isn't your friend, you shouldn't fight. You must know that the Iron Treasury firmly supports your ascension to the Iron Throne. I also don't deny that Bravosi doesn't like Dany Rise. However, did I introduce the Ragged Prince to you because I had ill intentions towards you? 1 Aegon in exchange for a dragon's horn, a dragon egg, and 30 pterosaurs. It's worth it no matter how you look at it. This is a matter of principle, the defeated Liu Bei said stiffly. Worth my ass. If the Alliance kills Dany Rise, it's fine. But if she wins and comes back to settle the score with me, will the Iron Treasury be so easy to talk to then? You just want me to stand at the front and charge through the enemy lines for you. Erlu wasn't stupid either. Taichu sighed helplessly. Since it's already like this, there's nothing more to say. Just hope that the Alliance won't find a chance to pursue this matter. The long night has arrived. If the Alliance wants to take revenge, they have to survive until next summer, Melisandre said. The long night? Taichu curled his lips. He wanted to mock her, but when he saw the red sword at Erlu's waist, he was shocked and fearful. The words on the tip of his tongue changed. This is the demon sword forged by Yasura Yahai after sacrificing his wife Nisanisa. It's indeed evil. He pointed at the sword and asked. Melisandre frowned and said unhappily, "This is the holy sword that ends the long night and saves the world." Holy sword? But I'm not a deviant ghost. Why can't it differentiate between right and wrong? Tai Chu said with a bitter smile. Erlu didn't answer this question. He only said in a low voice, "Do you know where Pinto's mercenary hid the remaining 20 pterosaurs?" Tai Chu's eyes flashed. He understood his thoughts and asked tentatively, "How much can we get from the iron treasury?" Erlu glared and gritted his teeth. It was night. The crescent moon was like a sickle cutting through the layers of dark clouds. It draped an almost invisible silver veil over the quiet and dark divine forest. 4 blazing flame red heart knights in full armor walked silently through the forest path. The old Pinto's mercenary was in the middle of the knights. The chains on the old man's hands and feet made crisp, clinking sounds. "It's so late. Where are you taking me?" The Ragged Prince's throat was dry. Sensing the fanaticism hidden under the knight's solemn expression, his huge eye bags kept twitching. "I'm Prince Pintos." The old mercenary had been calm and quiet before, but now his voice was trembling. "According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, I should at least be treated as a duke. It's a pity you're not from the 7 kingdoms." A frivolous male voice came from the end of the forest. "However, we Westeros are hospitable. We'll definitely treat you as a king." The stone path turned at a 120-degree angle, and the red light of hundreds of torches was reflected in the Ragged Prince's eyes. Seeing the scene in front of him, even the old mercenary who had been trained to be calm for a long time couldn't help but be shocked. 200 blazing flame red heart knights densely occupied the small space around the heart tree, and right under the weirwood heart tree, there was a pile of firewood as tall as a man. The red-robed woman stood in front of the pile of firewood with a small wooden box in her hands. "Stannis, did you invite me to attend the evening prayer of the Red God?" The Ragged Prince forced himself to be calm. Erlu ignored him and only stood there, facing the weirwood on the white-boned tree trunk. He clenched his teeth, and his square chin slightly bulged. No one knew what he was thinking. "Yes, we're in the middle of the evening prayer. You're the only one left." Gordy Farland's eyes were excited, and his tone was strange. The old mercenary sighed. He was more or less certain of his tragic fate. His fear and panic dissipated, and he regained his calm demeanor. He looked at Erlu and asked, "From the beginning, I knew that the justice and law you insisted on would disappear when you hurt your own interests. So, I can understand you going against the tradition of not harming captives. But I'm really curious. Are you Westeros all so stubborn? Starting from the Dragon Queen to Yulin, and now you don't seem to be afraid of the entire world and the allied army formed by dozens of cities. Forget about the Dragon Queen. She's a ruthless person who's never been seen before. But Yulin, what do you have? What do you have? Octopus, sea monsters, and witches? Sea monsters are just playthings in Valeglia, and Far East Asia is full of witches. Even if Westeros are desolate, with your status, you shouldn't be so short-sighted." This time, Erlu finally turned his head, his deep blue eyes filled with determination and indifference. "Your nonsense is useless. I made up my mind. The long night has come, and King Strange Ghost is on his way south. I need power to save the world. This is my mission, and also your destiny." The Ragged Prince didn't struggle, allowing the 4 Red Heart Knights to tie him up in the pile of firewood. He asked softly, "What power?" "Mystic Dragon." Melisandre opened the wooden box and took out a black and red-scaled stone egg the size of a coconut. "Your king's blood will please the great king of light and awaken the mystic dragon in the stone." "Mystic Dragon, Mystic Dragon, Mystic Dragon." The surrounding Red Heart Knights' faces flushed red as they cheered fanatically. "Sigh, you've all been deceived by Dany Rise, sacrificing your loved ones." At this point, the Ragged Prince was stunned. She seemed to only want the king's blood. The allies have sacrificed their loved ones. They're all descendants of the noble royal family. But other than Yuan Kai, not a single megalosaurus has hatched. He smiled bitterly. That's because your dragon egg is fake, Melisandre said lightly. The Ragged Prince's pupils contracted. You found out. He'd received a dragon egg and a horn from Yuluan as a reward, but Erlu had snatched them away. The only reason he was willing to use the dragon egg as a bargaining chip was because Ginny had noticed at first glance that the dragon egg was made from broken fossil dragon eggs. So you purposely tricked me with a fake dragon egg. Erlu glared at him. The dragon egg was given to me by Yuluan, and Yuluan's dragon egg was stolen from Danny Rise. The Ragged Prince shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's very likely that she didn't have the money to buy the immaculate ones, so she made a fake egg to trick slave Master Gith. In the end, half of the world was ruined by her. Erlu's tightly clenched jaw loosened as he was stunned. That woman is so cunning. She's so evil, Gordy Farron said in shock. Aunt May looked up at the sky and saw the crescent moon hanging in the sky. She said loudly, "The time has come. Prepare to light the fire." Scarface Knight Richard excitedly carried a basin of palm oil and splashed it on the Ragged Prince's head. He shouted fanatically, "Long live Lalo! Long live His Majesty Stannis! Long live the Mystic Dragon!" The Ragged Prince licked the oil that slid down his old face and suddenly roared, "Stannis, I'll wait for you in Lalo's Purgatory of Death." He struggled with his hands that were tied to his waist and raised two middle fingers. One pointed at Erlu and the other at the ground. "Hypocrite of justice. Dogs hit Westeros. May hell not have any of you. Unfortunately, all of you deserve to go to hell." "Shit." Aunt May raised her slender finger and pointed in front of her. Boom! The Ragged Prince and the pile of firewood burst into flames. Oh, the old mercenary wailed in the flames. "The night is long and dangerous. Only my lord," the believer prayed loudly. A shadow reached out from the flames and wrapped around Aunt May like an octopus tentacle. Crack, crack. A crack appeared on the eggshell. Chapter 714. The Lindelly family of Snakewood City had a history of several thousand years. The weirwood tree in the middle of the divine forest was as thick as a canopy. Its white bone-like trunk and blood-red palm leaves extended for more than 10 meters. At this moment, it was like a giant flaming crown that was placed above Snakewood City. The people of the Northern Territory and the nobles of the valley rushed over angrily. Just as they opened their mouths to curse loudly, the curses were stuck in their throats and could not be spat out. Their eyes were wide open, the fear on their faces distorted under the fire and shadows. The bright red flames and the ice-cold shadow tentacles that were as black as ink. The light and shadows projected on the fanatical flame knights twisted like living creatures. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the dragon egg cracking was very soft. The sound of the surrounding firewood and weirwood burning was very loud, but everyone present heard it and looked over. Just as everyone thought that the dragon egg was about to hatch, the shadow tentacles extended from the flames suddenly retracted. Only the crackling of the burning charcoal could be heard. "Did we fail?" Erlu asked softly. "We failed." Aunt May nodded, but her heart-shaped face was so red that it glowed. Her red eyes flickered with an excited red light, and her waist-long, copper-colored hair danced a fire dance in the heat of the bonfire. "My senses were not wrong. The long night has come, and the world has changed again. The great Light King has truly descended upon the world. His kingdom is closer to us than ever before." Melisandre's face was covered in tears. She was so excited that her whole body trembled. Originally, the Pentos people were far from enough to attract the Light King's attention, but he heard our prayers and answered us eagerly. Erlu frowned. Indeed, the Light King's miracle during this fire sacrifice was more intense than any of the previous ones. He could even feel the red sword at his waist throbbing slightly. However, Lalo had tried so hard, but he still could not hatch the dragon. "But we failed," he sighed. "I told you that the king's blood in the Pentos people is very thin." Erlu's thin face was conflicted. He said helplessly, "I thought. Unfortunately, we only had one dragon egg. It's too late to regret now." He had always felt that it was unreliable to hatch a dragon through sacrifice. The reason was simple. This world Esper stone dragon egg was rare, but not impossible. Lalo's priests were all over Ursos. As for the king's blood, it was much easier than obtaining the stone eggs. Why hadn't the Red God Temple kept Megalosaurus in the past few thousand years? Even though Melisandre had told him that times had changed. The Red Comet had made miracles possible, and Danny Lilith had brought miracles back to the human world. But the problem was, before the arrival of the Red Comet, Aunt May had already advised him to hatch a dragon. Was he slapping himself in the face? Furthermore, several years had passed since the arrival of the Red Comet. Why hadn't the Red God Temple hatched a dragon yet? It was as unreasonable as a starving beggar desperately trying to sell his miraculous skill of turning stone into gold. But now, looking at the cracked stone egg, Erlu really regretted it. Melisandre might not be right every time, but she was right most of the time and rarely made mistakes. There's still time. Just as he was annoyed, he heard Aunt May whisper, "The fire is still burning, and the ceremony is not over yet. Quickly bring Aegon over." Erlu's pupils contracted, and he asked in surprise, "Are you sure we can continue?" Aunt May nodded confidently. "We have to be quick, or this dragon egg will really be wasted." The expression on Erlu's face was like a pair of love-struck men and women fighting. One moment he was on top, the next he was on top. "King Igwe is heading south, right?" he asked softly. Aunt May looked at Erlu with firm eyes and then turned her head. Her red eyes flashed with a bewitching red light, and an inexplicable pressure shrouded everyone who looked at her. The people of the northern region, the people of the valley, and the angry Lin Delhi clansman, the owner of Snakewood City. Yisia's prophecy is coming true. The long night has come, and you will soon receive news from the Night Watchers about the changes beyond the Great Wall. The servant of the god of frost, the king of Igwe, is leading countless monsters to attack. Only the reincarnation of Yasuo and Yahai can save the world, she announced loudly. Her voice seemed to carry a kind of magic power. Everyone who heard her speak, everyone who saw her flashing red eyes, saw the big shining ruby on her neck, could see a kind of great horror. The horror came from the Red Witch, but it did not originate from her. "What do you mean?" the great John shouted, suppressing the wild panic that was growing inside him. Erlu did not hide behind the woman. He stepped out from the crowd and stood in front of the people of the northern region and the valley. He said in a deep voice, "I am the savior mentioned in Yisia's prophecy. Of course, it is also possible that I'm not. But whether I am the savior or not, the long night has come, and Igwe is attacking. My responsibility to the Seven Kingdoms and the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not change. My strength is not enough to deal with the king of Igwe. I need the Megalosaurus, and to hatch the Megalosaurus, I need a sacrifice. You want to burn His Majesty Aegon to death." Meiji was shocked and angry. "You dare?" Big John's face was ferocious. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Erlu. "If you dare touch a hair on his head, I will cut you alive." Erlu looked down and glanced at Cold Edge, who was 3 feet away, and nodded. "That's right. I declare Aegon Mopatis, the Pentosian, to be executed at the stake for the crime of mixing up the royal bloodline and conspiring to usurp the throne of the Seven Kingdoms." Mopatis was Illyrio's surname. Syra was the illegitimate daughter of Blackfire, but she was officially married to Illyrio. Thus, Aegon's real surname was Mopatis, not Blackfire and not Targaryen. Just like Erlu, his grandmother was a proper Targaryen princess, but he was just Theon of Bella. No one would call him Targaryen. When they heard Pentosian Aegon Mopatis, the curses in the crowd decreased by 70%. That's right. Aegon's maternal grandfather was Blackfire, and he had his own surname. He could not even be considered a citizen of the Seven Kingdoms. Even the Targaryen of the past, Targaryen had purchased Dragonstone Island, the outpost of Aleglia, which belonged to the Targaryen family, 1,000 years in advance. He had also brought with him epic-making technology and wealth that could rival a kingdom. Then, he had painstakingly operated on Dragonstone Island for 100 years before he could barely assimilate into the Westeros. In other words, he had obtained the precious Westeros residence permit. The ancestors, the Undulls, and the Loinars were all foreign invaders, but they were extremely xenophobic, just like a certain country today. He is the son-in-law of the House of Stark. Countess Meji roared at Erlu. Don't ever think of harming Stark's people in front of the Northerners. She turned around, and her hard, old face twisted into an evil spirit under the light of the fire. She glared and gritted her teeth as she shouted at the people who had come down from silence. I said, no one can harm the son-in-law of the House of Stark in front of us, right? Yes. Big John suddenly came back to his senses and roared into the sky. Whether he is a red dragon or a black dragon, whether he is a foreigner or not, he is Sansa Stark's legal husband. No one can harm him. We swear to defend Stark's honor with our lives. All the Northerners shouted in unison. Their momentum soared to the sky, and even Aunt May's demigod soul was intimidated. Erlu clenched his jaw so hard that his teeth creaked. Aunt May carried the dragon egg and walked over gracefully. She said softly, "How ridiculous. Even Stark doesn't treat him as one of his own. You outsiders are the only ones who are so excited." Big John shouted, what are you talking about? Where have Jon Stark and Sansa Stark been these days? Aunt May sneered. Big John was at a loss for words. Were they at Moongate Castle, or had they returned to Winterfell? They hadn't been seen for days. Sansa Stark and Tyrion Lannister were also legal husband and wife. Aunt May's smile grew wider. Do you think Aegon brought her less shame than Tyrion? Sigh, poor girl. No matter what choice she makes, I can understand. You should understand, too. Impossible, you're misleading us. Count Meji's old face was pale. Her eyes, which were once more resolute than a rock, were now filled with panic and doubt. Big John opened his mouth wide. He looked at Meiji, Erlu, Aunt May, and then turned to look at his companions. His heart was in a mess. He wanted to get an answer from them. What should I do? But no one could tell him. Everyone had different expressions. Some were bewildered, some were thoughtful, some were convinced, some were indifferent, some were excited to watch the show, some were hesitant to speak, and some were muttering softly. But no one shouted to die for Stark's honor. Just as the Red Witch had said, even Stark himself wanted to get rid of Aegon Stain. Why were they so anxious? Erlu gave Gordy Farland a look, and the knight excitedly left with his 4 guards. Some saw them, while others didn't. Some of the people who saw them knew what they were going to do, but no one stopped them. After a while, the blazing Redheart Knights carried the roofless palanquin. Amidst the clanging of armor and scabbards, they ran through the divine forest and came to the burning weirwood tree. King Aegon. Meiji couldn't help but exclaim worriedly. Aegon. Big John didn't call him king anymore, but he looked concerned. Aegon's condition was too bad. His once soft and elegant silver hair had become oily, and his rosy cheeks were pale and sunken. His gradually changing purple eyes were as dim as extinguished charcoal. His tall body was hunched into a ball, curled up on the soft couch, as if he was escaping from the cruel and merciless reality. Hearing the cries of Meiji, Jon, and the others, Aegon finally had some semblance of a living person. Where's Sansa? Where's she? His hoarse voice was filled with fear and anticipation. Sansa, Queen, she's not feeling well. She probably went back to Winterfell. Meiji didn't dare to look at the pair of eyes that emitted the last light in the embers. Her voice was weak. The last light was extinguished, and Aegon collapsed on the palanquin. Haha, I told you, but you didn't believe me. Gordy Farland's eyes shone with excitement. He bent down and spat out the most vicious words to the disheartened Aegon. Your mother is a Lys prostitute, and your father is a nouveau riche spice merchant. Ask any of the knights here if they're willing to marry their daughter to the son of those two. From now on, every time her name enters Sansa Stark's ears, it's like she was raped by a noseless, ugly dwarf in public. She's brave enough not to kill herself after such humiliation. What are you still dreaming about? Puffed. Aegon was so humiliated and desperate that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the palanquin. Chapter 7:15. A whoop! Big John roared and charged at the giant killer with his long legs. He was nearly 1 meters tall, and his body was full of solid muscles. His movements were very sudden, like a tank moving at the speed of a jeep. With a powerful impact, he knocked away 3 unprepared knights of red heart of flames in just a few steps. Before he got close to the sedan, he swung the iron sword in his right hand, which was as wide as a seesaw. Under the light of the giant weirwood tree burning, everyone felt a gust of wind in the sky. Then, with a smack, the giant killer's head retracted into his chest. Yes, Aegon was so stimulated that he vomited blood, and it happened to spray on Gordy Farland's face. Big John was too fast, and his outburst was too sudden. Gordy was swearing and wiping his face, so he didn't notice the door plank coming at his head. Originally, with Big John's strength and the weight of the greatsword, the giant killer's head should have exploded like a watermelon. But he was wearing an iron helmet, and the quality of the iron helmet was good, at least harder than his shoulder blades and sternum. So he became a coward. Plop! Gordy Farland's limbs twitched unconsciously as he fell to the ground. Only then did everyone recover from the shock. Bah! The great John spat on the corpse of the Red Heart Knight as if nothing had happened. He bent down and helped Aegon up from the ground, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Aegon, Aegon, Yuchi! Big John had just shouted twice when his spear stabbed at him like lightning. It hit the left side of his waist with a ding. The chainmail cushioned the impact of the sharp tip of the spear, and it only pierced 2 inches into his abdomen. Be careful. It was only then that Mei-Ji's warning came from behind. Oh, whoa! Big John felt the coldness at his waist. He threw Aegon King back to the sedan like a rag doll and swung the greatsword in his hand in the direction of the spear Richard, the knight with a face full of hatred. Richard's martial arts were not bad either. He let go of the spear and drew his sword to meet the attack. The 2 swords clashed. Crack! A scratching sound rang out. Stop! Big John, be careful! Mei-Ji shouted again. This time, her warning was faster than the Knights of Flames, but the triggers of the 20 crossbows were still pulled. Chi-chi-chi! In an instant, Big John's body was full of arrows. He wailed and rolled on the ground like a bloody gourd. Less than half a minute had passed since Big John had launched his attack and turned him into a hornet's nest. The Knights of Blazing Flame and Red Heart were all-seasoned warriors. They had followed Erlu to the north and south for many years. Not to mention how skilled they were in martial arts, they would never stand there and watch their general be cut down. After seeing Big John kill Gordy Farland, they almost subconsciously raised the crossbows hanging from their waists. Roar! Seeing Big John fall to the ground, Mei-Ji, Gilbert, and the rest of the Northerners went crazy. They drew their swords and were about to charge over. Aunt May frowned. The ruby at her throat flashed red. She did not seem to make any other movements, but the red flames mixed with a large amount of black smoke separated from the burning weirwood and turned into a black and red smoke python. It charged brazenly into the middle of the rioting Northerners. Mei-Ji and the 20 or so Northerners were burned by the smoke and fire. They screamed and ran away like rats. The red-robed woman did not want to kill anyone. She only covered their heads and faces in black smoke and ash before she stopped controlling the fire. In just a short while, hundreds of mercenaries with the blazing flame and red heart emblem on their chests charged into the forest of God's trees. They used spears, shields, and bows to surround the rioting Northerners. Yes, there were 2,000 Northerners in Snakewood City, but they mostly set up camp outside the city. Only people with status like Mei-Ji could live in the stone castle. As for the people of the valley, King Aegon was not the son-in-law of the valley. Without the disguise of Lei Jiazi, the nobles of the valley would not be loyal to him at all. Erlu glared at the bound Northerners and said angrily, "Are you rebelling? You call protecting your own monarch rebellion?" Big John groaned. The chainmail and the inner layer of leather armor were, of course, not immune to the crossbow fire at close range. However, Big John had strong bones and muscles all over his body. The arrows pierced through the armor and got stuck in his flesh. He looked bloody and miserable, but there was no fatal wound. "Is he your monarch?" Erlu was furious. "Didn't I make myself clear? He may have a thin Targaryen bastard bloodline, but he is a standard foreign outsider. He may not be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but he saved me in River Delta City. I don't care about the others, but I must save him today." John Amber's son was also called John Amber. Both John and Big John had participated in the bloody wedding. Little John was killed, but Big John was thick-skinned and did not die. It was only when Aegon and Sansa took River Delta City that he regained his freedom. Not only that, Aegon even helped him take revenge by hanging dozens of Freys. The great John roared angrily and began to struggle. The chains around his arms, legs, and neck rattled as he was dragged. 7 or 8 mercenaries swarmed over. Some grabbed his hands, some pressed his shoulders, and some even used their butts to sit on his face. Big John was pressed against the ground, unable to struggle at all. He could only let out a loud but powerless howl. "Sigh, you should understand that what you're doing is futile." Erlu's gaze softened as he sighed softly. At least I killed that idiot knight who insulted him." Big John laughed bitterly. Richard's anger rose when he heard this. He rushed over and kicked Big John. Bang! The steel boot landed squarely on Big John's mouth. His lips and tongue were torn, and his front teeth were broken. "Stop!" Before the pockmarked knight could kick Big John a second time, Erlu snapped out of his daze and stopped him. Erlu frowned as he looked at his knight. Words of reprimand flowed into his throat from his heart, but he swallowed them back into his anus. "Sigh, you may have broken a king's laws, but you are still a brave and loyal man." Erlu sighed with a complicated expression. He pointed at Big John and said to the Knights of Red Heart, "Take him away and lock him in the dungeon. We will deal with him when Jon Stark returns. We will continue—" No, don't burn my son." A fat man in embroidered clothes staggered through the crowd, wailing in grief. Illyrio had arrived. Although he was the mastermind behind the exchange of princes, and Erlu had always wanted to take him down for trial, Jon's crime of impersonating Lady Giazzi had little to do with him. It really had nothing to do with Stark. Of course he did not like him, but he was still Sansa's father-in-law. These days, the fat man had been staying in the northern camp outside the city. He had limited freedom of movement. He could move about in Snakewood City, but he had to be under the protection of the northern guards. The heart tree of the Godwood Forest was a 1,000-year-old weirwood. It was over 20 meters tall, and when it burned, it looked like a candle stuck on a birthday cake. Snakewood City was that birthday cake. Anyone outside the city who was not blind would notice it. "We have already paid the ransom. Why are you going back on your word?" The Pinto's trade prince's fat face twisted, his eyes spitting fire as he roared at Erlu. Erlu looked at him in disgust and turned to ask Aunt May, "Does he have the king's blood?" Aunt May shook her head. The trade prince is an honorary title. His political power is equivalent to that of a senator. Even if he has the king's blood, it must be extremely thin. Erlu said coldly, "The ransom was paid for the defeated Aegon Targaryen. It has nothing to do with the war now. Your son impersonated Lady Giazzi and conspired to seize the Iron Throne. His crime is unforgivable. Aren't red dragons and black dragons all dragons?" The fat merchant said angrily, "You should say that to Dany Rise, to John Clinton, to Sansa Stark, and to all the nobles of the True Dragon Alliance." Erlu waved his hand. The blazing Redheart Knight carried the drooping Aegon to the bonfire. "Aegon, Aegon!" Illyrio's eyes were red as he struggled against the two knights. Two hands full of rings reached out desperately, as if trying to pull his son back. Aegon recovered from his rage and spat out blood. He turned to look at the fat face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. His cheeks, as pale as charcoal, flushed with excitement. This was the first time the two of them met after their identities were exposed. Aegon was looking forward to this moment as much as he was looking forward to Sansa's "I don't care about your identity" and Aunt Dany's "You are still my nephew" acknowledgement. So he began to struggle. He roared at Illyrio, "You lied to me. You ruined my life." Illyrio's heart felt like it was being stabbed. Tears streamed down his face. "I did it all for you. You deserve the best in the world." Dog's hit. Aegon's expression twisted. The best in Dog's hit. "I pursued the Iron Throne because I was told my life's mission from the time I could remember to take back the honor that the Targaryens had lost, to avenge my parents and sister. Rhaegar, who died in Theon's rebellion, was my father. Elia, who was raped and killed by Lannister, was my mother. Rhaenys, who was chopped into pieces, was my sister. The Iron Throne that was usurped belonged to me. These are the reasons why I have always wanted to return to the Westeros. From the moment I was born, you draped me in the guise of a ghost. My dreams were given to me by you. My fate was twisted by you. Now you tell me that this is for my own good? I would rather be a fisherman by the Rhone River for the rest of my life. At least I can truly live with my own identity." Illyrio seemed to have been hit by an oncoming truck. His body swayed as he clutched his chest. "You are the grandson of Demon Blackfire. You have a noble bloodline of Aegon IV and Diana Targaryen. You should inherit the legacy of your ancestors. Your mother once told me that you should become a noble prince." Aegon looked up and laughed maniacally. "Retribution, retribution. You and Varys' plan drove Viserys crazy and caused Dany and Rhys to suffer. The turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms over the years was most likely caused by you, right? Thousands of innocent people have died. Now retribution has come. Burn me, burn me. Even the seven hells are not enough for me. Only the evil God, Arg, Aegon." No, the fatty stretched out his neck and wailed. When they heard the interaction between Aegon and Illyrio, including Erlu and Aunt May, the Red Heart Knights of Blazing Flames, the onlookers from the Northern Territory, and the people from the Valley were all enjoying the show. However, how could the believers of the Red God tolerate someone insulting Lawler? Without waiting for King Aegon to finish his last sentence, the two knights who were holding him down pushed him into the sea of fire with all their might. A holy mother of mercy! Aegon was bathed in flames as he rolled back and forth on the burning firewood. The realization of being in the evil god's hell was thrown out of his mind as he began to shout for the holy mother of mercy. The night is long, and danger is everywhere. Fortunately, there is Allah, who overflows me. Aunt May recited the Red God ritual again, and the Red Heart Knights around her followed suit. It formed a strange harmony with Aegon's wails and Illyrio's curses, and cries. There seemed to be a gluttonous monster hidden in the fire. Aegon's pain from his soul was its food. It once again extended its shadow, tentacles greedily, and wrapped them around the rolling Aegon in the bright fire. The red fire and the pitch-black shadow swayed happily in the fire, as if it was extracting something from Aegon's body. The fire was clearly soaring into the sky, but the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if their souls were being tightly grasped by the shadow. Gods, what kind of monster is that? Meiji, who was forced to kneel on the ground by the mercenaries, was pale, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. The Red God believer beside her said proudly, "This is Lalo's majesty. Roar, majestic heavenly dragon." Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. It was majestic, holy, and grand. Chapter 716. Dragon Queen wasn't in a good state of mind recently. Nephew Gu falling into the enemy's hands was one thing. After all, Nephew Gu existed to lie in the mines. She had tried her best to save him. Erlu wouldn't dare to take his life, at least she thought. But the loss of contact with the dwarf outside Meereen was very troublesome. She was waiting for news from him to adjust her battle plan. Before she could come up with a plan, something happened at the King's Landing again. Big Sparrow died, tragically under the wildfire bomb. This was really unexpected. When she saw Big Sparrow again, she was dumbfounded. How did this guy die again? Big Sparrow was the holy son with 250 piety. His soul broke free from the pull of the death domain and entered the seven gods' paradise, the seven gods' faith pool, the seed of the seven gods' divine kingdom. After that, Aegon's eldest nephew was completely gone. His identity was exposed. Naturally, he was no longer the Dragon Queen's nephew. Dragon Queen missed the dwarf even more. Although he was small, his survival ability was very strong. He would definitely be a stronger and sturdier shield than Aegon. In the end, a bolt from the blue and the long night really came. Like Aunt May, she also sensed the change from beyond the Great Wall. She wasn't sure how Aunt May felt. In Dany's spiritual sense, at that moment, the sun seemed to have been shot by an arrow or slashed by a knife, hitting a vital point. Or maybe it was poisoned by time and suddenly became old and decayed. In short, no matter what the reason was, the sun in the sky didn't have long to live and was about to die completely. This was the sign of a long night. As for King's strange ghost, maybe it was too far away. Maybe she didn't have any prophecy skills. She didn't know it all and didn't feel anything. Let's put it this way. Because of the long night, King's strange ghost, who was previously hiding somewhere, went out to relax. Instead of King's strange ghost going out, the long night appeared with it. Even when Bran was being hunted down by King's strange ghost, Stark and his siblings fused into the Vajra Gord brothers, and then fought against the Green Prophet's imprint to grind down Bran's willpower. She didn't know about this series of actions either. After that, King's strange ghost followed Arya's will and joined the Stark family to counterattack the Green Prophet's seal. Dany still didn't notice. Until the very last moment. Dany had already condensed the Song of Wind, and the birth of the first Green Prophet came from the children of the forest who listened to the Song of Wind of the Door God. It could be said that Wind Song was the origin of the Green Prophet. As such, when the Green Prophet's seal shattered, she felt it far more clearly than Melisandre. At that moment, the skies seemed to have collapsed for Westeros. At that moment, she was both shocked and at a loss. She was also pleasantly surprised, as if a pie had fallen on her head. The Green Prophet's seal had always been monopolized by the three-eyed crows. Others couldn't even see it. At least Dany had never sensed its existence. She had condensed the Song of Wind, and had even become a wind demigod. But now, not only was it touched by the enemy, it was even shattered. How could she not be shocked and at a loss? However, after the Green Prophet's seal shattered, a few shards traveled thousands of miles and landed in her backyard, on the weirwood tree trunk in her backyard. That tree trunk came from the Green Prophet's shelter. In the stone room where the weirwood seeds grew, Dany chanted a sacrificial song, and the tree trunk automatically fell off from its roots. The roots that bore the weirwood seeds belonged to the former weirwood god, who was also the door god. The fire elemental spirit, Little Mist, revived it, and the tree trunk became a tree. Melisandre Mormont treated it as a tree and prayed devoutly. The tree was connected to Westeros. Every weirwood was like a signal tower, listening to information from a certain range from the wind. Countless signal towers were connected to form an information network, which was managed by the Green Prophet who had received the inheritance. The weirwood tree trunk in Meereen's Pyramid Garden was connected to the Green Prophet's information network, but Dany didn't gain much benefit. She could only observe what happened within 10 meters of the weirwood tree. For example, if Ji-Chi sat on the lawn in the afternoon and ate melon seeds, Dany could see her slacking off when she went home at night. If Ji-Chi was happy in the swimming pool, Dany couldn't see it because the swimming pool was more than 10 meters away from the weirwood tree trunk. Even if the weirwood tree trunk's signal tower had a weak effect, it was still connected to the tree towers of the Westeros. When the Green Prophet's seal was shattered, the shards didn't disappear into the air. In other words, the Green Prophet's information network was another dimension, the tree dimension. The Green Prophet's seal had always existed in it. Now that it was shattered, the shards were scattered in the tree dimension. The weirwood tree trunk that sprouted in Dany's backyard was also part of the Westeros tree dimension. Also, because it came from the root of the door god, Dany's weirwood cane inherited a rich inheritance, which was close to 1% of the total number of seal shards. At that moment, the persimmon trees, apple trees, mango trees, as well as the flowers and grass in the garden swayed together and sang a cheerful song in the wind. The song was sung by the fire spirit Little Fog. If other people came into contact with the seals of the Green Prophet's will, no matter how strong their will was, they would have a 99% chance of being assimilated. But Dani was different. She was an expert in dealing with the will of the evil god. After losing the control of the three-eyed crow and coming to Serene, which was thousands of miles away from the Westeros, how could the steel seal-like will and the shards resist? They were crushed, burned, bestowed with a spirit. They were all turned into resources and entered Dani's wind song subsoul. When Dani became a wind demigod, the Green Prophet's second soul turned into a wind belt. The wind song's divinity didn't increase by much, and Dani had to comprehend it herself. It was like eating a pig's brain to nourish the brain, but it definitely wouldn't increase the pig's experience and knowledge. Well, Dani and Bran used different methods to use the Green Prophet's seal. Dani ate it and absorbed its nutrients, while Bran connected the pig's brain to his own, which was equivalent to adding another pig's brain. Generally speaking, Bran used the seal more efficiently, while Dani wasted a natural treasure recklessly. But there weren't any side effects, and her will wouldn't be affected. But the pig's brain was too nutritious, and Dani's wind song subsoul's body increased by 100 times, and she ate until she became fat. Currently, her sea of consciousness was filled with all kinds of wind, such as breezes, strong gales, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. Her wind song subsoul was somewhat similar to Dorgod's divine domain filled with storms back then, forming the prototype of the divine domain of wind. The increase in her divine power was one thing, but the other benefit was even greater. The Westeros loved her even more. Don't think that the Westeros were a cesspool, but they were the door of the world and had a special meaning. Otherwise, why would the long night start from the Westeros? Why would the old gods gather there? The love of the Westeros, more accurately, was the blessing of the Westeros world consciousness. To be more direct, the seal of the Green Prophet was equivalent to the creation jade disk of the Westeros. Yep, it was a simplified version of the heavenly axiom controller. The love of the Westeros gave Dani two benefits. First, when she was in the Westeros, her cultivation speed would become faster. Second, she had a general sense of the Westeros. She couldn't be omniscient about the Westeros like the three-eyed crow, because the shares she received were too little. Also, she didn't fuse with the fragment of the Green Prophet's seal, but absorbed it through spiritual bestowment. A hatchet could chop firewood, but when the hatchet was melted into iron and then forged into steel, the steel would lose the hatchet's ability to chop firewood. The fragment that Dani absorbed wasn't the Green Prophet's seal, so she couldn't be omniscient. But Dani was the mother of the seven gods. If she and Blackie entered the dragon spirit state, they could faintly sense the prayers of the seven gods' devout believers. Just like in the Seven Kingdoms, there were already more than 100 monks who received blessings from the Holy Mother through their prayers. In the past, the seven gods could only listen to the prayers of believers with more than 200 piety points at any time and place. They didn't need to be in the Holy Church, and they didn't need the believers to face the Holy Mother statue. They could only respond to the prayers of true believers with more than 10 piety points, but they needed the Holy Church, which had a long history and rich power of faith. They also needed the believers to sincerely pray to the Holy Mother statue. But now, things were different. After receiving a portion of the love of the Westeros, Blackie and Dani's dragon spirit sensed the believers so much so that they could fly. If the communication between the seven gods and their believers was compared to information exchange on the internet, then Blackie used the phone line plus cat mode to communicate with the believers. Not only was it slow, but it was also extremely expensive. It was so expensive that the Holy Mother Dani could only bestow divine arts to monks with more than 200 piety points. For example, the Big Sparrow had 250 piety points. He contributed 100 points of power of faith to the pool of faith. Dani deducted 50 points and gave them to Blackie. The remaining 50 points were stored in the pool of faith and belonged to the Big Sparrow. When the Big Sparrow needed to use divine arts, All the stored 50 points were transferred to him. He thought he got 50 points, but in fact, only 25 points were actually used, and the remaining 25 points were consumed in the process of transfer. Not only would the divine arts bestowed by the gods be consumed, but even the power of faith provided by the believers when they prayed to the 7 gods would also be consumed. Danny received 100 points of power of faith from the Big Sparrow. Maybe the Big Sparrow contributed 120 points, and the remaining 20 points were lost in maintaining the channel of faith. The Big Sparrow was the Holy Sun. The channels of faith of other believers were far more thin than his, and the consumption was greater. Therefore, Danny could only bless the saints with more than 200 piety points. That was the era of the phone line internet. But now it had changed. After being favored by the heavenly axiom, the connection between the 7 gods and their believers instantly surpassed 3G and entered the 4G era. The speed and efficiency were increased dozens of times, and the cost was reduced dozens of times. Originally, in the state of the Holy Mother with the big black dragon, there were only a few hundred red dots distributed in the land of sunset in the west. Now, the red dots were densely packed and stacked, and countless information poured into the 7 gods' minds. They were all the prayers of the believers. They couldn't sense it before, but now that they had entered the 4G era, they could do live broadcasts anytime and anywhere. However, there was too much information for Danny's human brain to process. It was like 10,000 mosquitoes buzzing around her. But the big nephew's cry was too sad and desperate, and she was very familiar with him. Therefore, she responded to the big nephew and established a connection with him. The big nephew, who was rolling in the flames, saw the Holy Mother. O 7 gods, the Holy Mother is so kind, so gentle, and a little familiar. The Holy Mother is merciful. He wailed, "Holy Mother, save me." He asked the Holy Mother for help. Then, Danny discovered in shock and anger that a familiar evil aura was entangled around her dear big nephew. It was Lalo. Lalo, the shadow devil, was extracting the power in his bloodline and corrupting his soul. Erlu, that square-jawed guy, dared to sacrifice her cute big nephew. Danny was furious. Fine, he was no longer her big nephew. But even if the family was gone, the favor was still there. There had never been any family before. The exposure of her big nephew's identity didn't affect Danny's love for him at all, because she never treated him as family. It was the 4G era, and the transmission speed and efficiency of godly power had increased dozens of times. She didn't have any family love for her big nephew, but for him, she was willing to waste a lot of the 7 gods' godly power. Chapter 717. Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. The burning weirwood was like a candlelight on the earth. Flames that were 20 to 30 meters high rose. Suddenly, a grand, majestic, and sacred voice came from the sky. It was like the evening drum and the morning bell. It was so loud that it cleansed everyone's souls. In an instant, everyone's fear of the twisted black shadow in the fire disappeared. They looked up and saw a platinum palm the size of a bed for 2 falling from the sky. It slapped the struggling and wailing Emperor Aegon. Boom! The red flames around them exploded. Sparks flew, charcoal flew, and smoke filled the sky. It was as if a missile had hit Emperor Aegon. At the same time, the black shadow tentacles that were wrapped around its body exploded. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The black shadow twisted and made a sound that scratched the soul. The Red Heart Knights, who were chanting the Red God's sacrifice, suddenly stopped. They were stunned and did not know what to do. The people of the Northern Territory, the people of the Valley, and the mercenaries from the other side of the Narrow Sea were also shocked. "What's going on?" Erlu exclaimed. Rustle, rustle, rustle. While everyone was still in shock, the surrounding flames were pulled by a mysterious force. They quickly gathered above Emperor Aegon's twitching charred corpse. They condensed into a ferocious megalosaurus with its eyes wide open. As a large amount of flames were absorbed into the flaming megalosaurus body, its figure gradually turned from an illusion to a solid form. Aunt May's gaze sharpened. The ruby at her Adam's apple shone with a bright red light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh before the megalosaurus, which was a combination of flames and divine power of faith, turned into a solid form. Hundreds of thin and long black shadows stretched out from the flames like hedgehogs. They pierced into the megalosaurus body like spears. Boom! The megalosaurus exploded into countless small fireballs and fell from the sky. Dani made a perfect entrance with her voice. However, when she showed her face, she failed to show off. The flaming megalosaurus exploded, leaving behind a milky white ball of light that emitted a holy radiance. A thought from the seven gods. Instead of reforming the megalosaurus, Dani directly appeared in front of the world in the form of a holy light ball. She roared, "How dare you, demon! How dare you sacrifice my holy night in my blessed land?" Ah, Holy Mother! Some nobles in the valley suddenly came to their senses and knelt on the ground. They were so excited that their faces were covered with tears. They shouted in a trembling voice, "The Holy Mother has come to the world," while the crowd exclaimed, "Gods, the seven gods have descended. The evil god has lured the Holy Mother here." Aegon is a holy knight blessed by the seven gods. He is a disciple of the seven gods. Some of the nobles who knew about the holy knight's seal suddenly realized, "Mother of mercy, save my son." Ignoring the fact that he had never believed in the seven gods before, Illyrio was like a drowning man grasping at straws, crying out with unprecedented devotion. There was no need for him to make a fuss. Since the Dragon Queen had come, of course she would not let Nephew Gu end up in such a miserable state. Buzz, buzz. The night sky where the crescent moon was hidden suddenly scattered a misty silver light that almost covered the entire forest of divine trees. Then, the silver light condensed into a milky white, holy pillar of light that landed on the body of the moaning, charred figure in the fire pit. At the same time, a golden seven-pointed star rune lit up between Aegon's eyebrows. The Holy Knight's seal appeared. Spirituality poured into his sea of consciousness, helping to repair his broken soul. There was healing on the outside and soul repair on the inside. It seemed that Aegon was really going to be reborn. Seven gods, Erlu, who had always been expressionless, looked at the red-robed woman with a panicked expression. "The seven gods are fake. Throw a dagger at her." Aunt May laughed coldly. "What?" Erlu was puzzled. Aunt May turned around and pointed at the dragon bone tile dagger at Erlu's waist. "Dani Lilith is playing tricks. Throw a dagger at her." "Dani Lilith?" The fear on Erlu's face disappeared. He ground his teeth, his eyes full of shame and anger. He felt that he had been deceived and humiliated. He pulled out the ransom Dani had given to Asha Greyjoy, rushed to the fire, and threw the dagger as hard as he could. Whoosh, it hit the ball of light. It was clearly an illusory ball of light, but it seemed to pass through a ball of cotton candy. The dagger passed through the ball of light, taking a handful of milky white light with it. Then it lost its momentum and fell into the fire pit not far away. The tile weapon was indeed the best anti-magic weapon in the world. Even the Holy Mother of Divine Light, Dani, was fatally wounded. "Ah, heretic of the evil god, how dare you blaspheme against the seven gods?" The ball of light expanded and contracted. The majestic and angry voice directly entered everyone's ears. It was like a series of thunderbolts in their minds, shaking their minds and causing them to be in a state of panic. "I will curse you deeply. Heretic will never be able to ascend the Iron Throne." Boom! Saint Dani's thoughts suddenly exploded. The milky white ball of light exploded, turning into countless specks of white light and disappearing into the night. Well, this was the reason why there were very few gods in the Song of Ice and Fire world who showed up in public. Dani was now in her true god state. The descent of a god was supposed to be a scene of divine light, but the laws of this world were too unfriendly to supernatural powers. A tile dagger could easily kill a god. What was even more frustrating was that the tile dagger with a dragon bone handle originally belonged to Dani. This, No wonder the people of Alleglia would rather use tile to forge sphinx statues than let tile weapons out on a large scale. The ball of light exploded, and the pillar of light enveloping King Aegon disappeared. The flames and shadows were like living monsters, once again spreading toward Aegon, igniting him and entangling him. The terrifying demonic shadow once again enveloped everyone's minds. Suddenly, a knight of the valley seemed to wake up from a dream. His face twisted as he shouted in horror, "Stannis is attacking the Holy Mother! Blasphemy, blasphemy!" The priest of Snakewood City's small sanctuary was heartbroken as he cried and cursed. Heretics will never be able to ascend the Iron Throne. When Erlu burned the Godwood, the people of the valley were indifferent. When Aegon was burned, they were also indifferent. But the Seven Gods were their mainstream religion. How big of a miracle was the descent of the Holy Mother? But it was blasphemed by the heretics and the shadow evil god. Heretics, blasphemy! Heretics, blasphemy! Westeros don't need a blasphemous king. Almost all the knights and nobles of the valley shouted along. Erlu's fingers cracked as he chewed through his gums. "Your Majesty, why don't we sacrifice them all?" Aunt May moved close to his ear and suggested. Erlu's expression was uncertain. After a while, he changed the topic and asked, "Can the dragon egg still hatch?" "Of course." Aunt May raised the stone egg high. A black shadow hung down from the stone egg like roots. The eggshell shattered at a visible rate, revealing a slowly wriggling creature with black and red scales inside. "The mystic dragon has been born." Erlu was overjoyed. "Mystic dragon, mystic dragon, mystic dragon." The blazing red heart knight, who had been silent for a long time, shouted fanatically again. At this moment, another change occurred. An inexplicable pressure suddenly enveloped the Godwood. It was as if there was an invisible but substantial mountain floating above their heads. Above Aegon King Jiaosu's corpse, 30 meters from the ground, a golden light outlined dotted lines as if it was a 3D projection. Then it filled in the details along the dotted lines and finally constructed a lifelike huge stone gate. The gate was in the style of a Chinese archway. The pillars on both sides were carved with the pattern of a heptagram. At the top, there was a plaque with the words "Mountain Paradise" written in Westeros. An ethereal and tender female voice came from behind the gate. A faint sadness instantly filled everyone's heart. Little Fog had spiritualized and was pulled into the space of the Seven Gods by Dragon Queen to act as a singer to set the atmosphere. The Children of the Forest's original name was People Who Sing the Earth. They had no other skills, but their singing was definitely top-notch. Even Dragon Queen couldn't help but be intoxicated by it, let alone ordinary people. A clean and pure city in the sky made the whole world quiet down. Erlu and Aunt May were also intoxicated. They were temporarily immersed in the song and subconsciously didn't want to wake up. Creak, the milky white gate opened, and endless soft golden light poured out. The golden light fell on King Aegon's corpse. All the shadows that touched it screamed and fled back into the flames. Finally, Aunt May woke up, and Erlu also came back to his senses. At this time, the golden light had already formed a staircase between the gate of heaven and King Aegon's corpse. A valley knight suddenly shouted in disbelief. Someone walked out of the gate. No, it wasn't the Holy Mother. A tall and skinny old man with gray hair walked out. The old man's face had deep wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife. His thin cheeks looked somewhat cold and serious, but his eyes were very gentle, like a spring breeze, like the silent gaze of grandmother. His attire was extremely simple. Apart from a white robe, he didn't wear anything else. A pair of dark and rough feet were exposed. The old man's entire body was covered in a layer of holy white light. It sparkled but wasn't dazzling. "Holy Father!" The old Snakewood City cultivator knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly. "Holy Father!" Everyone was about to follow suit, but the Valley Knight from before interrupted them loudly. "He's not the Holy Father. He's the Great Sparrow. So the great sparrow ascended to heaven. God, the old cultivator's shout stopped abruptly. Isn't the great sparrow dead? He said blankly. That's not a living person, but a Holy Spirit. It's because he's dead that we can see him at the gate of Mountain Paradise. Is he guarding the gate of Mountain Paradise? Some northerners were puzzled. What's wrong with guarding the gate? It's also an honor to be guarding the gate of Mountain Paradise. The knight who believed in the 7 gods said indignantly, No, he's not guarding the gate. The old cultivator shook his head and shouted excitedly, The great sparrow is heaven's guide, just like the 7 stars Bible described. The Holy Mother looks at us with a smile, the sound of heaven rings, the gate of heaven opens, and the Holy Spirit guides the souls of the dead into heaven. Speaking of this, he seemed to have realized something. Aegon is going to ascend to heaven too. 7 gods above. He can ascend to heaven too? Isn't the requirement of ascending to heaven too low? The old cultivator was conflicted. Before he finished, the great sparrow had walked to the bottom of the stairs and reached out his strong hand that was like a withered branch. Like fishing for the moon in the water, he fished up a tall and strong silver-haired young man from the air on King Aegon's burnt face. Ah, it's exactly like the Bible. The great sparrow is going to guide Aegon to heaven. However, Aegon was not in a good state at this moment. His spiritual body was riddled with holes and entangled by dense shadows that looked like blood-sucking leeches. Some of the shadow leeches had already drilled into Aegon's spiritual body, and some of them were still hanging outside. It was a horrifying sight. All the people around, including the Knight of Red Heart, felt that their blood was freezing. They could never imagine that the blood sacrifice of Lalo could be so evil. The great sparrow widened his eyes in fury and slapped the head of Aegon, who had a painful expression on his face, with his other hand. Chapter 718. Big Sparrow clamped Aegon's shoulder with his left hand and slapped his head with his right hand. A dazzling white flame spurted out from his palm. The white flame spread from Aegon's head down, burning all the way. His spiritual body twisted in the holy flame, and his face twisted in pain. He opened his mouth and howled, but no one could understand the sound from his soul. However, the effect of the white flames was indeed powerful. Those black tentacles, whether they had drilled into Aegon's body or hung on him, did not escape the burning flames. Crackling, 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 they exploded into black mist and dissipated in the white flames. Damn it! Erlu cursed and asked the red-robed woman beside him with his hand on the hilt of his sword. Can only steel weapons attack these illusions? The red sword was created before steel was invented. It's very effective against deviant ghosts, but Aunt May said uncertainly, Why don't you go and try? Erlu was bold and fearless. He pulled out the light emissary, which was glowing with a strange red light. His eyes were firm as he strode toward Holy Sparrow. Ah, the Knight of Valley was furious. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! Heathen! Believer of evil God! Protect holy disciple, Big Sparrow! The old cultivator of Snakewood City shouted. Then, he was about to charge at the defense line of the Red Heart Knights when pockmark-faced Richard slapped his forehead with the back of his sword, and he fainted. Actually, there was no need for the believer's protection. After receiving King Aegon's soul, the stairs made of golden light went up automatically, almost as if they were running away. Illusion. It must be an illusion. How could the stairs of heaven run away? However, when Erlu came to the fire with anger, Holy Sparrow had already brought the confused King Aegon into the gate of Mountain Paradise. He couldn't reach them. Moreover, Holy Sparrow and Aegon didn't stay for long. After they disappeared, the milky white gate of Mountain Paradise slowly closed. The gate that looked like it was made of stone gradually faded and was about to disappear. Danny Alice, I know you behind this. Come out, come out. Erlu waved his flaming sword, looked around, and roared. Will I come out and let you chop me? Danny had already seen the consequences of not running away immediately after acting tough. She didn't want to use her spirit body to resist his demonic sword again. Is he crazy? Why is she called Dragon Queen when she's one of the 7 gods? He's trying to twist the truth and shirk responsibility. Blasphemy. Erlu's brave and fearless behavior deeply angered the people of the valley. Don't go, Holy Mother, Big Sparrow, come down and fight with the Red God King. Well, only the people of the valley believed in the 7 gods, while the people of the northern region were just watching from the sidelines, complaining that the melons weren't ripe yet. They were quite dissatisfied with Mountain Paradise's retreat. Great mighty heavenly dragon plus Buddha's palm was so eye-catching and unexpected, and Mountain Paradise's light and shadow were so splendid with the background music. Everybody was expecting the 7 gods to teach the blasphemous king of fire and red heart a lesson, but you're retreating in silence? Danny was also very dissatisfied with the arrival of the gods this time. A thought of the 7 gods was hurt by a dagger. Wasn't it too cowardly? At this moment, there should be a thunderbolt from the sky, and a chain of lightning should smash Erlu, who was yelling and pulling out his sword. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. The gate of faith at this moment consumed enough power of faith for Big Sparrow to pray devoutly for 10 years. The Holy Father said that faith belongs to the 7 gods, and the fight between the royal power and the secular world belongs to the believers themselves. He will only be the final judge. Fortunately, every castle in Westeros had a forest of divine trees, and every family that believed in the 7 gods also built a sacred hall, and there were monks in every sacred hall. After Holy Mother Dany ran away after acting tough, a follower patched up her behavior and gave a perfect explanation in line with the doctrine. The old monk was knocked out by Richard before, and now he woke up slowly. Hearing the blasphemy of the northern region barbarians against the 7 gods, he began to lecture them seriously. The soul of Saint Aegon has been saved by the Holy Mother from the evil gods. He has fulfilled his promise to the believers' faith belongs to the 7 gods. The fight against the blasphemer Stannis belongs to us, to all the believers of the 7 gods in Westeros. We will form an armed church, call on all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, launch a holy war, and defend the glory of the 7 gods. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a large number of swords being unsheathed sounded. Well, it was not that the people of the valley were inspired by the old monk and wanted to rebel against Erlu, but that the Red Heart Knights were so angry that they pulled out their swords and wanted to cut the old monk. You are threatening me, but I am not afraid. The old man held his head high, his expression firm, and said word by word. Aunt May raised her chin and said lightly, "It just so happens that the dragon egg needs some time to hatch, and the priest of the 7 gods can also please the great king of light." Immediately, 2 Red Heart Knights stepped out, dragged the old monk's thin body, and threw him into the raging fire. "Ah, Holy Mother, show us your miracles." The old monk was bathed in fire, but he opened his arms and embraced death, loudly shouting the name of the Holy Mother. Even though the shadow touch slithered over like a snake, wrapped around his body, and extracted his soul, his eyes were still firm and fearless. He firmly believed that the Holy Mother would not let him down. Even the fake Prince Aegon could go to heaven, so he must be more pious than Aegon, and more loved by the Holy Mother. Such a firm soul made Lalo even happier. The eggshell in Aunt May's hand quickly fell off, revealing a monster the size of a kitten. Mountain Paradise did not appear again. Sorry, Holy Mother Dany went offline. She could not hear or see. Even if she could hear or see, she would not save him, because his soul was not worth saving. Saving Aegon was not because of how pious Aegon was, but because he was related to the 7 gods, which meant that he got in through the back door. Most of the time, it was so sad to place one's hopes completely on the gods. Therefore, a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. It was better to rely on oneself than on the gods. The demon dragon. A demon dragon really hatched? The old cultivator was a nobody with no background. His soul fell into the evil god's hell in despair, but it only shocked and saddened the others for a while. Soon, The birth of the demon dragon attracted everyone's attention. Demon dragon. This is the great Light King's gift to the child of prophecy. Finally, her wish of hatching the demon dragon was fulfilled. Aunt May held the baby dragon up high in excitement. Demon dragon. Erlu's eyes were filled with passion. He took a few steps forward, reached out his hand, and gently stroked the black dragon's head that did not even open its eyes. Feeling the scalding temperature of the dragon's head, Erlu excitedly announced, "It's the resurrected Black Death God Balerion." Heir. In Westeros, Balerion was deeply rooted in people's hearts like this. Bang, while he was excited, Erlu felt a hot, wet pain in his palm. When he looked again, he was shocked to see that the newborn demon dragon's head had exploded. It was as if a firecracker had been stuffed into its head. What's going on? Then, something even more terrifying happened. The little dragon with black and red scales decayed visibly. Its scales fell off, its flesh rotted, and maggots as thick as a finger crawled out of its organs. Before they could crawl out completely, the white maggots trembled and died. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the newborn dragon turned into a puddle of stinky black blood. Aunt May held the sticky and cold corpse water. Her expression was blank, and she did not know what to do. Erlu's face was pale. Despair and pain flashed across his eyes. No, it shouldn't be like this," the red-robed woman muttered to herself. Then she brought the stinky black, red, and yellow corpse water to her mouth and drank it in one gulp. Oh, not in one gulp. She held it in her mouth and used her pink tongue to lick and taste it. Gulp. In the end, she swallowed the liquid and smiled bitterly. It died long ago. It died hundreds of years ago. This was a dead egg. It had lost its vitality more than 100 years ago, so it was forgotten by Targaryen in the Dragon Cave. Lalo answered the prayers of the believers and hatched the stone egg. He did it. He brought a corpse that had been dead for 100 years to the human world. It was also because it had been dead for more than 100 years that it rotted so quickly in Melisandre's hands. But Erlu was unwilling to accept this result. You said that a demon dragon could be hatched from a stone, not a rotten dragon corpse that has been dead for 100 years. Aunt May could not give an answer. She could only look for Lalo in the flames for inspiration. Lalo really responded to her. By the fireplace, Aunt May said dejectedly, "Other than Dany and Rise, no one can bring a dead megalosaurus back to the human world. Why? Is the great king of light inferior to a mere mortal?" Erlu's eyes were bloodshot. Dany and Rise are not mortals. She usurped the position of the seven gods and is a demigod herself. She also has a special talent. It was not an accident that she could hatch a dragon. It was the mission given to her by God to bring a megalosaurus back to the human world. If that is the case, then choose her as the savior. Erlu's voice was full of resentment. You have always said that only with the help of the demon dragon can we end the long night. Now that I am destined to not have a megalosaurus, what kind of child of prophecy am I? 2 days had passed since the day of the sacrifice. Sansa and Jon in the Moongate Castle received the news and rushed back. After learning that Aegon had died tragically, Sansa fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she looked at Erlu's eyes. Erlu, who had always been strong-willed, could not help but feel his heart tremble a few times. He avoided that extremely venomous gaze. Jon's reaction was also unexpectedly fierce. If it was not for the fact that he had confirmed repeatedly that Aegon's soul had returned to the Seven Gods' paradise, Jon would have led the Northerners away from Erlu's team. Actually, the two of them were basically in a team now. If it was not for the fact that they had a common enemy in Cersei, they would have gone their separate ways long ago. If he could hatch the demon dragon, the price he paid would have been worth it. However, he had offended Jon and Sansa, and he had come out empty-handed. He only received endless hatred and curses. This made Erlu very frustrated. Aunt May looked hesitant. Actually, there's another way to obtain an adult demigod-level demon dragon. An adult demigod-level demon dragon? Erlu opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, "Is there such a demon dragon in this world?" "Yes, and it is in your hands," Aunt May said softly. "Speak more clearly." Erlu said with a frown. Aunt May's eyes flashed with an excited red light. Her red lips said softly, "Dragon binder." Dragon binder? Erlu frowned. Isn't that the horn? There's a dragon soul in the horn. Vargul. Aunt May emphasized excitedly. Not Vargul of the Targaryen family, but one of the 3 oldest megalosaurus in this era. Vargul. What's the use of just one dragon soul? A soul and a corpse. Your Majesty, what have you thought of? Aunt May said with a strange smile. Resurrection. Jon was resurrected in this way. Erlu's eyes were deep. He remembered the Dragon Queen's mocking words to him that day in the Wolfswood. Jon, who was resurrected by Lalo, is the real child of prophecy. You are just cannon fodder in the king's vanguard. Maybe all your efforts will be taken advantage of by him. Is Jon Stark the child of prophecy? Chapter 719. Tell me the truth. Is Jon Stark the child of prophecy? What? Erlu's question came too suddenly, and Aunt May was at a loss for a moment. Dany Reese once told me that Jon Stark, who was resurrected from the dead, is the child of prophecy, and I am just like how Illyrio treated Dany Reese and Viserys. They are just the pawns of the fake Aegon, paving the way for the true king. Erlu's gaze was not sharp, and his tone was not strict. However, his pupils were almost imprinted into Melisandre's red eyes, and his words were as direct as a sword, not beating around the bush at all. I once thought that he was. Aunt May cannot hide it. After all, the talkative Dragon Queen had told Erlu everything. I was wrong. She smiled bitterly. You know, there are prophecies in the flames, but most of them are illusions to deceive people. The night is long, and there are dangers everywhere. The evilness of the human heart is even greater than the cold geography of the north. The Great Wall is the territory of the ES god, and my divination was disrupted by the servant of the god of frost. He tried to make me give up on the real child of prophecy, which is you, and instead waste my energy and time on a believer of the ES god, so as to avoid the ending of the night by the Savior. Fortunately, the great King of Light guided me out of the wrong path and prevented the world from falling into eternal calamity. Melisandre was not lying. She really thought that her mistake was related to the 3-eyed crow. Lalo held the final right to interpret the prophecy. If he said that it was an illusion, then it was an illusion. Only the revelation that he acknowledged was a revelation. It was not that he wanted to deceive Aunt May. If he could, he would directly tell her all the secrets related to Jon, as well as the deviations in the predetermined destiny. Just like Dany, she knew a lot of secrets and often shared them with her underlings. If you did not make things clear, how could your followers accurately understand what you meant and complete the mission perfectly? However, Lalo was too far away from the material world previously, making it difficult for him to communicate directly with his believers. Most of the time, the messages Lalo sent to Aunt May were misinterpreted by her. The prophecy couldn't be wrong. Only the interpretation of the prophecy was wrong. Erlu took a deep look at the priestess and reluctantly accepted her explanation. After confirming his identity as the child of prophecy once again, he began to ask about the mage's dragon mount that was part of the savior equipment set. The body of the dragon soul and the horn has been dead for thousands of years. How can it be revived? We have pterosaurs. Pterosaur? Erlu asked doubtfully. What's the point of reviving a pterosaur? Have you read Friar Bath's The Unnatural History of the Dragon? Aunt May asked. Erlu pursed his lips and said impatiently, That book is very famous. I've heard of it before, but the content of the book is absurd and evil. It was banned by St. Bailey. It's not absurd. The Targaryens moved to Dragonstone Island 400 years ago. When they left Valeglia, of course, they did not forget the family's collection of books that had been accumulated over thousands of years. Many of Valeglia's secrets were recorded in those books. For example, the masonry techniques used to build Dragonstone Island and the magic arcane techniques used to mine volcanoes. For example, the secret of the origin of the mages. Friar Bath was once the manager of the Royal Library and was a close friend of King Rue. He had the opportunity to come into contact with those rare books. Therefore, the unnatural history of the dragon has a high reference value. If Friar Bath dared to publish such a book before Valeglia was destroyed, not only would he not be able to survive, even the Targaryens would be implicated. What's the point of saying this now? Those books have been burned by Saint Bailey long ago, Erlu said impatiently. If you had read that book, you wouldn't be asking so many questions now. Aunt May sighed inwardly and said directly, the mages of this era were born from blood witchcraft. The ancestors of Alleglia fused pterosaurs and dragonworms to form the first megalosaurus. After that, the first megalosaurus gave birth to all the megalosaurus in Valeglia. And Vargal in the dragon binder's horn was one of the first megalosaurus. Vargal's soul, body, and bloodline all came from a pterosaur. And when the first Valeglia used blood witchcraft as a sacrifice, it was the former Lord of Fire, the current Lord of Light, the great Lord Lalo. So, do you understand now? Erlu nodded slowly. The red-robed woman had explained it very clearly. How could he not understand? In other words, with a simple sacrifice, Vargal's soul can be fused into the pterosaur's body, and the pterosaur can be revived into a megalosaurus? More or less, but Aunt May's eyes wandered, and she stuttered. The sacrifice isn't simple. It requires the king's blood, I know. It requires your most precious. Facing Erlu's suddenly widened eyes, Aunt May turned her head, unable to continue. What do you mean? Erlu's gaze became dangerous. How did Yesor and Yahai forge the hero's red sword? Aunt May lifted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Erlu, and said, he failed countless times in forging the sword, until he sacrificed his most cherished wife, Nisa. The mages are your hero's red sword, and you have to forge your own divine weapon of salvation. Erlu's stern expression suddenly became very strange. I'm going to sacrifice Celis? If he could obtain an adult megalosaurus, sacrificing that big-eared, long-bearded, bad-tempered wife of his who was as tall and burly as him was not unacceptable. No. Aunt May's face twitched a few times. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It's Serene. Smack. The slap came suddenly and fiercely. Aunt May's head was knocked askew, and she was also dazed. Her ears rang, and her face instantly swelled into a greenish-red bun. She was about to question him, but when she turned her head, she saw Erlu's crimson-red eyes that looked like they were about to swallow someone whole. She sighed softly and silently swallowed her anger. Serene is my successor. Don't even think about touching her. Erlu left this sentence and angrily left. Where's this? Aegon walked in a white world. He looked left and right and was at a loss. There was a white jade staircase under his feet, and as far as his eyes could see, it was empty. Only clouds that emitted white and golden light floated past him. The big sparrow who was leading the way in front did not even turn her head and said calmly, this is Mountain Paradise, the place where the true souls of the saints of the seven gods reside. I'm in heaven. Aegon shouted, and suddenly his expression changed a few times as he recalled what happened before his death. Stannis wanted to sacrifice me to Lalo, but I ended up being a saint, and my soul came to heaven. At this point, Aegon's lips curled into a bitter smile. Well, the human world has become hell for me. It's good that I'm dead. At least I can go to heaven. The big sparrow finally turned her head and frowned. You're not a saint. You just said that heaven is where the saints reside. Aegon was confused. Yes, this is the holy heaven, the final resting place of the saints, but you're not a saint. The big sparrow's cold face was full of disgust, and she looked at Aegon as if she was looking at a stinky poop that tainted a pot of delicious chicken soup. If I'm not a saint, why can I come to heaven? Aegon was very dissatisfied with the old man's reaction. Master Guide, I grew up in a foreign land, but I've always believed in the seven gods, and I've never done anything wrong in my life. It's not too much to go to heaven, right? You believe in the seven gods, but you're not devout. You should have entered the world of strangers and never come here. The big sparrow shook her head. Now, I'm here, Aegon said with his head held high. That's because of Dany Rise. Aunt Dany, Aegon's expression became absent-minded. That was a familiar yet distant name, but he did not expect to hear it in heaven. What did she do? He said in disappointment. She's also a saint, and she can go to heaven like me after death and become a manager of heaven. When you were about to be pulled into hell by the evil god, she sensed what happened to you through the seal of the Holy Night. Then, she begged the Holy Mother for help, and finally used her qualifications as a saint in exchange for your place in heaven. This answer was too unexpected, and Aegon was stunned. But is this true? Can I lie in heaven? The big sparrow shouted angrily. But I'm not Lejazi. I'm not her nephew. Aegon covered his face, squatted on the ground, and started crying. Sigh. She said that even if you're not related by blood, you're still friends, and she couldn't bear to see you being devoured by the dark devil god. Thinking back to the scene where Dany Rise knelt before the Holy Mother and loudly explained the heart of compassion, the big sparrow could not help but sigh. In terms of kindness and selflessness, I'm not as good as her. No wonder I didn't pass the final test and returned to heaven before completing the mission of ending the long night. Whoa. Aegon heard this and cried even harder. The big sparrow was surprised. Just now, in front of him, Aegon's gray linen clothes turned into a white holy monk's robe, and a faint golden light seeped out from between his eyebrows, outlining the 3 corners of the heptagram. Then, the 3 corners overflowed with golden light, and another 2 corners lit up. What happened? Aegon, who was crying, also noticed the changes in himself. Not bad, you have some wisdom. The big sparrow's expression softened a little. You have a new understanding of the 7 gods doctrine, and you've been promoted to a 5-star believer, and you're only 1 level away from becoming a saint in heaven. 5-star believer? The big sparrow pulled Aegon up from the ground and explained while walking up, according to the believer's understanding of the 7 gods doctrine, there are a total of 7 levels. In fact, according to the power of faith provided, the level of piety was divided. Ordinary people were about 1. 0. Shallow believers were 1 star. 1. 0 to 10. 0 true believers were 2 star. 10 to 50 devout believers were 3 star. 50 to 100 fanatics were 4 star. 100 to 150 petitioners were 5 star. 150 to 200 saints were 6 star. 200 to 250 saints were 7 star. Aegon's piety was relatively low before, but in order to obtain the mark of the paladin, he increased it to more than 10. 0. Recently, his life had been going through ups and downs, and now he had ascended to heaven and was touched by Aunt Dany's lofty heart of compassion. His piety rose from 21 to 110, and he became a 5-star petitioner. After listening to the big sparrow's explanation, Aegon wiped his tears and said excitedly, "If I work hard to become a saint, then Dany. Aunt Dany's saint qualification can be returned?" "Yes, Dany Reese and I are not related by blood, but she's my aunt." His eyes were shining with a determined light, as if he was explaining to the people around him, and as if he was accepting his identity calmly. Chapter 720. Dany Alice is not dead yet. She still has a chance to make a contribution, the big sparrow said bitterly. She opened new parishes in Slave Bay and Barbarian Land. In the future, the whole world may be under the glory of the 7 gods. Her contribution is great, enough to be canonized 10 times. Sigh. Ending the long night was my mission. Dany Alice was responsible for opening parishes in the secular world. I was responsible for saving the world spiritually and physically, but I was trapped in the messy circle of power in King's Landing. I couldn't extricate myself and lost myself. I kept playing games of power and forgot the mission of saving the world from the Holy Mother. I failed to live up to the Holy Mother's expectations. The big sparrow burst into tears, crying more fiercely than Aegon. Aegon was surprised. "Excuse me, who are you? You don't know me?" The big sparrow just asked and suddenly realized that he and the fake crown prince had been friends for many days, but they had never met. "I am the Archbishop of King's Landing, the holy son of the 7 gods." The big sparrow, said reservedly. "So it's you, Big Sparrow." Aegon suddenly realized, and then his attitude changed. The fear he had when facing the manager of heaven was gone, and he became casual and peaceful. "I thought you were a first-generation holy son from thousands of years ago. Turns out we're old acquaintances, old friends." He smiled and put his hand on the Big Sparrow's shoulder. The Big Sparrow frowned and raised his hand to knock Aegon's arm away. He said seriously, "I don't know you well, and this is not the human world. It's useless to pretend to be friends. Behave yourself." Aegon blushed and was very embarrassed. "Sorry, sir, I was just too excited." He was very sensible and immediately bowed to apologize. As the Big Sparrow said, this was heaven, and the other party was the Holy Mother's favorite, but he was just a person who got in through the back door. While talking, the two had already climbed up the stairs. Suddenly, their field of vision became very wide. On a boundless grassland, there stood a huge temple. The temple was carved out of a whole piece of white jade, and it emitted a holy, seven-colored light under the sun. But other than the temple, there were no other buildings around, not even a single person. This is heaven? What about the other saints? Are they all praying in the holy hall? Aegon wondered. Big Sparrow shook his head. There are only two of us on this island. Are you sure? Even if I'm not a saint, the church has been passed down for thousands of years. You and Aunt Dani can't be the only two saints, right? Where's St. Bailey? They are no longer here. The Big Sparrow brought Aegon into the sanctuary. The walls of the sacred hall were made of jade, and the dome was made of gold and crystal. It was more luxurious, sacred, and magnificent than the palaces of all the kings in the world. But there was no one inside. After praying to the statues of the seven gods, the Big Sparrow explained the situation in heaven to Aegon. They stood on a cliff at the edge of the island. In front of them was a boundless blue sea. Above the sea, they could vaguely see several islands floating in midair. They were surrounded by clouds and mist, like celestial mountains in the sea. The saints are scattered and live on different islands. When I first entered Mountain Paradise, it was St. Bailey who came to receive me. At first, I lived on St. Bailey's Island. That's the one. Big Sparrow pointed at the island closest to them. Why are you here? St. Bailey is too weak. Oh, the Holy Mother is merciful. I shouldn't have said that. Big Sparrow started praying to the Holy Mother right after he said something bad about St. Bailey. Aegon's heart itched. He wanted to know how cowardly St. Bailey was, but he could only follow Big Sparrow and recite the prayers. Since he had become a monk, there was no harm in reciting more scriptures. St. Bailey's understanding of the teachings is different from mine. He criticized my actions of reactivating the church's armed forces. He also scolded me for not following the rules, going against the teachings of the Holy Father, and provoking a conflict between the church and the royal authority. Big Sparrow said bitterly. Thinking back to St. Bailey's deeds, Aegon instantly understood. St. Bailey and Big Sparrow were indeed not on the same side. The Holy Mother didn't mediate the conflict between you two? Aegon asked curiously. The Holy Mother said, the way that can be said is not the way, and the name that can be named is not the way. What? Aegon's eyes widened. Big Sparrow thought for a while and said, what the Holy Mother meant was that the Seven Stars Holy Scripture is not a restriction to the believers, but a ladder to help the believers reach the final state of saint. The teachings themselves have no meaning. The Holy Mother only wanted to use the teachings to elevate the flawed humans into the noble sages. There are thousands of ways to become a sage, and every sage has their own unique characteristics. Therefore, every sage has a different understanding of the Seven Stars Holy Scripture. This is the way that can be said is not the way. So profound, but also reasonable. As expected of the Holy Mother, Aegon said respectfully, although I still don't understand, since I've become a monk, there's nothing wrong with praising Buddha. Can I also have an island to myself? He asked again, you're not even a saint. Why do you have to be an angel? Big Sparrow said angrily, angel? Above the saint is the son of saint, and the son of saint is one step further to become the messenger of heaven. I'm an angel. Big Sparrow pointed around proudly. Look, open your eyes and look. The kingdom of heaven is so big, but there are only a few islands. Aegon counted seriously. In this direction, there are 5 islands, and there must be more further. That's not a small number, he muttered. What do you know? Big Sparrow said disdainfully. Do you think Mountain Paradise only manages our world? Humph! The multiverse, trillions of planes, and countless believers of the 7 gods will return here. Multiverse? Planes? What's that? Aegon was confused. The Great Sparrow immediately applied what he had learned from Saint Denis to Aegon's face. Hearing this, the fake crown prince was dumbfounded and his brain was about to explode. Really? Aegon's worldview was suddenly shattered. Of course it's true. I've even been to a realm called Earth. The people there are so simple and honest. They're so much more noble than the people of Westeros who are trapped in the mire of lust. The Big Sparrow sighed. Tell me about it, Aegon said excitedly. There were only 2 people on the island. Aegon and Big Sparrow was willing to talk to him. The people on Earth have a kind of magic called technology. They don't need a horse to drive the iron box on the ground. There's also a kind of information transmission chip called mobile phone. The people on Earth don't like to hunt on horseback. They usually stay at home, read novels on their mobile phones, and check Weibo. Wait. Aegon hurriedly stopped her and asked in confusion, What are you talking about? How can the iron box run without a horse? And mobile phone, Weibo, I don't understand at all. Big Sparrow sighed. I know I look like a lunatic now, but that's a different world. 1 acre of land can harvest 500 kilograms of wheat. The nobles live in small houses and eat vegetables instead of meat. The poor live in magnificent buildings with dozens of floors high and eat meat every meal. Everyone's face is rosy and chubby. What kind of world is that? It's so strange, Aegon said in disbelief. Yes, it's a highly developed civilization. The society is progressive and the people are simple. It's a perfect world. Big Sparrow was fascinated. How simple are they? What's the dream of ordinary Westeros? Big Sparrow asked in return. Well, to become a noble, to have a large piece of land, to have a group of servants, to marry a beautiful noble lady, and perhaps to achieve great deeds and gain the glory of the whole country and become a legendary hero, Aegon said thoughtfully. The fake prince summed it up very well. Big Sparrow agreed and said, That's right. Anyone with a little ambition can't escape from the above few desires. But the people on Earth, Big Sparrow sighed. They're too simple. I've seen a lot of people. They're very interested in God. Oh, the name of the great Virgin Mary on Earth. They only hope that the Virgin Mary can give them a house of 100 square meters. Well, actually it's only 70 square meters. The rest is said to be a public stall. Sigh, I don't understand. It's probably a house with 2 beds, a kitchen, and a living room. That's too simple. Aegon frowned. If they pray to the Virgin Mary, they should at least have a castle, right? That's why I say they're very simple. Big Sparrow sighed again. Most of the men pray to the Virgin Mary, and their biggest wish is to marry a wife. Does he want his wife to be beautiful, talented, and good at singing and dancing? Aegon guessed. No, as long as she's a healthy woman, not promiscuous, able to bear children, a little stupid, a little ugly, a little reckless, anything is fine. This. Aegon was dumbfounded. That's too simple. Can I go live in the heaven of the people on Earth? It takes a lot of divine power to travel between planes. You're not even a saint. What choice do you have? Big Sparrow said angrily. Even he himself was too curious about the other world. It took him a lot of effort to beg the Virgin Mary to take him out to see it. He would need to pray for 100 years to pay back the divine power of faith that he consumed. Aegon looked back at the vast grassland and sighed. But it's so desolate here. There's not even a place to live. You have to learn from the simple people on Earth. Know your place and have little desire. Build your own house and farm your own land, Big Sparrow said calmly. How do I build a house? There's not even a forest. Pray to the Virgin Mary. Big Sparrow knelt on the ground and demonstrated to Aegon. He chanted the 7 Stars Bible. A white light flashed in his right hand. and a piece of gold the size of a brick appeared. Here, worldly power and wealth are meaningless. Here, as long as you give your devout faith to the Virgin Mary, you can get everything. Big Sparrow spread out her arms and raised them high. Here is heaven. Soon, Aegon also received a big apple through prayer. Crunch. He took a bite. It was crunchy and delicious. The juice was full. It tasted great. Ah, so this is heaven. Aegon was wild with joy. He was really in heaven. After a moment of excitement, he thought of the fetters in the human world. The joy on his face disappeared and was replaced by sadness. He asked Big Sparrow, "I want to see my wife. I also want to see Aunt Dany. Can the Virgin Mary arrange it?" Slap! Big Sparrow was furious. She slapped Aegon's head hard and scolded. "You really got in through the back door. Do you think the Virgin Mary is your nanny? If you don't want to stay in heaven, you can ask the stranger to send you to the 7 levels of hell." Aegon was submissive. He didn't dare to be angry or say anything. Dragon Queen looked at the sandbox-like scene in front of her and said with a smile, "Maybe you can start a dream-telling service and let the saints communicate with the human world to a limited extent." Big Sparrow's island of thousands miles was like a grain of sand floating on the sea of divine power of water song. The sea of water song was in Dany's mind. A thought was born from a wave of neurons. In other words, the heaven of Big Sparrow and Aegon was just a thought of Dany, a thought. Chapter 721. The pool of faith of the 7 gods was a strange space filled with the power of faith. Only spirits and magic power could exist. Since the trial of martial arts, when the soul of the Big Sparrow broke in for the first time, Dany had the idea of building a heaven of the 7 gods. Before Dahe usurped the position of the 7 gods, the pool of faith of the 7 gods was in a closed state. It could only passively absorb the power of faith. No matter how devout the believers of the 7 gods were, they couldn't open the door of faith and enter it. Children of the 7 gods like Saint Bailey didn't have any preferential treatment compared to non-believers after death. They all entered the world of death, returned to heaven and earth, were captured by evil gods, or became wandering ghosts. When the pool of faith had an owner, it began to form a real space with structure and scale. At that time, along the line of faith between believers and Dahe, devout believers could enter Dahe's kingdom. Dahe didn't have a kingdom, so they could only enter the space of faith in the prototype of the kingdom. In other words, after Dahe obtained the first priesthood of the 7 gods, uninvited believers like the Big Sparrow would definitely appear. The Big Sparrow wasn't the first. As Dahe and Dany's strength increased, the threshold to enter the pool of faith would be lower. In the beginning, only saints with more than 200 piety points like the Big Sparrow could enter. Later, saints with more than 150 piety points could also enter. When Dany obtained 1% of the fragment of the Green Prophet seal and received the blessing of the will of the Westeros world, the threshold was further lowered. Fanatics with more than 100 piety points could also enter after death. If Dany was willing to consume extra power, believers with more than 10 piety points could also take the initiative to enter, such as Aegon. If Dany's strength continued to increase, one day she would condense the complete Song of Law. One day, she would become a true god. One day, she would become a god king. The threshold to enter the kingdom of heaven was getting lower and lower. In the end, as long as people believed in the 7 gods, 1, 0, and above, could take the initiative to enter the kingdom of heaven. At that time, Dany would take the initiative to restrict and differentiate believers. Well, the God King was too far away, but there would be more and more believers who would open the door of faith and enter the pool of faith after death. Therefore, Dany had to do this saint's soul placement work as soon as possible. She didn't know how other demigods and true gods with believers did it. She could only find inspiration from the memories of her previous life. The first thing she thought of was the matrix in the matrix. Afterward, she separated a thought from her main soul and poured the power of the Song of Laws and her innumerable memories into it. She then sent that thought into the faith space. Afterward, she guided the believer's soul into the thought. In other words, the believers lived in Danny's mind. The matrix of the matrix would also make the people inside feel uncoordinated, thus doubting the authenticity of the world, which was the birth of the awakened. However, Danny's mind could interact with the minds of her believers. She was not omniscient and omnipotent, but she could obtain the truth from her believers' minds and then repair the loopholes in her logic and improve the inadequacies of her thoughts. For example, Danny had eaten mangoes before, but she had never eaten durian. However, the big sparrow wanted to eat durian. Danny could not deceive him with her own thoughts, but she could extract the complete feeling of eating durian from the big sparrow's thoughts. Then, she used the big sparrow's own feelings to deceive the big sparrow. Therefore, would the big sparrow suspect that it had eaten a digitized durian? The world in front of her believers was actually created by Danny and all her believers. The more believers there were in the future, the more realistic the thoughts obtained from them, and the more realistic the world would be. This was a process of continuous evolution. Let's use eating durian as an example. Both the big sparrow and Aegon had eaten durian. The big sparrow thought it was sweet and sour, but Aegon thought it was like eating shit. Danny could not give Aegon's feelings to the big sparrow, nor could she give the big sparrow's sweet and sour to Aegon. However, the database had two more options. For someone who had never eaten durian, such as Danny, her understanding of the durian's taste was closer to the truth. Well, if the 5 blind men in the story of the blind man touching the elephant entered Danny's mind, she could infer the true form of the giant elephant through the 5 different feelings of the 5 people. Of course, even the matrix in the matrix consumed energy in the process of operation. Danny's thought interaction, collection of information, feedback of information, storage of information, and growth of thoughts with the increase of population and time all required energy. Where did the energy come from? That was why she placed her thoughts on the pool of faith. The essence of the power of faith was the power of thought. It could completely satisfy the growth of the mind's mind. Moreover, the souls of the saints in the mind's mind were not for nothing. They were all devout believers and had to pray every day. The power of faith produced by praying was used to maintain the operation of the mind's mind and even infinitely evolve. Danny was looking forward to what this mind would develop into after thousands or tens of millions of years. Maybe it could really become omniscient and omnipotent. Or maybe the mind would grow into an independent god and truly believe in the 7 gods of Yangling. And Alio. Oh, Ginny's blonde hair was swaying wildly. Her fair cheeks were dyed red from lust. Her cherry lips were moaning in a soul-stirring voice. Moving his gaze down, he saw her flushed neck, her fair shoulders dripping with sweat, and further down was a scene that would dispel any man's fantasies. Starting from her chest, the beauty's flesh and blood suddenly turned into dark red earthworms that were as thick as a thumb, 3 to 4 meters long, and had slippery skin. There was no A4 waist with 2 abdominal muscles, no delicate and round pelvic bones, no 2 long legs that could crush the ambitions of men in the world. There was only a pool of squirming dragon worms. It was as if a peerless beauty was cut in half at the waist and then sewed on 1,000 long giant earthworms from her broken waist. As for the dwarf, he was buried under the red and sticky dragon worms. Only his head was exposed. Dozens of giant earthworm-like dragon worms were wrapped around his neck. It was wet and hot. Ginny on top of him was in a frenzy. The dwarf below had his eyes tightly shut and his teeth clenched. His face was pale, as if he was enduring extreme pain. "My dear," scream, "don't be like a block of wood." Ginny was very dissatisfied with the dwarf's reaction. Immediately, 4 to 5 dragon worms crawled up his neck. Before his mouth was stuffed, the dwarf hurriedly opened his eyes and shouted, "Fuck you." After shouting, he said in an extremely aggrieved tone, "Can you not use this form? I'm scared." "What are you scared of? You're a dragon. How can you be scared of dragon worms?" Ginny was dissatisfied. "I'm not scared, but it's horrifying." The dwarf shouted with a sobbing tone. "This is my body. My original body was destroyed by Dany Rise and her White Knight. I can only use dragon worms to reassemble into a human form." "Then use your human form," the dwarf begged. "You really don't know what's good for you." "I've already accommodated you," Ginny said unhappily. This was the truth. Ginny's face, body, and temperament were all top-notch. The dwarf had always been more focused on his body than his heart. As long as his appearance was good, he never cared about his inner beauty. But the first time with Ginny, it was the biggest nightmare of his life. It was even more terrifying than the experience with Zero's top beauty. It was 10,000 times more terrifying. No matter what, those beauties were still humans. But when Ginny took off her clothes, they immediately turned into a pool of squirming dark red dragon worms that spat out sticky liquid and covered his entire body. It was like a giant with terminal roundworm disease who ate a large basin of pagoda medicine and then poured wisdom on the dwarf's head. The dwarf fainted immediately. But we all know that in the matter between a man and a woman, no matter who fainted, as long as the other party persisted, the matter could still be completed. Because of the dwarf's strong resistance, Ginny was already reasonable and only turned the lower half of her body into dragon worms. At least by only looking at the upper half of her body, one could still see some beautiful scenery. "You should understand that I'm doing this for your own good." Seeing the dwarf close his eyes and pretend to be dead, Ginny couldn't help but soften her tone. "A normal person's desire is meaningless to me, but this is the most efficient way to purify the blood." Glancing at the golden white hair at the tip of his eyebrows, the dwarf had mixed feelings. The proportion of silver hair was getting higher and higher. Well, Ginny really didn't have sex with the dwarf out of desire. Even if there was desire, she wouldn't be interested in this frustrated dwarf. But she needed to use blood witchcraft to help the dwarf get rid of the mixed blood, and intercourse was the most common method of blood witchcraft. To put it bluntly, this wasn't love between a man and a woman, but a blood magic ritual. Ginny's dragon worms drilled into every part of the dwarf's body, using the dragon worm blood that contained magic to replace the Valeglia's lowly blood, thus achieving the goal of purifying the blood. Feeling the heat surging in his body, the dwarf sighed and asked, "After Valeglia was destroyed, you invented this kind of witchcraft to continue the bloodline?" "No, before the catastrophe, our 14th Firepeak family had already mastered this kind of blood magic." The dwarf tried hard to keep his gaze on Ginny's charming cheeks and asked in confusion, "At that time, wasn't it an internal marriage? Why do you still need blood witchcraft to purify the blood?" Ginny's breath was uneven as she said, "As the inheritance continues, the level of the blood will decrease from generation to generation, so internal marriage is useless." "Why is that?" The dwarf was shocked. "There are two criteria to determine the level of the blood: genes and the compatibility with the laws of heaven and earth. The only thing that doesn't change in the world is that it will always change. Genes will decline, and laws will also change, causing the compatibility between the blood and the laws to decrease. Of course, if one of the descendants has a deep understanding of the laws, for example, comprehending the Song of Laws and becoming a demigod, the blood will also increase. The secrets of bloodline inheritance were not much in Valeglia, so Ginny explained in detail. The dwarf frowned, as if he had grasped something in his heart, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After a while, he asked, "You said to use the dragon worm's blood to replace the mixed blood in my body? Why don't you use the megalosaurus?" "The megalosaurus is obviously stronger than the dragon worm." "Then I have to have the megalosaurus," Ginny said unhappily. The dwarf was deep in thought. He somewhat understood that with his ugly appearance and body, as the queen of Valeglia's descendants, Ginny had chosen him as her mate. The blood of Valeglia's descendants was really degenerating. Before the megalosaurus went extinct, they must have used the megalosaurus to perform blood witchcraft, using the dragon's blood to replace the mixed blood in their descendants' bodies. After the catastrophe, the megalosaurus was destroyed, and Ginny's ancestors could only use the dragon worm. When Ginny's parents gave birth to Ginny, they must have used this kind of blood purification witchcraft, so Ginny's body was filled with the genes of the dragon worm. and she could directly fuse with the dragon worm. Chapter 722. I heard that Valeglia's ancestors were just shepherds under the 14 fire peaks. Their bloodline wasn't that great arc. Before the dwarf could finish his sentence, his words had already touched Jenny's sensitive nerves. She immediately used a move called earthworm burrowing, and the densely packed, giant earthworm-like dragon worms entered the hole they saw, covering the dwarf's entire body. The dwarf's body twitched as if he had been electrocuted. After a while, Jenny let him go, or she only let him go halfway and let his head out. "Don't you dare speak to me of your ridiculous hearsay insults to the great ancestor," Jenny warned him. After being tormented, the dwarf was also angry. He stubbornly said, "There's only the two of us here. What's so hard to say? Whose ancestors didn't rise from humble beginnings?" Jenny shook her head and said, "Valeglia's ancestors are divided into the ancestors of the 14 fire peaks and the ancestors of the rest of the Valeglia family. The ancestors of the 14 fire peaks were 3 noble princes. They ruled over all the nomadic tribes on the plains around the 14 fire peaks. The 3 princes were born with noble bloodlines, far more noble than anyone else in the world. They comprehended the laws on their own and engraved the bloodlines that fit the laws into the genes of the 14 fire peaks. The remaining first-generation Valeglia were the prince's subjects. They were the shepherds. Their bloodlines were fused with the blood of the Megalosaurus through blood witchcraft. For example, the Targaryens. Their ancestors didn't even have a name. They were just one of the first prince's many servants. But the Targaryens' bloodline isn't low. The dwarf was skeptical. That depends on who you're comparing it to. Compared to the uncivilized savages of the Westeros, the Targaryens are, of course, as noble as gods, Jenny said proudly. I mean, Dragon Queen's bloodline seems to be more. The dwarf carefully looked at Jenny's expression. Jenny was not angry this time. In fact, everyone had seen the Dragon Queen's achievements. There was no way to hide it with words. After the Great Cataclysm, Valeglia lost her right to rule the world, and the Targaryens became royalty instead. She sighed helplessly. As I said before, royalty can be recognized by the laws of the universe, and this gave her the foundation for the positive mutation of her bloodline. Just like you're also a member of the royal family. Although the Valeglia bloodline is thin, because of the royal blood, there is a slight possibility of atavism. If that's the case, why didn't you fuse with the Targaryen bloodline after the Great Calamity? They are royalty, and there's also a Megalosaurus. The dwarf was puzzled. Jenny's expression changed a few times. It's not that there aren't any. After a while, she said with a complicated tone, "I've never heard of a marriage alliance between Targaryen and Valeglia. It was impossible for the dwarf to not know about such a big matter. What are you thinking? How can a Targaryen be worthy of a marriage alliance with a 14th Fire Peak family? Didn't you say you wanted to fuse with their bloodline?" The dwarf asked doubtfully. Is marriage the only way to fuse bloodlines? Aren't you fusing with the dragonworm bloodline now?" The dwarf's expression changed, and he said in shock, "You plan to use blood witchcraft to seize the Targaryen bloodline." Different colors flashed across Jenny's blue eyes, and her pupils overlapped with each other. After a while, she shook her head regretfully and said, "What a pity, such a rare dragon spirit talent." The dwarf's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again, "What is the dragon spirit talent?" Dragon spirit. He had heard the Dragon Queen vaguely mention it a few times, as if she had the dragon spirit talent, but he did not understand the specific effects of the dragon spirit. A true dragon taming talent. Jenny had already treated the dwarf as one of her own. Humans were still humans, and she did not intend to hide many secrets that did not involve Valyrian. "I see." While the dwarf was amazed, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The Dragon Queen and Big Black must be related to the dragon spirit. Other than her, no one else could become Big Black's dragon tamer. But Aegon had been trying to subdue Big Black before this. It was completely useless. Then her care for Aegon, even Aegon's identity, The Westeros suspected that Aegon was a fake crown prince, and he had already guessed it when he was on the Rhone River. But the Dragon Queen was such a shrewd person, but the dwarf shuddered, and he did not dare to think further. "You are trembling." Ginny noticed the person below her shuddering, and she stared at him meaningfully. "What are you afraid of?" I. "Ginny, don't seize my bloodline." The dwarf did not explain, and only begged bitterly. "If you don't explain, you are not hiding, and if you don't hide, it means that you are not guilty." The dwarf's expression changed quickly and naturally, and he was a little impressed by himself. "After this undercover mission is completed, I may be able to become an actor in a troupe." Yes, the current fourth Prince Leo of Ko-Chang Island was not even comparable to Targaryen back then. Ginny felt that Targaryen was not worthy of marrying the noble descendants of the 14th Fire Peak, and naturally, Leo was even more unworthy. Hee, don't worry. After the incident with Arya Targaryen, we will not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Ginny chuckled and comforted him. "Damn, kill the goose that lays the golden eggs?" I was not afraid at first, but after hearing what you said, the dwarf started to tremble in fear, and Ginny cried, "Oh, is that Arya Targaryen?" He forced a smile. That was 250 years ago. At that time, the Targaryen dynasty had just been established, and it was during the most prosperous and glorious period of the true dragon family. Arya Targaryen was the crown princess at that time. She had a noble status, a pure bloodline, awakened the talent of the dragon spirit, and even subdued Balerion of the Targaryen family. The Megalosaurus expert gradually had some impression of Princess Arya, because he remembered the names of all the Megalosaurus in the Seven Kingdoms, as well as the dragon riders of the Megalosaurus, and even the ending of the Dragon Riders. It seems that according to the official records, Princess Arya died of fever. That's not right. Princess Arya had once left the Westeros with Balerion for almost a year, and passed away in a bizarre manner within 2 days of her return. This is not normal. There must be a huge secret hidden by the Targaryen royal family. Thinking of this, the dwarf was really interested. What happened at that time? Why do you care about this? Ginny asked curiously. I feel the same way. The dwarf let out a long sigh. I am also a prince, and also of Alleglia's side bloodline. I have also awakened the noble, pure blood of Alleglia, and I have also been chosen by you. You think too much. Ginny looked at him with disdain. You are a few hundred streets behind her. No matter how lowly the Targaryen bloodline is, it is still only relative to the 14 Fire Peaks. In front of mortals, the servants of the 14 Fire Peaks are also gods. Moreover, her talent, Ginny swayed her body a few times, thinking deeply, and commented, "She has just awakened the dragon spirit. You are far from her in this aspect, but your bloodline is a little special. The help it provides to me is probably no less than the Targaryen dragon spirit." How special? The dwarf began to tremble in fear again. Since it is so special, will it be devoured by you? It is special because it is rare. This is the first time in thousands of years that there has been such a magic wave. Actually, your bloodline is not pure, nor is it noble. Then, Ginny noticed his expression and said unhappily, "Only our child will merge with the great Balerion. Don't think too much." That's good. That's good. Thank you for the arrogance of the 14 Fire Peaks of Alleglia. Thank you for looking down on me, High Priestess. The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief and asked again, "What happened to that Arya later?" Any Megalosaurus born in Valleglia has a strange spiritual connection with His Majesty Balerion. So, after Arya became the Black Death God Dragon Knight, we could directly summon the Black Death God home. Although the former Valleglia is now in ruins, the Black Death God will not get lost, nor will he be blocked by the Wall of Storm. The dwarf suddenly realized that the Black Death God Balerion was indeed born in Valleglia, before the Great Cataclysm and before the Targaryen were exiled. Returning to the smoke, sea was like returning home to the Black Death God. Since we already brought Arya to the ruins of Valleglia, how could it still fail? You're a sheep in a tiger's den, yet you can still run away. Aren't you too weak? The dwarf was puzzled. At first, she was very obedient, and even worked as a priestess in Orlos for half a year. His Majesty Balerion also taught her many great wizard legacy spells. But that little bitch was the same as Dani Rise, ungrateful and unable to tell good from bad. When she found out that she was going to merge with the spirit of the ancestors, she immediately struggled and resisted, unwilling to give up everything for the great ancestor god Balerion. Sigh, she has only just awakened her dragon spirit, and the Black Death god Balerion is an adult megalosaurus. This means that Dani Rise and Princess Arya are normal people, other than you bunch of brainless survivors of the 14 Fire Peaks, who would be willing to give up everything for an evil god. The dwarf complained in his heart, and then asked strangely, the Black Death god is so terrifying that he can resist the ancestor god. Do you know when Balerion died? How many years did he live? Jenny sneered. Of course the dwarf knew, but Leo definitely did not. So he said, I don't know. In order to save Arya, the Black Death god used a forbidden spell. She wasn't even his first night, and the two of them shouldn't have had such deep feelings for each other, Jenny said regretfully. Then, she told him about the great wizard legacy and the overclocking fusion in the form of a dragon spirit. The dwarf carefully recalled that after Arya's death, Balerion lived for almost 40 years, but his condition was very poor. He was the first megalosaurus to live in a dragon's den, and he had been lying in the cave all this time. Later, a Prince Viserys gained his recognition and became his last dragon knight, but the Black Death god could barely fly and almost never went out on a mission. In less than a year, he died of old age. He barely lived for 200 years. As one of the 3 great dragon ancestors of the Targaryen dynasty, Vargol lived about the same age as Balerion, 180 years old, but he died in a dragon battle, and there were no signs of his energy declining. And Vargol's death was not because he was weaker than the younger generation. It was mainly because his dragon knight was a one-eyed dragon, and in the dragon battle, his only eye was blinded by the afterglow of the setting sun, and the enemy took advantage of his blind spot. Even when a megalosaurus half his size bit him in the throat, Vargol was not afraid, and almost tore the strong megalosaurus apart with his claws. Even in a disadvantageous situation, Vargol won the dragon battle. But the megalosaurus had limited weight, and with his neck bitten and another dying megalosaurus wrapped around him, Vargol could not fly and fell to his death in the God's Eye Lake. Compared to Vargol's tragic death, Balerion, as the big brother, died a little cowardly. Chapter 723. Jenny had no desire for the dwarf. After the deed was done, she put on a white priestess robe and returned to her priestess appearance. She left the bedroom with a cold expression. Damn it, Stannis ruined my plans. After some time, Jenny's angry roar came from the study. The bedroom and study were temporarily remodeled from the underground cavern. There was no thick wooden door, only a curtain. Thus, the dwarf who was resting on the bed was woken up. In the past, because of Leo's ignorant and incompetent persona, the dwarf tried his best not to interfere with Jenny's work. But the name Stannis was too irritating, and he could not help it. Leaning against the wall, he staggered out of the study. The dwarf asked carefully, "What is it? I've never seen you so angry before." "Something big has indeed happened." Stannis went back on his word and harmed the Ragged Prince. And then, originally, he thought that Jenny would chase him away, but he didn't expect that she would really answer. Then, he also took advantage of the situation and opened the curtain to enter. "Sigh, so Aegon is Illyrio's son." She smiled bitterly. "What?" This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, stunning the dwarf. The dwarf exclaimed, but it did not arouse Jenny's suspicion. She was just as shocked when she first heard this news. Illyrio took the initiative to reveal Aegon's identity to the public. Jenny did not pass the letter to the dwarf, but because she was too upset, she roughly explained the situation. "This is really..." The dwarf's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. It was too ironic. Only Varys and Illyrio knew the truth. As long as they did not say anything, even if others suspected, they would not have any evidence. But Illyrio revealed the secret himself. After a while, he asked hesitantly, "That Aegon, how is he now?" Jenny, who was behind the desk, face-palmed and said irritably, "I don't care if he dies. After losing his identity as Dany Rise's nephew, he is worthless." Not only was he worthless, his life was in danger. Stannis, the Dragon Queen, Prince Dowling, and the nobles of the Valley and the Stormlands would not let him go. In the Northern Territory, I wonder how his little wife Sansa will react. With her pride, I'm afraid, a hint of worry flashed across the dwarf's single eye. However, he did not inquire further about Aegon. Instead, he asked, "Even if Aegon isn't a fake, what use is he to us? Dany Alice is definitely not stupid. She won't be threatened." "How did you get here?" Jenny asked. "I was on a boat, but in the end, I encountered the evil mother of dragons raiding party in the Straits and was captured. At this point, the dwarf's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he understood Jenny's evil intentions. But in the blink of an eye, he naturally showed a confused expression and asked in confusion, "After I was captured, it was my uncle who redeemed me. What's wrong?" Jenny's eyes were fixed on the documents on the table, and she didn't notice the dwarf's momentary flaw. She sighed and said helplessly, "You were redeemed. Then can Aegon be redeemed? With Aegon's identity, Dany Alice will definitely appear personally. The next step will be simple. We will arrange a time and place to redeem him, and wait for Dany Alice's Megalosaurus to land on the ground." "Oomph. As expected, I guessed it. This woman is ruthless. If the Dragon Queen really wasn't prepared, she would have most likely died. Unfortunately, it's impossible for her not to be prepared. How could she let me come here if she wasn't prepared?" With that in mind, he asked, "The White Knights and the Blood Guards can both represent Dany Alice. She doesn't have to appear personally for a small matter like redeeming a hostage." "Hee hee, you think that's all I have?" Jenny laughed coldly. "What were we doing before? If Aegon is really her blood relative, and he was once a king, using him as a medium to cast blood witchcraft, even if he can't hurt Dany Alice, he can still make her muddle-headed and make mistakes in her decisions. When she shows a flaw, don't forget, our Valeglia started with blood witchcraft." "Really? Muddle-headed?" The dwarf's mouth twitched a few times. "Isn't that too unreal? Humans are formed by the combination of the physical body and the soul. Since there are curses that target the physical body, why aren't there curses that target the soul and the mind? In fact, curses that target the soul are the mainstream," Jenny said calmly. "That makes sense." The dwarf's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "I heard that there are Ashaya shadow binding knights who can use leeches that absorb the king's blood to curse another king. However, although the other king died, he died in the hands of the enemy. Is it the effect of the curse or an accident? Do you believe in fate?" Jenny asked instead of answering. "I don't." The dwarf shook his head. Jenny sighed sadly. "But fate really exists. Without fate, how can there be prophecies? The so-called prophecies are peaking at a corner of the river of fate. Everyone's fate converges in the river of fate. No one could change fate. If he really changes fate, it only means that the fate he peaked at before is fake. If you say so, then fate really can't be changed." The dwarf's mouth twitched. "You don't understand. I'm not playing word games." Jenny shook her head. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the small beetle crawling on the table. She pointed at it and asked, "I think you can guess its fate." The dwarf said thoughtfully, "It will be crushed to death by you, crushed to death by me, and continue to be ignored by us. But you have the final say here, so its fate is in your hands." "Not bad. You're not as stupid as everyone says." Jenny looked at him appreciatively. "It has at least 3 fates, as he said. But when I noticed it and decided to make a choice, its fate was determined. There's only one." After saying that, she smiled mischievously at the dwarf. She lowered her head, stuck out her pink tongue, and put the beetle into her mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The yellow juice slid down the corner of her mouth. Before it fell, it was licked by her tongue that was covered in black and green minced meat. Ugh! The dwarf's face turned pale, and he wanted to vomit. Jenny laughed happily. "You don't know anything. This is a meat longhorn beetle. It can be eaten raw, as long as you're happy. The dwarf mumbled. Going back to the curse technique mentioned earlier, the king could be betrayed by his subordinates, could be killed by the enemy, could be killed in an accident while riding a horse, but more likely he wouldn't die before a conscious being observes his fate. No one knows what his fate will be. In other words, his fate is uncertain. When a conscious being observes the king's fate, that consciousness will see the fate that he chose for the king. In this way, the king's fate will be predicted by that consciousness. If that consciousness has ill intentions towards the king, he might subconsciously choose a fate that is not good for the king. Of course, his prediction might not be accurate. It's very likely that what he saw was just a fantasy. Understanding this, it's not hard for you to understand how the curse works. Even if I can't observe his fate, I can sacrifice power to the river of fate and pray that the worst fate will befall the king. Yes, if you can't come into contact with the river of fate, you can sacrifice evil gods to obtain temporary power. The dwarf frowned and said, if that's the case, it's best not to find someone to help you predict, and don't come into contact with witches that know how to curse. Yes, if you don't have power, don't come into contact with extraordinaires. If you have extraordinary power, it will be very difficult for the curse to work. Otherwise, I would have cursed that little bitch Daenerys to death. At the end, Jenny's pretty face twisted, her eyes full of hatred and greed. The dwarf said strangely, you said before that you want to use Aegon to curse her. Blood relatives have a miraculous effect. I don't want to be cursed. Jenny, can you teach me witchcraft? The dwarf asked expectantly. Jenny looked at the dwarf from head to toe, and finally stopped at his waist. Her blue, watery eyes flashed with satisfaction. She nodded and said, I've been purifying your blood these days. You're almost qualified to come into contact with Valeglia's secret technique. Ah, you're really willing to teach me? The dwarf was overjoyed. Without Aegon, I'm afraid this battle will. Jenny closed the document, sighed helplessly, and said, Meereen is built at the mouth of the river, and the underground water is too abundant. 3 days ago, in the process of digging a tunnel under Meereen City, 5 adult dragon worms drowned. In a head-on clash. Although the dragon worms are strong, they can't fly. Since that's the case, you have to prepare for the worst. If something happens to me, you have to live on. His Majesty Balerion can't be without a clone. If I die, you will replace me and become the new high priest of the land of long summer. Jenny's subtext was like this. Jenny. The dwarf didn't understand, so he was really touched, and his eyes turned red. Jenny waved to the dwarf. Come here. I'll teach you the inheritance of the great shaman. The dwarf took a few steps forward excitedly, went around the desk, and came to Jenny. Suddenly, he reacted and asked in confusion, the inheritance of the great shaman? Is it another way of saying the inheritance of the great wizard? What are you thinking about? Jenny's eyes widened, and her big blue eyes were suddenly dyed with a layer of blood red. Her flat, round pupils also turned into the multi-layered, deep vertical pupils of the Megalosaurus. In the next moment, the dwarf's body stopped moving, and he couldn't see what was happening in the outside world. His consciousness came to a blood-red spiritual space. It wasn't the first time he encountered this situation. The last time when he and Jenny were on their wedding night, facing the complete high priest, he howled and wanted to run away. Jenny used this move, Magic Dragon's Gaze, and fixed him on the spot, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. In the real world, Jenny pinched open the dwarf's mouth, lowered her head. Jenny was taller than the dwarf, and opened her mouth. Ugh! Jenny hugged the dwarf's head, like a drunk woman hugging the toilet bowl in the bathroom. She spat out a pile of sticky roundworms. Oh no, that was a baby dragon worm. What are you doing? In the dark red space of consciousness, the dwarf howled in confusion. He couldn't see what was happening in the real world, but his soul could feel the piercing pain coming from his body. It was full of holes. Helping you understand the inheritance of the great shaman, not the great wizard, the dwarf finally realized that something was wrong. You don't have the qualifications to become a great wizard. You can only be like me, a holy priest under His Majesty Balerion. Like you, the dwarf was trembling. You're lucky. It's just that the direct descendants of the 14 fire peaks have withered. Sigh. When we first met, I didn't even like Danny Rise. Oh no, the dwarf howled. At the same time, a large amount of information turned into a silver stream and rushed into the dwarf's forehead. After understanding the true meaning of the great shaman, he howled even more miserably. Chapter 724. Sob, sob, sob. Feeling the pulsating placenta at the core of his meditation foundation, the dwarf sobbed and wiped his tears. What are you crying for? You're lucky to have condensed a 6-color vortex. You should be happy, Jenny scolded with a frown. The 9-color vortex was a perfect inheritance, and the 6-color vortex was also a top-grade mid-grade. It was indeed something to be happy about. However, Balerion's consciousness was being nurtured in the center of the vortex. The process of nurturing was the process of the dwarf soul being assimilated by the consciousness. Once the assimilation was complete, Balerion would be able to understand the dwarf's thoughts at any time. He could also descend on the dwarf's body without being invited. Even if the dwarf died, his soul would return to the ancestral family and merge into Balerion's body without any rejection. I don't want to be a priest. I want to be a wizard, the dwarf cried. What a wizard can do, a priest can do. What a wizard can't do, a priest can do. But, thinking of Jenny's attitude towards Arya and the Dragon Queen, who were ignorant, ungrateful, normal people, the dwarf's normal words immediately changed. But I don't believe in His Majesty Balerion. Without the power of faith, I'm afraid I'll never be able to hatch the divine will embryo. You're starting to change your faith now, Jenny said. I don't even understand His Majesty Balerion's teachings. How can I believe? It's okay. The embryos will slowly change your thoughts. As time passes, you'll become a devout believer of His Majesty. The dwarf's face turned pale. He was about to cry again. No, I have to leave this place immediately and find the Dragon Queen for help. I can't let the embryo brainwash me. Perhaps he was quick-witted. The dwarf immediately thought of a way to get out of his current predicament. Jenny, I have a plan that can achieve the same effect as capturing Aegon. Oh, tell me about it. Jenny did not even raise her head. It was obvious that she did not think highly of this person's wisdom. Directly challenge Danny Rise. This is Mirene. It's a tradition to challenge the hero of the city. The dwarf said, City protector hero. Jenny thought carefully. She might not follow the traditions of the Gith people, and she has countless generals under her command, so it's not her turn to fight. City guardian hero was a tradition of the Gith people. Choose the most capable hero from the Great Lord and his children to represent the city and challenge the enemies of the city. To put it bluntly, the guy's people loved gladiatorial matches. They even turned the duel in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms into a duel. However, the Gith people did abide by the rules. In a formal one-on-one battle, even if their own people were at a disadvantage and even had the possibility of being killed, they would not bring out their own generals to help. In the original plot, Danny Rise came to the city of Mirene and met the city guardian hero, P.S., who is Lord Dawe's nephew. She didn't come out to fight, so they used the most vicious words to humiliate her. And I'm the best at scolding people. Give this mission to me, and I'll go down to the city to challenge you. I guarantee that I'll give you a big surprise. The dwarf said very honestly. Well, you can try. Jenny nodded. There was no loss even if she failed. What if she succeeded? Just as the dwarf's face showed joy, she shook her head and said, But you can't go out. It's too dangerous. I'll arrange for someone else to choose her. I'm not afraid of death. The dwarf said righteously. I'm afraid that you'll die. If something happens to me, His Majesty Balerion's will descend on you, and you'll be the next high priest. You mustn't die, Dash. The dwarf knelt on the ground with a plop, hugging Jenny's legs and wailing. I can't bear to part with you. Let me die in your place. Jenny looked at the dwarf with a strange expression. His feelings were sincere, and he cried bitterly. It didn't seem like he was faking it, but he was quite afraid of her before, and even more afraid of paying the public grain. Could it be that his mouth said no, but his heart yearned for it, and his body enjoyed it? Alas, she had already given everything to His Majesty Balerion, and could not respond to his feelings. For the sake of his deep affection and sincerity, she would be more unrestrained when collecting public grain in the future. Dang, dang, dang. Just as the two of them were being lovey-dovey, a hurried bell suddenly rang in the cave outside the house. It was an alarm. Ah, Dragon Queen is attacking our camp on the surface? The dwarf stood up in surprise. Jenny closed her eyes, and, through the faith communication device, she contacted the believers of Balerion on the surface. In just a few seconds, her expression changed. Danny Lilith has launched an all-out attack. What? The dwarf was stunned. It was not an act this time. He, the ace spy, had yet to spread the news. Why was the Dragon Queen so impatiently blowing the horn for the final battle? Also, didn't she say it before? The longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for her. It was around 10 in the morning. The sun in Slave Bay seemed to be covered with a thin veil, and it was no longer as bright and warm. The dwarf was surprised to find that he could even look up at the sun in the sky, but it was not glaring. Although the sky was still blue and the air was still fresh, he felt that the sky in Slave Bay was slightly dimmer than before he entered the cave. One of the entrances to the cave was located in a dangerous cliff 1 kilometer northwest of the Allied Army's camp. The dwarf begged 100 times before he could go up to the surface with Jenny. Standing on the cliff that was more than 30 meters high and looking down at the camp, the dwarf felt indescribably shocked. This was an unprecedented final battle. The sky, the sea, and the ground were all fighting at the same time. Dragon roars, battle cries, drumming, centaur bells, scimitar and metal swords clashing. The battle of the dragons in the sky was especially shocking. 40 pterosaurs of the Allied Army vs. 1 Dragon Queen and 4 Megalosaurus. Oh gods, is that even human? The dwarf's hands holding the binoculars were trembling. A silver iron helmet, a pale golden visor, a blue-white plate armor that fit her body, silver lobster gloves, a silver iron skirt armor with blue silk sewn on it, and long iron boots. Dragon Queen's entire body was wrapped in steel armor, and outside the armor, there was a layer of dark red fire mist. It was as if there was a fireball bubble wrapped around her as she flew in the sky. That's right. She did not ride a dragon, but she flew in the sky. Her speed and agility were like a wind fairy. Whether it was the Megalosaurus in the sky or the pterosaurs, they were all larger in size. Even the smallest, Little Gold, was now more than 15 meters tall. Hence, Megalosaurus and pterosaurs had a lot of inertia. The faster they were, the worse their ability to turn. Dragon Queen, who was less than 2 meters tall, was like a jumping marble in the huge group of dragons that were dozens of meters long. She moved left and right, up and down, forward and backward, stopping and moving. She moved with a thought from all directions. Roar, suddenly. A mournful howl resounded through the sky, and the surrounding battlefield of more than 10 kilometers was also shaken. The dwarf looked over and saw Dragon Queen crouching down and piercing the shadow dragon's skull with her sword. The demon's sword's flames exploded, and flames burned through the pterosaur's brain, coming out of its mouth and nostrils. The dying black-scaled pterosaur let out a mournful cry that shook the soul, and Dragon Queen was like an emotionless Grim Reaper. She immediately pulled out her sword and soared into the sky. As if there were eyes on the back of her head, she avoided the sudden attack of a 30-meter-long dung-green swamp dragon. The pterosaur opened its mouth that was as big as a car door. It could have swallowed Dragon Queen from behind by surprise, but she seemed to have been prepared. Her body glided in an arc in the air, just avoiding the mouth, and floated in front of the swamp dragon's eyes. Her expression could not be seen, but the dwarf swore that she must have been very pleased with herself and had a smile on her face. Because her movements were so flashy and elegant, he was full of envy. She, She played it down and casually pierced the pterosaur's eyeball that was as big as the steering wheel of a car. No wonder her sword was so big. Compared to her tall and slender body, it was also very uncoordinated. The black sword in her right hand made the dwarf think of a door plank. The sword was wrapped in raging flames. With a slash of the sword, the blue, silky sky seemed to be cut open by a red line. The sword pierced the pterosaur's eyeball. Raging flames surged, and immediately there was another mournful cry that could shatter the dome of the sky that was like an upside-down bowl. Then, the third pterosaur rushed towards her. It was a shadow dragon with sharp claws and teeth. It was faster than her and also sneaked an attack from her blind spot. Just as she stabbed the sword into the pterosaur's eyeball, its blade-like sharp claws clawed at her body. Without pulling out her sword, she drifted 2 meters to the left and dodged the claw attack. Then, her body spun like a top. Sticking close to the shadow dragon's scales, she slid along its hind legs, past its lower abdomen, and all the way to the base of its wings. As her body spun like a top, the white sword in her left hand that was as bright as ice and snow also blossomed into a dazzling white sword flower. It left bloody scars on the pterosaur's thigh and lower abdomen. Then, the pterosaur's left wing was like a banquet tent that had been crushed by a typhoon. It was tattered and dragon blood splashed out. The pterosaur could no longer control its flying movements. Like a plane that had lost its momentum, it fell to the ground with a sorrowful cry. When a storm of swords broke through the pterosaur's wings, it also moved a few steps to the right and cut the dragon knight on the dragon's back, who was adjusting the pterosaur's movements in a panic into two. Then, Dragon Queen jumped lightly and landed in front of the forehead of the pterosaur that had pierced its left eye. She slowly pulled out her black sword. His Dragon Queen has become a god. The dwarf watched in a cold sweat and felt dizzy. Dragon Queen's fighting style crushed his worldview. How could a single person be so strong? Yes, she has become a demigod. Jenny's face was gloomy. A powerful elemental demigod, wind god. Demigod, wind god? The dwarf was at a loss at first, and then he said in horror, Dragon Queen is a demigod? She's using her divine power right now. In my eyes, she's like a small sun. Her divine splendor is dazzling and eye-catching. Speaking of this, Jenny's voice became more resentful. She cursed, damn it, how did she master Wind's song? Hasn't Wind's song always been in the hands of the Westeros monster? The dwarf glanced at the flustered and exasperated Jenny and asked carefully, is Wind's song very strong? Can't you see? She is flying. She is fighting a group of pterosaurs alone. Jenny roared at him. The dwarf shrank his neck and whispered, Windsong let her fly, but she is so strong not only because she can fly. Ravens can also fly, and flying into a group of pterosaurs is a piece of cake. Hearing this, Jenny was not angry. Instead, she calmed down. You are right. Her swordsmanship, her state of being almost omniscient and omnipotent on the battlefield, is very abnormal. Looking at the 4 megalosaurus hovering in the sky, Jenny was thoughtful. Maybe she has surpassed all the great wizards in Valeglia and broken through the limit of only one megalosaurus dragon spirit. These dragons are all her eyes. Chapter 725. Big Black, Little White, Little Green, and Little Gold didn't just act as radar machines in the sky, as long as there was a chance. For example, if the opponent's pterosaur was alone, or if the pterosaur flew above 400 meters, they would dive down at high speed and spray out dragon flames. It was mainly for safety. Danny was hit by an arrow. The Megalosaurus radar was very cool to see the full map. In addition, with the magical perception of the surrounding environment in the state of Windsong, Danny would almost never be surrounded and wouldn't be ambushed. However, the current situation was that she was killing the pterosaurs of the Alliance army. Therefore, the battlefield was chosen by the pterosaurs of the Alliance army within the range of the dragon-slaying crossbows. The scorpion crossbows of the Alliance army were endless. There were many arrows, and they were fast, but the size of the arrows was relatively small. Even if there were no obstructions in the vision range, the dynamic vision of the Megalosaurus couldn't capture all the arrows. When the vision of the ground was blocked by the pterosaurs in the middle space, the Megalosaurus radar in the higher space would miss many arrows. Thus, there was a possibility that Danny would be hit by an arrow. 1, 5 meters long, as thick as a thumb. The tip of the arrow was twisted into a spiral shape and was as thin as a willow leaf. When it flew, it had its own spiral force. A series of sparks and horrifying sounds were made as it drilled into the lower abdomen of the Dragon Queen. It actually scratched the painted coating of the Queen's armor. It was too hateful. All right, there was almost no penetrating force, but the powerful impact still made the Dragon Queen fly out uncontrollably. Then, a pterosaur flew over and successfully picked up the corpse. Wow, it swallowed the Dragon Queen in one bite. That's right, the Dragon Queen was bitten by a 25-meter-long swamp dragon. Only her 2 legs were hanging by the pterosaur's mouth and swaying nonstop. The dwarf exclaimed. "Ha ha!" Jenny was wild with joy. Victory, victory, victory of the Alliance army. The dragon-slaying crossbows were thunderous with cheers. The centaur cavalry outside the camp of the Alliance army also had a momentary commotion. Malin City, at the top of the Great Pyramid, old Yimont, who was observing Long Jean through telescopic glasses, almost fainted. He clutched his chest and groaned in grief. But the pterosaur was already chewing with its cheeks puffed up, and the Dragon Queen's exposed legs were still swinging. There was no blood splattering, no broken limbs falling off. Suddenly, there was an almost inaudible cracking sound in the sky, as if something had broken. "Oh!" The pterosaur wailed in a muffled voice. 2 broken teeth that were as thick as the soles of feet fell from the sky, reflecting bits of light under the sunlight. "Gods!" The dwarf held his forehead and exclaimed, "Dragon Queen is wearing tile steel armor. It's so sturdy. The pterosaur's teeth are all broken, but it can't bite through it at all." Tile steel armor, Jenny's face twisted. I shouldn't have forged those 2 statues. Valeglia's control over tile steel weapons was extremely strict. They had only forged 2,000 tile steel weapons in 6,000 years. As for tile steel armor, it was even rarer. Only the direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks were qualified to wear it. Maybe it was because they were too pleased with themselves, or maybe it was fate, but Valeglia had left 2 huge loopholes in Gatto. At this moment, Big Black, who was high up in the sky, without anyone noticing, lost its agility and went into a stiff, gliding state. Then, everyone was shocked to see a string of golden flames filling the mouth of the pterosaur that was biting Dragon Queen. Black smoke and pillars of fire spurted out from the pterosaur's nostrils, teeth, and eyes. The dwarf even noticed that the dragon's eye, which was as big as a rice cooker, was connected to a green-red nerve tentacle that was as thick as an arm. It hung under the pterosaur's eye socket, and it was like fried meat in a pot of oil, sizzling with oil. Dragon Queen's entire body was covered in flames. She broke free from the dragon's kiss and continued her massacre as if nothing had happened. Even the pterosaur's saliva and blood on her body were all cleaned up by the flames. There's no way to fight this battle. He looked at Dragon Queen, who had split the pterosaur knight into 2 with a sword, and said with a complicated expression, "The pterosaur's bite earlier might not have caused a penetrative wound, but it would definitely have caused a blunt injury. If it was a normal person, their organs would have bled and their body would be paralyzed. But the dwarf touched his big nose and could not help but shed tears of sympathy for his allies. The Dragon Queen must also be injured, but she knows healing magic. Strong attack, agile movement, high defense, and rapid recovery of HP. This not to mention this low magic and low martial arts world. Even in the game, she would be a bug-like existence. I didn't expect her to have such a strong trump card." Jenny gradually regained her composure. If she didn't expose herself today, I wouldn't even know that she had become a demigod, and even learned the Song of Wind and the Song of Fire. She has at least cultivated two top-notch meditation techniques, wind and fire, and can at least fight with two Megalosaurus dragon spirits. If we follow the original plan, even if we successfully kidnap Aegon, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill her who can fly quickly. What do we do now? If this goes on, our winged dragons will all die today, and then we'll completely lose control of the air. I can even imagine that the mother of dragons' winged dragon knights, who didn't appear today, will carry kerosene bombs tomorrow and bombard our ports, ships, and barracks without restraint, said the dwarf worriedly. The Allied army's main camp was built near the sea, so they also built a temporary cargo port by the sea. Every day, ships from Tolos would transport food and military supplies. Yes, Tolos did not have any food. It was only a transit station. Ships from all over the world came from afar to unload their goods at Tolos, and then arrange for fast ships to transport them to the Allied army's main camp. Because of the fall of New Gith, and also because of the raiding team the Strait of Maiden Freedom, the Allied army's logistics costs were 3 times higher than before. Almost every 3 ships that passed through the Strait of Maiden Freedom would be raided, and only one could avoid the patrol ships and patrolling Winged Dragon's sight. The Strait of Maiden Freedom was too wide, more than 200 kilometers, and it was difficult to completely seal off. One of the reasons why Dany had not taken the initiative to attack the Allied army before was that the Allied army's logistics team was transporting food for her. In recent months, New York and Annan towns had seized more than 100,000 tons of food. With so much food entering the pockets of the Dragon Queen, the difficulties of the Allied army's logistics could be imagined. If the Dragon Queen obtained complete control of the air and burned the small port of the Allied army's main camp to ashes, then the Allied army would collapse due to hunger without even fighting. Seeing Ginny's thoughtful expression, the dwarf continued to work hard, stomping his feet and wailing, "Priestess, what other trump cards do you have? Don't hide them. The Dragon Queen has already bet all her assets. Don't be reserved anymore. I didn't complete the mission, and there's also a heretical god seed in my head. If I don't bring back some valuable information, don't mention finding the Dragon Queen to save my life. She'll probably sacrifice me." "Sigh, I don't have any more trump cards," Ginny said helplessly. "Valeglia has dominated the world for thousands of years. It's impossible that she doesn't have any trump cards, right?" The dwarf's face was full of doubt. Valeglia's trump card has always been the Megalosaurus. If one Megalosaurus can't solve a problem, send a team of 5 Megalosaurus. If one team of Megalosaurus can't solve a problem, then send 10. If 10 teams can't solve a problem, then send 100 Megalosaurus to form an army. If 100 Megalosaurus can't solve a problem, then send 200, 300. If it's really not possible, then send out all of them. At our peak, we had more than 500 adult Megalosaurus. What trump card is stronger than 500 Megalosaurus? The dwarf was completely speechless. Yes, what trump card is stronger than 500 Megalosaurus? None. 100 Megalosaurus destroyed the Undull civilization. 300 Megalosaurus destroyed the Loiner civilization, which had a powerful, true god. After that, Valeglia rode Megalosaurus and sang, "Invincible is so lonely." Lady Jenny, Lady Jenny. The triangular-faced Sibirio and war god Yuan Kai, who had a dragon-slaying saber at his waist, rushed over together. They were in a hurry, and there was an unconcealable panic in their voices. "You two are the commanders of the army." Jenny was shocked and angry. She scolded, "Why are you all here? Who's commanding at the front line? Don't talk about commanding. They don't even listen to orders." War god Yuan Kai was also full of resentment. His tone was very aggressive. The bombardment that lasted for more than a month already made the soldiers in the camp anxious and their morale low. Now that they see Dany rise, killing the winged dragon army single-handedly with 2 swords, how can they still fight? Not to mention, at this point the war god looked around. The cliff here wasn't very high. It was only about 30 meters above the horizon. Jenny and the others were standing in the wrong position. They were halfway up the cliff, facing the southeast corner of the camp. They couldn't see the northwest camp behind them, which was being attacked by the centaurs. The war god didn't care about his fear of Jenny. He stretched out his large hand and pulled the petite blonde priestess up the cliff. "If you stand up there, you'll be discovered by the megalosaurus," the dwarf hurriedly reminded. But Jenny didn't react and let the war god do what he wanted. When they reached the top of the cliff, war god Yuan Kai pointed to the north and said angrily, "Priestess, look, look!" The endless horsemen howled as they charged from the northern plains. The Dothraki Sea had become a real ocean. Strong winds blew, and the Dothraki horsemen were like a tsunami. The hooves and roars of the horsemen were like the roar of the waves, and the dust beneath the hooves of the horsemen was the pervasive water vapor. The huge camp of the Alliance army stretched for nearly 20 kilometers along the coastline. It was like a seaside house built by a black-hearted merchant. The first wave knocked down the balcony railings. The second wave swept away the safe in the bedroom and the mistress on the bed. The third wave hit, and the whole house was on the verge of collapse. The fourth wave, of course, not all of the Alliance army were mercenaries, but mercenaries made up at least 60% of them. And the morals of mercenaries were known by everyone in the world. The Dragon Queen had been bombarding the camp for more than a month. The reason why the mercenaries could hold on and not run was because the high-ranking officers of the Alliance army had promised that High Priestess Jenny had a trump card. The Alliance army would definitely win. As long as they held on, they would be able to obtain the countless treasures, boys, girls, and the real Dragon Queen. But when the mercenaries asked what the trump card was, even war god Yuan Kai Grazdan didn't know. Now, in the sky, there was the Dragon Queen on a killing spree. On the sea, hundreds of warships of the Mother of Dragons surrounded the Alliance army's small cargo port. On the ground, tens of thousands of roaring warriors trampled on the Alliance army's camp. "High Priestess, our army is collapsing." War god Yuan Kai Graz pointed at the camp that was in a mess and cried, "Our camp is 20 kilometers long, and the collapse of the front camp is spreading to the back camp. I can imagine that when all the winged dragons in the sky die, the entire camp, hundreds of thousands of people will lose their courage. The mercenaries will run like wolves, and the loyal warriors will be at a loss and follow them. Everything will be over. What plan do you have?" Jenny asked with a gloomy face. "I don't even know your trump card, so what plan do I have?" "My lord, listen to my advice. If you have a trump card, use it directly. In front of Danny Rise, don't come up with any complicated plans or schemes," war god Yuan Kai Graz said earnestly. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.